Well. How the turntables, ladies and gentlemen. Emerson Latzia on your screen, gearing up for the first of 6 Sims on the Dream stream today. I'm solo right now. No, my co-host is not a tardy Reed T. Fowler like Reed T. ruining the Sims yesterday, but thank God for Brad Guy on the ones and twos, who is here today. But we are once again waiting on Kenny Ducey, and producer Drew gave him a heads up, said, please, messaged us an hour ago, said, guys, please be in and ready to go by 11:55, because not only are we going to talk about the Sims, but we want to remind all of you that we have our extremely special pregame, NBA pregame lock show that we bring you after the 4 o'clock Sims. Today it is going to be, hold on 1 second here. I have it. It's going to be Shirag and Ben Zwyman. So it was Shirag and Julian Edlow on the show the other night. Well, tonight we're bringing in Benny Z with the good hair. So if you guys have questions leading up to a 10-game slate tonight around the NBA, we're talking DFS, we're talking sports betting stuff. Right after the 4 o'clock Sim, those two big beefy bros will take all of your questions and help you guys out leading up to the 6 o'clock Sim. So we have Browns at the Jets here. I don't know if Kenny was just like crazy nervous about calling another game with his Jets, which I am more than prepared to ask him one question, and Kenny can just talk for the next 20 or 25 minutes, which I know everyone on the Dream Stream really loves and enjoys. And then we have the Falcons and the Saints. Ooh, Kenny will be on that one with Glash. And then Glash and Jeff for Broncos at the 49ers at 4 o'clock. But this game is underway. What did all of you beautiful human beings decide to do with your lineups? Because I'm going to give you what I guarantee you, at least in my heart, feels like the winning lineup in the free showdown, free roll contest. So I'll win absolutely no money. But you guys will be there with me. 81 of you decided to fill out a lineup in the Trevor Lawrence Century Club. I wonder why I decided to do that with Kenny on the call for a Jets game. But I went ahead and took the direction of the tight end in the captain spot. Chris Herndon, IV. Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb, Jarvis Landry, and David Njoku. Okay, Baker, I like it. Me like you, baby. Well, Baker's dozen, 1 for 1, 4 yards, as we await the arrival of Kenny Ducey. Dude, Clippers at Warriors tonight and Jazz at the Bucks. Two pretty sexy NBA games on the slate, man. Bulls at the Lakers, that would have been great back in like the 90s. But Baker Mayfield now being sacked. And I'm going to poke over to YouTube real quick and see what's good with all you guys. We got almost 300 of you watching right now.
Now you got 301.
Oh, my Lord have mercy. Breaking news. Breaking news, everybody. Kenny Ducey is in the house. So thanks, everyone, for watching. Have a good rest of your day. We really appreciate you being here for the first 2 minutes of this sim. Damn, dude. You got a haircut, too?
Did, yeah. See, I mean, the good news is the DK Sim fam have already seen it, so it doesn't need we didn't need the introduction to see it. But yes, I did. And I'm currently trying to mediate a war between my computer and my webcam. So that's been very, very disappointing to see that they don't get along.
Yeah, it's all good. I feel like, and you're a smart guy, you really are. I feel like you should have been a little more prepared knowing you had a new computer. Maybe started the login process.
I don't have a new computer.
I thought that's what it was.
That's the problem. No, I said I need to get a new computer.
Okay. All right.
Anytime like I plug in an external monitor or a webcam, like it doesn't. I need to like restart it. It's a whole process. So I'm excited to be with you. I got my Good Morning Football mug right here.
It's great to have you here today, partner. It really is. What have you been up to?
Be here.
Is everything good with you?
It is. I was up till 3:30, 4 a.m. last night writing my first Nets preview for the Action Network. So everyone please read that, since I didn't get any sleep last night because of it. But yeah, that's about all that's new with me.
I woke up at 2:30 because my dog was heaving on the bed and she eventually threw up like 10-6 she ate at the dog park. And then I checked Twitter and I'm like, why is Kenny like up and still tweeting? And he's all over like the NBA slate right now.
Yep, that's me. I was tweeting about, Kyrie Irving not wanting to be a basketball player.
What's going on with him? Maybe he like was able to actually look into the future, because like all the crap the 76ers are dealing with now.
Why are we not talking about the fact that he might have known that there was a positive test, so someone would have told him and they just played anyway?
Oh. Now, do you think that's a real possibility, or are we just...
Oh, it's a big tinfoil hat conspiracy.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking out loud. But I mean, that's certainly like, you have to ask that question if a player just all of a sudden doesn't want to play an hour before tip, and you learn that a player tested positive an hour before tip. Like the timing seems to coincide there. So I'm just looking. Yeah. I wonder what happened there.
Is that what it was? Because I wasn't too dialed into the NBA slate yesterday. It was an hour before, and I did see Steve Nash still had like no idea where he was and like had no idea what was going on.
It was very unclear what the reason was, but yeah, that seems to be the timeline. Shams tweeted out that it was during the game, and then like Woj said it was before the game, so who really knows?
All right, man. Well, it's good to have you here. It's good to have everyone, all of you, DK Sim fam, joining us now on the Dream Stream. I see the usual suspects, hashtag team always here, hanging out with us on YouTube. What's cooking over on Twitch? I see Yogi and Germ and A+, waking up early with us, wherever you guys are watching, however you're watching. Much love for making us part of your day. Under 3 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. So 3 sims, then the NBA pre-lock show here on the Dream Stream, and then that's followed up by 3 more sims for the late slate at 6 o'clock. Were you able to get a lineup in by any chance, my friend? As on 3rd and 7, Darnold, going.
I wasn't.
Oh, wait, complete. Damn, you got popped. You did not get a lineup in. Okay.
I did not, but I think the chat, I don't know if there's reference to it here, but I definitely was 2 of 3 last night on my NBA predictions. So if anyone likes to figure out who's going to win or what the score is going to be,
Well, shout out to you, man, as Sam Ficken gets the Jets on the board.
Yeah, Ficken from pretty deep there.
Yeah,
45 yards.
That'll be at 4 points for your lineup.
Yeah.
You are brave enough to roster this man. In terms of ownership, though, in the free showdown, 67% Lev Bell is the highest owned player. Baker Mayfield, 63%. Nick Chubb, 55%. OBJ 49 and
Who?
Chris Herndon 47.
Farley? Who is that? Who the hell is that?
I don't know. Go off, King.
I'm like the biggest Jets fan ever, right? I know almost everybody on this team. Actually, I would argue that I would know everybody, but I don't know who Farley is. Who the heck is that guy?
I don't know, man.
Matthias Farley.
Oh, yeah. You didn't know that?
Wow. Don't remember him.
Well, 1st and 10, Browns are going to give this thing a go again. The second offensive series for him, and it has started off incredible. Now 1 of 2 for 4 yards for Baker Mayfield. If you've been able to have, you're over the whole Trevor Lawrence thing now, right? And you're prepared to take Justin Fields?
I don't want to get into it because I think we spent the whole last inning talking about the Jets' number 2 pick.
Okay. All right. Hey, that's fine. That's fine. I mean,
but to let you know, I'm thinking the Jets. Well, first of all, now I think the Jets should trade for Deshaun Watson, but that's another story. And look, here's the thing: if as long as Deshaun Watson wants to go to the Jets, they can offer the Texans the best package. Nobody can beat the deal that the Jets can offer the Texans. So if it were not up to Deshaun Watson, he has to waive his no trade clause. I think that the Texans would easily take the Jets offer because they have literally 19 draft picks in the next 2 years, including the number 2 pick in this draft, and a host of guys that they drafted in the draft last year that are panning out. So like they could get it done if they wanted to, right? It's all about like selling Deshaun Watson. I'm playing for the Jets organization. He just went from the Texans organization. He really want to play for the Jets, but apparently the news out of Houston is that he wanted them to hire Eric Bieniemy, and they didn't want him involved in their head coaching process. So what if the Jets go, hey, we like Eric Bieniemy. We're going to hire Eric Bieniemy. Is that enough for Deshaun Watson to put on a Jets jersey next year? It remains to be seen. I mean, there's plenty of good coaches he could go play for. Go play for Kyle Shanahan. Go play for Bill Belichick. So I'm not sure what's going to end up happening. I just know that the Jets have the absolute best offer they could put the best offer on the table for Deshaun Watson, which is getting me excited. But I've said all along, I think that they should. I think it's a win-win. Oh, is it going to call back because of a hold? I think it might.
Yeah, it probably is. So everyone who may be a little.
Oh, on a defense.
Ooh, okay.
No,
dude. From Joey Bitcoin there on the offensive line.
But yeah, I think that they either keep Darnold for one more year. You wait to take a quarterback. You continue building the team. You trade 2. You get another first-round pick. You use your 3 first-round picks on positions you need: a quarterback, a lineman, an edge rusher, or a wide receiver. And then what you end up doing is maybe drafting a quarterback next year or the year after. But I think that it's valuable to have Darnold on a rookie deal, and I don't think you bail on a quarterback on a rookie deal just quite yet, because I don't think that I think Lawrence was absolutely worth it, but I'm not sure that Fields and Wilson is worth throwing out the playbook and starting over. But it is a new GM, so who knows? I think that they should just try to get more for the number 2 pick, get more picks, and figure it out from there. But
all right,
I wouldn't hate if they went after Deshaun Watson.
Okay, so since you've already talked about the whole pick situation and the fact that Trevor Lawrence is, the future and our Lord and Savior in Jacksonville, who do you want as the head coach? I talked about who I want. Oh, dude, is that down
at
the
What a pun, man.
Phenomenal. That is
My
why
goodness.
Special teams
that is
are
why
special.
That is why we get up in the morning, Emerson. That is why, right there.
I want nothing more than a safety right now, you son of a gun. And Lev Bell, highest stone player in the showdown, gives him a little more breathing room. 2 yards. He has 22 yards on 6 carries right now. Who do you want as your head coach? People
I'm just going to say,
people are demanding.
We join these sims. We join these Zoom calls to see punts like that. I get more excited about punts like that than I do about big bombs down the sideline. But I don't know, man. I just want someone who doesn't suck. Is that too much to ask for? Someone who doesn't suck as the head coach.
Well, it's going to happen, buddy.
I have said all along that I want an offensive guy. So Bieniemy would be fine with me. The Northwestern coach, whatever that guy is, but definitely
whatever that is.
Whoever that is, yeah. But definitely not Jim Harbaugh, and he's going to be locked up in Michigan. So thank goodness that they're not going to go after him. I definitely don't want Urban Meyer. I think that wouldn't work at the NFL level. And I really don't want Robert Saleh. But I mean, if they're going to if they're going to go after a defensive coach, Aaron Glenn or Saleh wouldn't be terrible. I do think that this time around there's much better candidates. Like when the Adam Gase hire happened, there was nobody out there. There was literally, they just fired Bowles they're like, okay, well, what now? And right, there were no coaches available. It was like, get Mike McCarthy out of bed, his old, old face, or go get Matt Rule, who wanted complete control over the the personnel, which like didn't really jive with them trying to find a new GM. So I'm not excusing them for hiring Gase. He was a terrible hire, and they could have either given Rule what he wanted or went back to college and figured out something else, or Cliff Kingsbury. But there was no one at that time around. The head coaching, the crop of head coaches available now is much more exciting, and that should get people in Houston excited, or even people in Atlanta. Like there are good coaches available this time around, so I'm a little more optimistic about the Jets making a good choice.
James Harden and Deshaun Watson are just like, get me the hell out of Houston.
Yeah, man.
They'll both end up in New England, one for the Celtics, one for the Patriots. That's what's going to happen there.
Tony,
score? What's up?
Sorry. Tony says Kyle Trask to the Jets in the second round. Not a bad call. Again, just continue to trade to, just continue to get assets. If Joe Douglas he already drafted well last year. If you give this guy 23 draft picks in the next 2 years, this team's going to look a whole lot better in 1 or 2 years than anyone could have imagined. They would go from like potentially 0-16 to maybe making the playoffs in 2 years with 23 draft picks. It's just literally impossible not to get better. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate that. Go ahead, give the people a scoring update and an update on your golf clubs, and you're done.
Cool. Thank you so much. Shout out to Kyle and Frangelico from the ops teams who are with us today. A couple all-stars as OBJ picks up his first catch of the day. They have added up scores. They are adding up scores manually, and they have been totaled. Not much to really add up through one quarter. So I'm currently sitting 79 out of 81 in the Trevor Lawrence Century Club contest. And then over in the free DraftKings showdown, north of 13,000 entries, we have a Sholo leader. Bruins 0803 has the Jets in the captain spot. And then Baker, Bell, OBJ, Crowder in the Browns defense.
B-Rack, it's even worse with all this lame Jets talk. Well, this is a Jets game, so it's hard. It's hard to draw the line between me and what I'm actually supposed to be talking about. But we are.
No, this is good. You have more knowledge about the Jets than anybody on the planet. You have more passion.
Exactly.
And I know it's not going to tickle everyone's fancy, but it is a Jets game. So like some of the knowledge you can drop on us about like the real world Jets, the real life Jets, it's like throwing me on a Jags game. It's just straight, pure knowledge. We're going to help you guys feel smarter.
That's right. We can also get into the Browns and their playoff hopes.
Okay.
Which are very slim after this, but yeah, I think.
What do you expect? What do you expect from the Browns then? What do you expect from the Browns this weekend? They're going to be without their head coach.
I would have said the Steelers would have won by close to a touchdown before the Browns had multiple coaches ruled out, including their head coach. Now it's going to be, I think, next to impossible. And here's the thing. I saw late last night, Juju Smith-Schuster, everyone was making a lot of his comments like, oh, these are the same Browns, Look, man, like at the end of the day, these are the same Browns that you're facing. Like it's just new faces in the same uniforms. And the Steelers know that they own the Browns. And I think the Browns have 5 wins dating back to 2003. I believe they have 5 wins. 5-29-1, Emerson. And 2 wins in their last 12. One of those wins includes that game over the weekend.
Hold on, sorry to cut you off. This is absolutely huge. We have our first touchdown of the day. Thank you. Sweet Jesus crust. Little Mayfield of dreams right now, buddy.
Here's the thing, the record speaks for itself. And you look at the way that the Browns. Hello, Emerson. I saw you saying hi to me in the chat. The way that they played against the Steelers B team essentially should not give anyone any sort of confidence. And when you look at the last time these guys played, right, earlier in the year, the defense, the Steelers defense balled out. I mean, they turned Baker Mayfield over twice. They sacked him 4 times. They had a pick 6 off him. Baker had just 10 completions, and I think he had to leave the game late with an injury. But I think he was like 10 of 20 plus passes. The Browns just were dead. I mean, they were dead in the water. They didn't show up for that game. They lost by a wide margin. I think it was like 38-7 or something. Maybe it was 38-7. But the thing about it is, what's gone wrong for the Steelers has been on the defensive side of football. It has not been on the offensive side of the football. The Steelers, they've been pretty much the same team on offense, but on defense, they had the number 1 defense, and it absolutely it let its guard down or down the stretch of that season. So when they see Baker Mayfield on the other side of the football, like they did this weekend, I mean, they played very well. The times that they've been able to get to Baker Mayfield was just absolutely incredible. I definitely think that they're going to be able to provide the pressure needed to get the win and ultimately get the football back for their offense. I just don't see how the Browns score too much.
Yeah, let's remember Pittsburgh took care of Cleveland by that score of 38-7. That was back in week 6. That was and prior to Sunday's game between them, the Browns had posted a disappointing 2-4 record too against teams with winning marks. So they've primarily taken advantage of bottom feeders to win 11 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Browns have not had a lot of quality wins on their schedule, which I think is the biggest thing to me. This team just is not built to win, especially now that they're decimated by injury, and you have guys, not to mention who have maybe conditioning questions because of COVID, but I don't know, man. You just look at the games they actually played against real teams. They got their doors blown off them by the Ravens earlier in the year, the Steelers. It's a great story, but ultimately I think it's one that ends. This offense is so overmatched against this defense. It's not even funny.
We have ourselves a 7-3 simulated football game on your screen with 2.5 minutes to go here in the first half. Again, a full 6-game slate on the Dream Stream today. It is so damn good to be starting it with all of you, with Kenny Ducey and myself and Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s, producer Drew and Kyle and Frangelico from the ops team. From the bottom of our dark, cold hearts, it means everything to us that you are here. 4th and 4 now coming up, and the Jets will bring out the gear.
Another punt for Braden Mann.
Damn, man.
All right, let's see what the Browns can do in 2 minutes. They do have Odell Beckham, which I feel like
Mayfield has sucked in this game. I know he just had the touchdown to Landry in the last drive, but that was the best he had looked. I mean, he's 5-9 for 47 yards and that one touchdown. By the way, don't forget again, after the 4 o'clock sim, leading up to the 6 o'clock sim, so it's a little NBA pre-lock sandwich there with Sharag Hira and Benjamin Zweiman. And I'm also checking out the playbook right now. So over on DraftKings Nation, that there's a lot of good stuff here from Zach Thompson. There's a boatload of content. This is the first article I'm looking at. Some fantasy.
I thought we called him the professor. Is he the professor?
Yeah, you can call him that. I mean, you can, when people have a nickname, you can call them either the nickname or you can call them their name, or you can just use their initials. Like I say ZT a lot.
Well, I think someone said he had a different nickname or something like that, and I was just confused. I just wanted to make sure that's his nickname.
Oh, dude, we all have different nicknames for each other. Yes.
Okay.
But ZT or Zach Thompson or the professor or whatever you guys decide to call him, he's a great guy, good friend of mine, and he's got some great words that I think all of you should be reading right now if you're looking for some value picks for tonight's 10-game NBA slate. Oh, OBJ!
Finally shows up. You know, the thing about Odell Beckham had really, Emerson, a very bad season, and he's had a very bad couple of seasons for the Browns. If you look at his catch rate, it's hovering around or below 50%, and that's just not going to cut it for a guy that's supposed to be like this generational talent at wide receiver, a guy that carries himself like he is the best receiver in football. He has all the talent in the world, but like he needs to step up and start producing, or people are going to start calling him into question. And I guess that ultimately it's you either lie in the camp that, well, Baker Mayfield's not good, right? Baker Mayfield's not as good as Eli Manning or Daniel Jones, which I think is kind of silly. Or it's, well, hey, you know, he's not catching the ball. He's not running the right routes. I don't know. But either Baker's bad or Odell Beckham's bad, because something's not right there with the way that he's played in Cleveland.
Well, Baker right now starting to put it together a little bit. Looks like they're around 100 passing yards now, and bend it like Beckham Jr. already up to 3 or 4 grabs. And the Browns with 1 timeout to go on New York's 13-yard line, 49 seconds to play. Here's hoping they don't screw this thing up as Baker once again going to the air, and OBJ picks up the first down. So 1st and goal from the 3. This is now when everyone who decided to roster Mr. Nick Chubb. So 50% in the Trevor Lawrence Century Club contest. Just hand it off to the man with the X Factor and let him do the rest.
Oh, but not quite.
Give it to him?
Not quite. And now they got to kick, Emerson, right?
What the hell is that?
They have to kick, right?
Damn you, Roger! Damn you!
I don't see how they don't kick here.
Well, I can see it. We've seen some. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Yes.
They're
this
going
is what
for
I'm
it.
talking about.
A sack ruins them right here.
Hell, no timeout. Oh,
he's wide open!
Austin loop, delivered by the Baker.
Wow. Just left him wide open, just like that, huh? Gonna leave him running to the corner of the end zone without anybody guarding him. Real great strategy here by New York. Drew saying, we won't have that play calling this weekend. That's right, Kevin Stefanski. What are they going to do without Kevin Stefanski? Who is going to call the plays? Who is going to lead that offense forward? Who is going to make the decision to challenge when ultimately this incompetent refereeing crew gets something wrong? By the way, can I just say, can we stop making bad rulings on the field and just hoping that replay bails us out? If I have to see another awful ruling of a fumble, like the referee's just letting it go on, because the thing is, the ruling on the field matters so much, and I think that the referees don't really treat it with the reverence that it deserves. Like,
so you think that they are now just making calls thinking, all right, if we just get it wrong, replay will fix it for us?
Yes, I absolutely do. I absolutely think that they just assume, like, well, let's just call it this, and then, you know, we'll just go to replay and see what happened. Like the Giants game, they said that he was down by contact or something, which was just like the wrong call. He fumbled it and recovered it, right? But they were just like, well, no fumble. And then, you know, and then of course, because they say no fumble, you know, like no one ever ruled that there was a recovery, right? So like, you know, so then if it is a fumble, then there's like, you have to, like, what they say on the field is absolutely so important. And it really just comes down to fumbles. Like sometimes they'll say that a ball, something is a fumble when it's so clearly not, right? They usually side on the side of this was a fumble. Let's see if it was really a fumble. And the problem with that is that a lot of times you'll see these camera angles are blocked. Like you can't see if it's a fumble or not. You can't see if the guy's knee was down. You have to piece it together, whatever the heck that means. They always say, Gene Steratore always says it. Oh, I think we can piece it together. It's really hard to do that.
That's like life, dude. We're all trying to piece our life together.
So I just think there's been every day. I just think there's been so many instances where you've seen the call on the field is not able to really be examined or even changed because you can't see what happened, and the cameras are somewhat limited. Or it's also just like something at the goal line too, right? Like a goal line fumble or something. Like there's just so many people there. You have to make the best determination that you can. And I just think these referees are getting lazy and just being like, well, we know we're going to review it, so let's just, or they'll rule it a turnover so they can automatically review it, right? That's even worse because now we're just ruling things turnovers left and right. So that way we can make sure that, we don't need to make the coaches waste their challenges or whatever. Anyway, all this said, I really just have a real bone to pick with Tony Correnti. I think that's it. He's the only official that I think he goes out there, and I just don't think that he has any sort of control over the game. I don't think he has any idea of what's going on. He absolutely chaos ensues when this guy's the referee. He just lets anything happen.
The deuce is right, says American Des Bold.
HJD, Ducey, I agree. Look, here's the thing, man. Like, it's not, we know, right? We learned our lesson when the replacement refs came in that we should take the referees for granted, and I completely get it, and I appreciate the work that they do. And one of my old gym teachers was a line judge, Emerson. I don't know if you know that. Tony Viteri. He refereed in the Super Bowl. He used to show us his Super Bowl ring when I was in 5th grade. He was my gym teacher.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're gonna have to repeat that because now I'm gonna start listening now because you're just like ZT, working in all these incredible, crazy facts and testing my attention span, and I am listening a little bit. So one more time.
My gym teacher in 5th grade was an NFL referee. He was a line judge.
Huh. And he once refereed the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and he got a Super Bowl ring. Referees got a Super Bowl ring. Very cool
That's
guy.
Sick.
He was number 35. He also tore his, I think, ACL or hamstring or something because he was like just trying to break up a fight on the sidelines and someone got pushed into him, hit his leg. He was out for a season. But yeah, super cool guy. So I have a lot of respect for referees. Like they do a really difficult job, and I don't think anybody would sign up for being a referee, right? Like the amount of backlash that you have to get for your
dude. Do you know how many like death threats they get?
Exactly.
Jeez, please, dude.
But that said, it does not excuse making bad calls on the field just so we can go to replay. And look, and the whole, like, the illegal contact, the holding, that's a whole nother story, right? I'm not even worried about I'm not even, like, concerned about the penalties, because there are some ridiculous, I've seen some ridiculous calls lately, penalties, and there needs to be some accountability for the referees. But, my whole bone is only on the turnovers right now, and that is simply, like, the fact that, like, we're just ruling everything a turnover and hoping that it replay bails us out. And I think that we need to. It's just like tennis, my other favorite sport, right? One of my other favorite sports. Like the referees, the line judges, and the umpires a lot of times will make bad calls because they know that they have electronic lines where the players will just challenge and get bailed out. And that's like the people calling the lines, like the umpire has the authority to overrule them as well. So I think that they don't do their best job because they know that there's backup in place. Like, we need the referees to be treating these like, if I rule this a fumble, this may well actually give someone a fumble despite the fact that it's not a fumble. So I have to be really sure. Anyway, Jordan says refs get a ring for reffing, and yes, they do get a Super Bowl ring. Fun fact. Also, fun fact.
Pretty fly for a blind guy, though. Says, did your gym teacher ever make bad calls on the field, Kenny? Like, were you this passionate as, like, your 5th grade dodgeball self, and you're watching your gym teacher ref in a Super Bowl? Were you this critical of him when you were 12 years old?
I didn't get to watch him ref a Super Bowl. That's the thing. I didn't. He was my gym teacher after he refed the Super Bowl.
Okay,
I think that's why. I think it was like
doubling.
Yeah, it was like the tail end of his career. And he was, he was like just kind of retiring a little bit, right? Like, he had this job. He would basically only work in New York. I mean, he would fly sometimes, but like, his travel schedule wasn't crazy. So I think that was sort of how he kind of took a step back at the end of his refereeing career before he retired. But yeah, I don't know. I can't really remember him ever making bad calls in any sort of like dodgeball or or kickball or anything like that. I think he was just facilitating play.
Did you ever play tennis baseball? It's just basically with a racket and a tennis ball.
Oh yeah, of course. That's another one of my favorite things.
Smoke that.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I was just hitting straight piss missiles over, the parish hall.
You want to know what was even better was at my pool, we used to have a field with like a little stone wall and some trees. So we would play baseball out there, but we would play with the tennis ball and an aluminum bat. So you would just launch balls with the aluminum bat over the trees. And it was like you have to hit it over the trees to hit a home run. And so we lost like a lot of tennis balls, obviously, but it's very similar. The distance that you can hit a tennis ball with an aluminum bat is quite far. But yes, I also played tennis baseball. It was very fun. Although I will say tennis baseball is not as easy as you think it is. Because a lot of times people
in that racket. Yes,
exactly.
It was easier to go one hand with your racket.
Well, you had to go one-handed. Yeah. Exactly. But the thing was, you couldn't get any tilt on it, right? Because you could just hit a spinner, and so you had to make solid contact. So yeah, I mean, I also was lucky enough to be able to play tennis a lot of my young life. So I was decent at hitting the ball, but yeah.
I miss gym class and I miss art class. I was really good at both of those. And in gym class, one of the better days too was maybe when it was like raining outside and the teachers were cowards and weak and didn't want us going outside in the rain. They'd put us in the gym, and then we would break out the big parachute. You remember using the parachute, that parachute game? Everyone sits in a circle, and then
yes,
you'd sit underneath it.
I think I do remember that. Yeah. Look at Sammy running here. He's been running a lot in this sim.
Well, you can't really throw it, but it's the same as it ever was, with this guy. He's got 21 yards on 3 carries. Welcome to Sam's Club, right?
That's right, Sam's Club. I never thought of that. Hunter said, I'm glad Kenny's not a ref for Tampa Bay versus the football team. Yes, I don't know if you've heard, but I am the biggest supporter of the football team this weekend. I think that they're gonna put a real scare into the Buccaneers and might even win this game.
Why don't you guys put in a good scare on that like button? If there's 10 of you right now who have not hit it, who have been on the fence about hitting it, because Kenny has been ranting and raving about referees, overcome the mountain of adversity and just give me 10 of you right now to tickle that like button. And now we have, oh my God, that's great. That's great information there, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s. So completely not related to gym class. We're 1 follower away from 1,800 on Twitch. So anybody on YouTube right now, anybody on YouTube who has been also on the fence about joining the Twitch fam, twitch.tv/DraftKings. I love that squad over there. But if you guys, we need that lucky number 1,800. I've got nothing to offer you but my love for doing it.
I'm already a follower. Don't you want to be like me?
I always want to be like you, buddy. I love your passion. Damn, Lev Bell.
I always say I want to be like you, Emerson.
Dude, maybe it's like Freaky Friday. What would you do if you were inside my body for a day, Kenny? What would you do?
Well, it seems like you, first of all, you have a dog. So I would really enjoy being able to go out on a walk with your dog. I think that the other great thing about being inside your body is that I'm looking at Austin Hooper here in the stats. Boston is one of my favorite cities, but I don't think I would ever live there. I don't think I would live there full time. I just like New York too, but I like visiting Boston. So being able to walk a day in your shoes would essentially be, being like a 1-day resident of Boston. So I think it'd be pretty cool. I do like the Northeast. I grew up in Connecticut. I got a huge soft spot for the Northeast climate, the snow. I'd also get to check out the DraftKings offices. I've never been there. I would also get to wear an incredible amount of DraftKings swag. I have
you would
have your polos and your hats, so I'll be excited about that. And also your golf clubs, which on our first sim together, one of our first sims together, got delivered there. I go out and play some golf. I'm sure you have a car living in Boston too, right?
Yeah, we just have one. We just share one. Yeah. Wow, you've got a lot. You've got a lot to do in one day.
I know. I've always wanted a car. I'll probably drive out, go for a nice drive, maybe an hour away, go to a golf course. Wear my DraftKings winter hat because it's cold to play in the snow.
What about, here we go, as Lev Bell, easy peasy. So you can ring my bell. Jets, extra point away. Actually, you know what? They'll probably go for 2. I would assume you'd go for 2 in this situation. But I really like producer Drew's idea. He said, I just hit that Peloton, see what it's like to have huge quads. That's what I thought.
Peloton. I've also wanted a Peloton forever.
Come on, Sam's Club. Let's go. Buying in bulk. It's good. 3-point game.
What would you do if you were in my shoes for a day? If you had to live here in New York City in my small Upper East Side apartment?
Well, I would take your body and actually take it outside your apartment. So I feel like you don't leave your apartment a lot. So I'd have you go out and learn a little bit and experience. Well, mask up, stay socially distant, and go out and get some fresh air. Although that fresh air is not a thing in New York City. I think I would enjoy the wealth of knowledge that I would have. Is it my brain? It's not my brain either, because it's just me inside your body.
No, I think you'd be me for it. I don't know. Maybe you're me.
I don't know if I would drive myself crazy thinking about the Jets.
Right. Well, yeah. What I have to like the Jaguars, that'd be weird. I do think that we have very similar energy, so I don't think that would really be a big difference if we did switch brains. But another story.
I don't really know, man. I guess I'd go out and just spend some time in the world a little bit.
So basically, what you're saying is you need to take a trip to New York and I need to take a trip to Boston. I think that's what we've come up with, and nothing else about ourselves.
Steve says, Emerson, if you were in Ducey's body, you'd go straight to a therapist.
Probably. Pretty fly for a blind guy, says. I love that Kenny took that question seriously.
Of course. It was a serious question. I think it's great.
Of course it was a serious question.
First down for the Browns on 3rd and 8. That one landing in the breadbasket of Rashard Higgins. By the way, going back to that 2-point conversion, I'm pretty sure that was Perryman, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at something real quick. But yeah, Kenny's saying never taking Chubb again. Yikes on Nick Chubb.
Never taking Chubb in like one of these games. Let me see. I'm looking at it right now, and yeah, I'm kind of with you on that boat. I'm a little disgruntled about it.
I think that the conversion went to Josh Doctson. I'm pretty sure that it did not go to Perriman. We'll have to check the stats, but I'm pretty sure it was Josh Doctson, who is a COVID opt-out this year. I think I saw an 18. It looked a little strange to me, so I looked up the depth chart. So I think it's Josh Doctson. I don't think anyone rostered him either. Our ops team saying it was Perriman. So
okay, I'll take that.
We'll see. We'll see after the game. I trust the ops team more than my eyes. But rest assured in the chat that we do look after the game at the Madden box score. So if it was indeed Josh Doctson, I apparently just love saying that name, we will have it fixed.
Yeah, man, ops team on top of these things. So if you do ever see like a score stats, you just got to remind yourself, and we've told you guys this since we launched the Dream Stream, like back in March or April, almost a year, that it'll always be right in the end. They're doing these things manually, adding up scores manually, a lot of work from home. So no one is in the office and won't be until like the summer. Things get all worked out, but patient, sweet chinchillas, it'll be right. We know you guys are spending time and money with us, so we got you covered. Under 6 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Jets now with the ball. Jets had the 2-point conversion following their last Lev Bell touchdown. A 14-11 right now. And we'll see what Sammy
what
Boy
a move!
wants. Going to Herndon IV.
What a move. Chris Herndon, the invisible man, just didn't show up for any games this year. I don't even know if he was on the roster. This guy is so talented, and I mean, where was he all year?
Well, I'll tell you what, in these sims, he's not too shabby. 12.3 fantasy points per game. Let's see, 3 straight now with double-digit points. That is Crowder on the reception.
Nice throw.
Thank you. Crowder, by the way, in the December update, pulling in the superstar traits. So mid and elite. So catches more consistently while receiving passes 10 to 20 yards from the line of scrimmage and inside the numbers. That one was not inside the numbers.
Oh, no!
By Darnold, and recovered by the Browns, although they may review this. This may be one of your referees.
They always rule a fumble. No, they're not.
Ooh, all right.
Every sports play is reviewed.
Throwing it.
It really did look like that, didn't it?
It did. That damn tuck rule.
All right, Pretty Fly for a Blind Guy says, I need help eating for lunch, or need help deciding what to eat for lunch. He wants to know if he should have his leftover Chinese or if he should make a turkey sandwich. He cannot decide. I would. Here's the thing about the leftover Chinese, right? If it's from last night,
good.
First of all, yes, it's delicious. If it's from last night, you probably got another day to have it. But my thing with the leftover Chinese is, like, I always forget to eat it. So if you know in your mind that you're going to, like, you're planning on having it for a mid-Saturday meal, like a 1 o'clock Saturday lunch, you're just hanging out at the house, watching football, doing nothing, you're going to have your Chinese tomorrow, your leftover Chinese, go on ahead and make that turkey sandwich. But to me, a turkey sandwich is a weekend lunch. I love having a good cold-cut sandwich on a Sunday afternoon or a Saturday afternoon. And to me, the leftover Chinese feels like an end-of-the-week lunch. And also, again, you don't want that to go to waste. You want to eat it. So if you have a time you're going to eat the Chinese, you go for the sandwich now. But I would just go for the Chinese now before you forget that it's in your fridge.
Okay. We are on the hunt, not only for lunch, but Kareem Hunt with the previous first down. And then Baker dialing one up to Austin Hooper, who has 4 grabs, 40 yards, 1 touchdown. I don't know, Friday afternoon right now, I'm going turkey sandwich. Although, real talk, I will be eating Thai food right after this because we ordered some for dinner last night. And the beautiful thing about being married to a woman who doesn't eat a whole lot of food, never finishes her food, is I get to finish it for her.
Amazing. Yeah, I'm actually on a little bit of a diet right now. Emerson, I'm trying to
really?
do a little detox for January. Yeah. So I've been doing
what have you decided? Yeah, what have you changed up compared to before the diet? Is it just food?
No dairy, no gluten, exercise 3 times a week. So I'm actually going on runs now.
So you are leaving your apartment, or is it on a treadmill?
No, I'm leaving my apartment to go on runs. I'm gonna go on one after the 2 o'clock sim, and I'm also just no processed sugar, no drinking, nothing like that. So
yeah,
you know what,
producer Drew saying I would not go for a run if I was in Kenny's body.
Well, that reminded me because it's funny. My sister got me these running shoes for Christmas, which was incredibly generous of her, and they're great shoes. And they like make me want to run because it feels like you're walking on air, right? So I don't run like ever. Like I get all my exercise playing rec league sports. Like I'll play softball, flag football, basketball, and I stay in shape that way. So I haven't been able to do that over the pandemic, right? So it's been tough. So no, you got to find Hunt there. Anyway, I've had to resort to running now, and I'm not like I don't know how to run really. So what happened? Did you see that said FDR Drive? Absolutely. I'm running up and down that path. So what ended up happening was the first time I went out for a run with these shoes, I was just so like I got way too excited and I was running way too fast, like at a fast pace, and I had to stop after like a mile and a half. I was like, I am so tired. So the last time I ran, I like paced myself a lot better and had no problem doing the run. But it was just funny, like the shoes combined with like my natural energy, I was like zipping. I was like, let's go. I was running so fast and I didn't even realize it.
I could see you being sneaky fast.
I mean, I don't think I'm fast. I was just running too fast. Like I was running too fast to go on a 2-mile run.
Well, you look great to me, man.
Thank you.
You look great to me. No, I mean, when the gyms are open around here, but they're not, I usually run like a mile up to the gym and I clang and bang. I put on a show. People just sit there and stare at me squatting, or I'll just stay inside the apartment and do the Peloton. Absolutely. Whatever keeps my quads filled with meat. That's exactly right.
I would love to have a Peloton, but there's 0 room in this apartment for one. I also
we found room. We don't have a lot of room either. We're in a tiny little apartment, man.
I miss the gym, man. That's the thing. I miss the gym so much. I used to go. I used to have like a routine, and now it's just like, you know, I feel like in New York or in cities you rely on the gym because you can't really set up. Like I can't set up a home gym here. I just don't have the room. So you rely on having somewhere you can go. But and anyway, so
did you have buddies at the gym? Did you have guys you would talk about sports or lifting, where like maybe you guys would be sitting in a sauna?
Absolutely not.
With no clothes on, talking about the Jets.
No, it was not that kind of gym. Absolutely not. I would go at night after work, and it would be different people there every time. It was also there was no sort of. I mean, there was like a locker room, but like I don't think they had showers. Or actually, they did have showers, but. Not just nothing much going on at that gym. Yeah. I will say, I don't understand why the Browns decided to kick a field goal. Like, what does a 6-point lead do for you here? The Jets can easily just win this game if they score.
Bro, it's the sim life, man. It may not always make sense, but they'll do it anyway.
They sure will.
Well, 700 people have been hanging with us as we debate, should you have Chinese food or turkey sandwiches for lunch today?
Oh, another run for Sammy Magic. Look at Sam go!
Hot diggity damn. Now up to what, 60 yards on the ground? Make that 48 on 4 carries. I was close. Should have bet $1 and not gone over.
He's making up for that fumble that he had on the last drive, putting the Jets in range to score here. But they got to, there you go. Thanks, Adam Gase. Wasting 5 seconds.
I need something big from Herndon as well, Mr. Rich. Rich1 on YouTube.
People saying I run up and down the hallway. My man, I don't even have a hallway. That's the thing. This apartment, I got no room in here to run.
31 seconds to go. They need the touchdown and the extra point to win this thing. So the good news is, unless you guys are into that kind of thing, that overtime is unlikely.
Very unlikely.
I've never seen a missed extra point in these. So watch it be the first.
I have not.
You and me together. But let's see what Sammy D decides to.
All right, there's the first. Hogan.
Oh, Chris Hogan. I think he had a big one earlier, and he was tackled inside like the 5.
A lot of people like him in these sims. A lot of people shouting out Hogan in the chat. So you got your Hogan catch. I'm not sure if you're going to get a touchdown here from this Jets offense. So they have to go for the end zone here. And the awareness ratings for the Jets offense is just not, they're just not very high. I'm worried. Let's see. I'm pulling for the Jets here. Let's go, Jets.
I know. We all know you are pulling for the Jets. You do not need to tell us that. Sam Darnold in his 73 overall rating.
Game over.
With Herndon. Yes.
Game
no timeouts
over.
to go, and that's it.
Just game over. Unbelievable.
Another heartbreaking loss for Kenny Ducey and the Jets. for Kenny and the Jets. But, my friend, you're on a new diet. You are jacked now. You are in shape, and you have a new haircut. You are a new man. You look like Jason Rossi now that he has shaved his beard.
That is actually, Jason Rossi looks like a completely different person. No, the hair was getting way too long. I've always kept short hair, but it's, I don't really love going in places during this time. Yeah. So I'm sure everyone feels the same way. So it's, you gotta space out your haircuts. But it was overall pretty good game. I'm excited to see who caught that 2-point conversion. I'm excited to see me be wrong about it being Josh Doctson, but we'll have to see. The ops team right now, of course, going through and making sure that they tally up every last stat to make sure that we get everything accurate.
So as of right now, who would be your Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
So my Krusty Kauf player of the game, I think it might have to go to Austin Hooper, who's just 20% owned and wound up with 14 points thanks to his 4 catches, 40 yards, and a touchdown. He only one person had more catch than Austin Hooper, and ultimately, so I do not think that it was Doctson on the 2-point conversion. Looks like he's not on the stat sheet here, so. It was definitely a great performance from Hooper. $5,600. You got 14 points out of him. Wasn't necessarily the highest scorer in this one, I don't think, but pretty good. Pretty well done for Austin Hooper, considering the ownership and the price.
And now your babysitter Billy, not my kid, I'm still single player of the game.
Well, I think it has to go to Breshad Perriman, a little more expensive than Austin Hooper at $6,200. A lot of people were high on him in the chat. Every single Jets game, the Perriman owners are there, and 26.5% here. 4 points, very bad, very, very poor from Breshad Perriman. Just 1 catch for 12 yards. You get bailed out there with the 2-point conversion to Breshad Perriman in the fourth quarter to get you 2 more points. Really bad game for Breshad Perriman. He is not my kid today.
Emerson's forehead. The set sun feels great. It really does. I know it doesn't really look good on camera. Like I'm watching the YouTube stream right now, and it's like my shot just looks terrible.
Do you ever watch
but it feels so effing good. I'm not gonna close my mind.
I don't get any natural light in here. I'm so jealous.
Because you live in a brick cave. Look at that thing.
Well, I have a window over here, but I mean, there's like buildings on the street. Like I barely get any light. My apartment in Brooklyn, I used to get the best light. I used to think that I was a king on the Zoom calls. I'd be like, no one has better light than me. But do you ever watch the YouTube stream and then realize that like you're doing something that like doesn't look good, or like yesterday I was like looking down at my knee, like crumbling this necklace this like Happy New Year plastic necklace I had. And I was like, it really looks like I'm taking a nap on the air, doesn't it? And then you're like, well, that was 10 seconds ago. So now I'm going to have to be tortured by watching 10 seconds of myself look like that. You ever have that happen to you?
No, every time I go back and watch these, or when I watch my shows, like at Nesson at night, I say, that was phenomenal. I wish I could do more of that.
Well, good for you. Not everyone can be as photogenic and always perfect like you can.
Thank you very much. You are going to stick around because you will be joined by Glash for the 2:00 sim, Falcons at the Saints, and then you're going to go on a run, as we've all learned. Someone says you look like a kind of guy who would say zoom as you like take off running, which I can definitely see that as well. And then Broncos 49ers, Glash and Jeff at 4. And then don't forget, between the 4 and the 6:00, guys, it's an NBA pre-lock show sandwich with Shiragan's Wyman. So if you guys have DFS questions, sports betting questions ahead of the 10-game slate tonight around the NBA, that is a perfect time to do it. They will take all of them, and you guys deliver the goods, man.
Yeah, I also do hit leadoff, by the way, in baseball, so that would make sense. The zoom.
All right, we're out of here, buddy. Good hanging with you. Thanks, Bri Guy, and the ones and twos, and producer Drew. And also Kyle and Frangelico from the ops team. Guys and gals, I will see you guys back here on Sunday for Leaderboard Live for that first game. Until then, enjoy the rest of the day on the Dream Stream, and be nice to one another. Peace.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are today's entertainment. I only have one question. Where is Kenny Ducey? Found him. There he is. We're not intimidated by you thugs.
Hey, I would like to say I would like to send a huge thank you to Brendan Glasheen for wearing some appropriate attire to this Madden sim, looking quite dapper this afternoon, challenging me to change my outfit. I had a Gap Henley on. Now look at me. Look at you. Look at us. We look great.
Yeah, I certainly hope we get a great sim here, Ducey. 4 minutes until lock. We have the Falcons visiting the Saints. We can't go too deep into strategy here, but who do you like as a captain's play? Let's begin there.
Well, thinking about the last time that I had both of these teams, frankly, I think it has to be Julio Jones. I ultimately don't. I'm not a big believer in Todd Gurley in these sims. I'm not a huge believer in Ridley and Gage. They're just not as good as they are in real life and don't get used that way. I think that we're going to see a lot of points. So ultimately, I don't think that you need to captain Julio Jones here. I think that you could get away with a lower cost option. I think you could get away with like a Jared Cook in this situation because you want to be able to get Kamara in there. You want to be able to get Julio. But ultimately, the targets on Atlanta tend to always go to Julio Jones. So he's the guy I think is going to be the top performer in this one. If you think it's going to be a high scoring affair, you might not want to take him as the captain. But if you want to take the guy who's going to have the best game, I think it's going to be Julio Jones.
Interesting, because normally I feel like it's Ridley who always steals everything from him. But then again, I look at Julio's points per game; it's 18, and Ridley's 11.8. I haven't done a Falcons sim in a while, so maybe it's just because it's been a bit.
Right. I also, like I said, I just did one, and I'm not a big fan of Todd Gurley anyway, and he's just not really a fantastic sim guy to me. So I'd probably take a hard pass on him. Although I guess if you had the salary left over, he's not terrible.
Okay. All right. You kind of got me tinkering a bit here, Ducey, I must admit.
Oh, please don't say that. I don't want to talk anyone out of a good lineup construction, but I mean, that's all. Like Todd Gurley is 12,000 in the captain spot. Julio is the fourth most expensive guy that you can put there. So you do save money. But again, like if you want to take a Jared Cook, I think that Jared Cook is always a strong play in these sims for the Saints. It tends to be, he always is a threat to score a touchdown. And I know that he's had a couple clunkers. It's always a big risk. But if you put Cook in your lineup just for kicks, right, you can fit Kamara, Jones, Breeze, and Breeze in there, and then you could maybe sneak in Ridley as well, and then you'd be left with like a minimum salary guy. But again, I'm not too fond of Ridley in this one. Frankly, I mean, if you're not going to take Michael Thomas, I just wouldn't take anybody at all, frankly. So that's sort of where I'm standing on the Saints. But I certainly don't. I don't hate these mid-price guys, given the fact that I'm not in love with a lot of the Saints receivers.
All right, very good. Sounds good to me. Lineup's locking any moment. The chat is active. How'd it go the first time around here? You had the Jets in the first sim, and I know you had some. You'll certainly have some thoughts. I know you're always full of thoughts about who the Jets are interviewing.
The Jets blew it. First of all, the Jets blew it with their last sim, so that was pretty disappointing. But it looks like I'm higher than you on the video. Let me come down a little bit.
Yeah. I got my stopwatch on. See when you're gonna go ahead.
The Jets, I think that it's a good decision for them to hire or to interview Robert Saleh, to interview Eric Bieniemy. There are plenty of great candidates out there this time around at the coaching position. So I do expect a good hire here by the Jets, but ultimately I have to say I'd rather have an offensive coach if I'm picking a new head coach. So I'm not too thrilled about the Robert Saleh news, but it could be much worse. And again, they're just interviewing him. They already interviewed Bieniemy. So if I had to pick, it'd probably be Eric Bieniemy, but we'll see.
Wow. To the point, passion, but very filtered passion. I'm looking forward to the next hour and 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I did just speak quite a bit about the Jets on the last sim. So we'll see if the people have appetite for any more. But yeah,
it's a rhetorical question. Nicely done there, Kenny Ducey. All right, we've got the Saints, we've got the Falcons. Let's have ourselves a good time. It is a Friday. We've got the $500 free showdown. This one part of the free early classic. $500 in DK prize money. And, of course, the paid contest. Reed Parker says, just logged back in. Is Ducey still talking about the Jets? He is, Reed, but I asked him a question, so it's my fault. So you can blame me. Don't blame Ducey. Blame Glasheen. And yes, we decided to, well, I'm all about honesty here. You know, I decided to show up in a jacket and turtleneck just because I wanted to have the feel-good vibes of Friday, and then Ducey was convinced to go to his closet.
Well, I'm not going to get shown up here.
Yeah, but you wouldn't either way. It's fine. Here's Matt Ryan completing to Julio Jones for a gain of 8, and we are underway in Simland. It's great to be here. Yeah, right, just get the Jets discussion pregame so it doesn't happen during the sim.
Yeah, get it out of the way.
Yeah. I mean, really, Ducey, do you really care if you're saying it at 157 or 217? It doesn't really matter. It's getting off your chest.
You just, it's my daily therapy session. Gosh, it really is.
And look, I had your back the other night. I understand why you choose to come here and do it, because you have an audience, which I don't think you do, but you can't take it for granted. But you can't... A lot of what you probably say and think, oftentimes you're talking to your coat rack or your brick wall or your significant other. You need people to take in what you're saying. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay.
Of course. You want people to listen to you.
Yeah. So I understand where you're coming from. It's a long way of saying it. So if you need to get something off your chest, you just do it. But I will put a stopwatch on.
What do you need to get off your chest
When you're
today?
with me, we have a clock, all right? Kind of buckle in this year.
I'd like to know what's irking you right now.
Nothing. I'm good. The Niners, of course, didn't make the playoffs. That was a big topic of discussion between you and I. The Falcons, by the way, just punted. So now
they didn't even have a chance.
Yeah. There's Michael Thomas on the reception. Burt Macklin says, do you think Koff has his kids raise their hands before they speak at dinner? Okay, Johnny, don't talk yet. It's his turn. Drew Brees, 44% owned.
Erwin asking if I went over to Tugboat Tommy's and dealt with his noisy neighbor.
Yeah, have you heard of that? Have you heard of that proposal?
No. What? Please explain to me what the heck that means.
Happy to do it. So, the other night on Madden After Dark, or it might have been the 8 o'clock sim, we'll weave in some play calling here, everybody. Everyone hold tight. We'll be fine. Here's Kamara up the middle from the 49, and now the Saints are in Falcons territory. So Tommy Freeze-Pops is having an issue with his upstairs neighbor. He or she. Upstairs, they're very loud. It's a couple that doesn't get along. There's no chemistry.
Oh.
He doesn't know what to do. So someone in the chat, one sentence, quick, to the point, said, just have Ducey come over and rant, and then they'll want to move.
Amazing.
Kenny, it was funny. And I was like, that might work. You could start a cameo industry. Like, your cameo could be, you could just go into a video and go on about the Jets, and you just terrify people.
I would actually, that's a great idea. That's a big money-making opportunity.
I think you should pursue it.
I'll give you my insufferable takes.
I will give you $20. I will Venmo you $20 as a fund to start your business.
And I'll just say, hey, I'll give you insufferable takes, and someone's gonna. This is like a punishment. And I could see it maybe becoming like a fantasy football punishment. Yeah, you got to listen to this.
Perfect. I like where your
Got
head's
to
at.
listen to this guy's takes.
Fry guy on the 1s and 2s, and there's Camaro. What are you doing, pal? All right, down he goes. Nice stop there by the Falcons. Grady Jarrett on defense, 2nd and 13. Fry guy says, does Glash or the chat get a finder's fee for this?
Ahaha.
No.
No.
Because, no. I mean, I'd be helping the fun.
By the way, I think it was Stephen Roche.
Okay.
Said one of my last tips. He said, Kenny, I want you to say one positive comment per quarter.
That's good.
Which I think is a very good rule, right? I think it is, and he reminded me of it. Connor is cool. Why am watching Madden? I don't know. And yeah, the so Glash, I love your turtleneck, and I love turtlenecks in general. I think more people need to embrace turtlenecks and need to start wearing them. I think that turtlenecks are one of the most versatile clothing that you can have in your wardrobe. It is a fashion statement. It is also extremely comfortable. It's like you're wearing a long sleeve tee, but it's more socially acceptable. And it works in the fall as a shirt. It works in the winter as a base layer. It works underneath a jacket. Turtlenecks need to be bigger in America. They need to be worn by more people. They need to be promoted the way that they're being promoted today on the Dream Stream for 455 of you and counting, watching Brendan Glasheen wearing a wonderful lime, what is that? Like a light green turtleneck.
It's tan, but I can see how you get the green based on the lighting. Yeah.
There is no the light. Yeah, you're very small on my screen. Yeah,
okay.
You're right. That is tan.
Will Lutz just connected from 56 yards to put the Saints up 3-0. So, are you trying to
that's
say?
Not a turtleneck at all. That's a crew neck. You're a fraud.
Hold on a second. See, hold on.
It's not a turtleneck.
Don't ruin your positivity. You're already going down that road within seconds.
Okay.
How does someone do that so quickly? And also, I've come to find out that you want the next coach of the Jets. You know, Rex Ryan wore a turtleneck on the sideline, so you want Rex Ryan there.
No. Rex Ryan is a sellout.
But he wore a turtleneck.
He did. I loved him in that turtleneck, man. I used to love Rex. You know what he does now? He doesn't wear turtlenecks. He wears suits on ESPN.
He goes on
and
the
he
air
gives bad takes. He gives bad takes for a reaction. Exactly. That's what I do.
Right. So you can't hate on Rex.
No, I can hate on Rex because he could have had a long career as a football. He doesn't need to give bad takes. He was a defensive coordinator in a Super Bowl. He almost went to 2 Super Bowls with the New York Jets, the head coach. I don't need to hear him giving horrible takes for reaction. I tune in and I want to hear him break down the game as one of the great defensive minds of the last decade. I'm not talking about this decade. I'm talking about the last decade, right?
Sure.
I want to hear his thoughts. It's like when you turn on Sunday Night Baseball, right? Or you used to turn on Sunday Night Baseball. And this was one of the things I'll never forget, right? You got A-Rod in the booth, right? You got one of the greatest baseball players of all time. I love A-Rod. A-Rod was my favorite player growing up and still is. I love A-Rod so much, and I would love to work for him. And he brings up, okay, that he had a conversation with Barry Bonds before a Marlins game. Barry Bonds was the hitting coach of the Marlins, Flash, right? So immediately, everyone in the world, right? And this was back when Yelich was either on the Marlins or had just gotten traded. Everyone, right? You see her. A-Rod was talking to Barry Bonds. And you're like, oh my goodness, what was said in this conversation? I want to know what these guys talked about. I want to know what Barry Bonds said to A-Rod. And all A-Rod had to say was, I was speaking to Barry Bonds before the game, and he said that Christian Yelich is just a really special kid. And I was like, okay, you can't lend any sort of insight into why he's a special kid. These are 2 of the greatest hitters ever. We can't talk about the fact that his front side stays closed throughout his swing until the very end to generate torque. We can't talk about how he hits to all field. We can't talk about how he sees the baseball. Oh, he's special. Anyone can say that he's special. A-Rod says stuff out in the booth that anyone can say. I want to hear the unique insight that he could provide. That's like a glimpse into I think Rex Ryan could tell some great stories, and then he could break down the game in a different way. And instead, he just chooses to say good things about Daniel Jones to get Jets fans upset because now all of a sudden he hates Jets fans because Jets fans made him famous. Jets fans promoted the ridiculous things that he said and praised him for them. And now, I mean, what is he doing? He's just saying Skip Bayless takes. I think we have too many great analysts saying ridiculous things to get a rouse out of people instead of giving their thoughts that no one else could give. And Drew agrees with me, so thank you, Drew.
Today's analyst for this sim is Kenny Ducey, so he is certainly doing his role of stirring the pot. Very ironic as he calls out A-Rod and
I'm not
Rich
a professional
Ryan.
athlete, right? I have nothing to bring to the table except for my ridiculousness, my energy, my terrible takes, right? That's entertaining to people, but you have me for entertainment, right? You don't want to turn on the TV and get me in the form of one of the greatest wide receivers ever, one of the greatest coaches of the last 10 years. You don't want to get me in them. You want to hear something different. You want to hear their thoughtful, insightful take on what's going to happen this weekend. That's all I'm saying.
Drew Brees is 5 for 5, 57 yards. Matt Ryan 5 for 8, 53 yards. No touchdowns so far. Will Lutz has kicked a 56-yard field goal. Having ourselves a great Friday afternoon. Todd Gurley, 2 carries, 8 yards. Matt Ryan, 1 for 5. Drew Brees even scrambled for a bit. Michael Thomas, 3 catches, 55 yards. I did not play Michael Thomas. Good Piss is in first place in the $500 free showdown. There you go. That's the person we need to turn to. The good. And Jones, 2 for 22.
Mo said, I've never played Madden before. That's an interesting one.
Adam Balkwill says, this was the best quarter ever. You know what, Adam? The best part? We still have 3 of these to go. 3 more of these.
That's right.
Do you meditate at night? Like, what do you do to get so, you must put yourself in a position.
Steve said that he likes my take. Here's the thing: the way I say the take might make you annoyed, but I think the basis of what I'm saying is true. But go ahead. What were you going to ask me?
I already asked you. You didn't even answer the question. What makes you? What happened to you? Who twisted your arm? Who turned the knife in on you? Because there's something there. You have to tell us. This is when you watch Sunday Night Baseball and you're listening to A-Rod. Why don't you just mute the TV and read a book? Instead, you get yourself all riled up. Why don't you write your next DK Nation article? Why do you do this to yourself?
I don't get myself that riled up when I'm.
Yeah, you kind of.
I think I really just get riled up when the camera turns on. I think that's what it is. Maybe it's. I don't know. I can't really answer it. But all I know is that I have always had, I have never slept my whole life. I've always had energy my whole life, and I've always done a lot of different jobs. And I think that in a way, being able to be with the fam, multiple times a week and being on the sweat and writing articles, I just think that having a lot to do and writing for, obviously different places and now I'm on a diet and going for runs and I'm trying to still network with people. Having a bunch to do actually just really pumps me up. I get really energized to be here. And I think that it's real genuine energy. I love being able to talk sports. I love the opportunity every single day to be able to talk sports with you, with Koff, with Emerson, with Moose, with Reed, everybody at DraftKings every single day. And the people in the chat are why I keep coming back. There's fantastic people, and you know, I don't know. I think that it's my form of. Anyone could sit here, right, and say, oh, Michael Thomas, you know, let's look at his numbers. I'm not. That wasn't a joke about you. I'm just saying, like, anyone can go through and talk about lineup construction, right, and be like, well, this guy, you know, has had this many points last game, and blah blah blah. We can talk about the sim, right? You could talk about, you know, the data behind, you know, last week's win over for the Saints and how they're projecting out to the playoffs. Like, you get that anywhere, right? I want to try to bring something unique. I want to try to bring some energy. I want to try to bring myself to the broadcast, because I think that if we can't, like, all we have, Glash, as broadcasters, you and I, is ourselves, you know? So, like, no one else is you and no one else is me. We have our unique personalities. So you got to let them shine for the people, because what else do you have? And look at this.
Alvin! 75 yards. Nicely done, Alvin. Finally put a period on that sentence by Kenny Ducey. That's what it takes, huh? Alvin Kamara bursting inside the numbers for you to shut it.
Can we talk about how great that run was? How many jukes that he had?
What happened to bringing something unique and not talking about how great of a runner he is? And, you know.
Maybe I don't think he's a great runner.
Oh, here we go.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Of course he's a great runner.
Alvin Kamara helping your lineups. We ended up with 124 entries in the Glash and Ducey Falcons at Saints 2 p.m. free roll. $500 free showdown, of course. 4-way tie for first place. Alvin Kamara. Got to shout out our great ops team, Kyle and Frangelico! Producer Drew and Brygon on the ones and twos.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Frangelico and I, there's a connection there.
Okay.
Yes. So 10-3. Frangelico has sent a heart to our Zoom chat. Hey, guys, hit that like button if you're so inclined. Strap on in. Let's have some fun. It's a Friday. Almost 200 likes on the stream. Matt Ryan in the flat, complete to Hayden Hurst, but we have a flat.
Rich one beats. Perfect timing on both jukes. It really was amazing to see the timing on both of those jukes, was it not?
Yeah, it was so eloquently done. The way the computer shifted the running back.
Hey, look at what I got in my jacket pocket.
What's that, Kenny?
What do you have in your jacket pocket first? Let's share. I'm sure you had something in there, right?
I know what I wish was in your jacket pocket, but I won't go there.
Okay. Well, what do you... What? Okay, well, what do you have in there?
Nothing.
I'd like
Clean
to share.
point.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you have? You have something. You wouldn't.
Well, I have three things. I have. You know what? I'll share them at halftime. What I found in my jacket pocket of this blue blazer. This light blue. This isn't like a first communion blue blazer. This is like a lighter blue blazer.
Mm-hmm. Done.
Give me the history of your jacket.
I'm all set. Not much there to it. It's brown. Kind of goes with the turtleneck. Sentence over.
Mike McDonald, shout out to Ducey, called a 6-0 set in his tennis article. You are absolutely right, I did. Feels great.
Wow, man.
Hey, please, and you know what? Thank you for reading. The more that you read and play Tennis DFS, the more that we can continue to do, the more that I can continue to give you my insight on the tennis world. And
right.
I'm oftentimes wrong about my football picks, right? Even though everyone likes to say I act like I'm right. I know that I'm wrong. I know that I was wrong about many, many things, okay? Tennis is the one world where I think that I have a good chance of being right a lot. So that's it.
Check him out. Kenny Ducey, DK Nation.
Ooh, I have a good story. Earl says caffeine pills most likely. I have a good story about caffeine pills. You ever taken caffeine pills before?
Never. Well, coffee.
Yeah, I mean, it's just caffeine. But my roommate in college used to have caffeine pills. He used to take them to study and stuff. They're just like, caffeine. It's just caffeine. It's safe. As long as you don't like take a whole bottle, right? Then that would probably be bad. But so I interned at WFAN. Are you familiar with WFAN? It's the radio station here in the city. Mike Francesa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Francesa, former friend of DraftKings.
No, yeah, former, of course. Former friend of a lot of people until he wasn't.
No, he didn't do anything wrong. Just, all good things come to an end. That's all.
He used to give out his picks. So I used to intern there as a senior at Fordham, and I would go there. I had to intern on Mondays, Sundays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So Friday night, 6 to midnight. I just had a lot of fun. I would have fun afterward, but people had already been having fun for quite some time. Sunday from noon to 6, and then I would do Wednesday morning, 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. Glash. So it was my friend's birthday, the Tuesday before my Wednesday internship, okay? Wednesday night, I had to do a Fordham-LaSalle game in Philadelphia on Wednesday night. Now, this is one of my favorite things that's like ever happened to me in my professional life, is when I had my internship at WFAN, the hiring manager emails out the schedule, right? And I had already told him that Wednesdays, Saturdays probably no good for me because I have to do Fordham games, right? He emails this out and he says, let me know, here's the schedule, let me know if there's any issues, if this does not work. Within 5 minutes, I email him back, I say, hey, actually, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do Wednesdays, and it's going to be pretty difficult, and some Mondays as well. For the Fordham men's basketball team.
Hey, Julio!
Go!
55.6% owned, 10.6% in the captain spot. Okay, back to the internship.
Okay, are you listening? Am I captivating you so far?
Ish. Just let's go. Let's put a wrapper on it.
The guy says, does this schedule work for you? I said no, and he goes, well, sorry, that's the schedule. So I was like, why did you ask if the schedule didn't work? If you had any problems? I had a problem. You couldn't fix it. So long story short, I had to work no matter what on Wednesdays, even if I had Fordham games. So the station sent me on a sellout of Philly that night. So I was out with my friend on Tuesday night because it was his birthday. I got maybe 3 hours of sleep. I wake up at 4 a.m. I take the Metro North down to Grand Central. I take the 1 all the way down to Hudson Street. I go to work at WFA and I have a 6-hour shift there. Then I leave and I go take the Amtrak to Philly to do the game. I think I was up for over 24 hours. And anyway, the caffeine pills got me through the day. I took caffeine pills like right before my broadcast, and I'll never be able to thank my roommate enough for that. But that was my caffeine pill time. Sorry.
It was a Midwest story.
When I said it was my story, I said caffeine pill time, and I corrected myself. That's not time. It's a story.
Now, I'm glad that you have used that experience to, dare I say, fuel your life and your career. And it's brought us to this moment. And I'm still wondering what might be in your jacket pocket.
I would love to hear people guess what's in my jacket pocket. I saw someone said Jet schedule, next year's Jet schedule, and a Joe Namath card. That's what Choker said.
Oh my God, I could see that. You're walking around and you've got a little Jets pocket schedule and you've got it all marked up with the score, and losses are in red, wins are in blue or whatever, and you have it all marked up. Who was the passing leader that day? And you just whip that thing out of your pocket when someone's talking about the Jets and you're at a bar and you just go over and say, well, as it turns out, back in week 8, the final score was this, guys, and here's the deal.
I'm not one of those people.
You carry flashcards around, don't you, to where you go?
Pretty fly for blind guys. Apparently Kenny has never been to Las Vegas. I think that was Reed Fowler, who was the one who'd never been to Vegas? It wasn't me. And I have actually been 3 times. I went, and none of them were for fun. I mean, I did have fun while I was there, but I went to cover NBA Summer League. And then I went to, I covered the McGregor-Mayweather fight, which was very fun. And then, actually, I think those were only 2 times. The McGregor-Mayweather fight was wild to be at. I had a lot of fun there. And actually, another fun story. I didn't know where I was going. I was doing social media at the time for SI, so my job was to just kind of get video, from around the fight. So I'm just walking around in the bowels of the arena, of T-Mobile Arena, and I see McGregor, right? So people are like following McGregor, taking pictures of him, video, whatever. So I'm walking around with my iPhone there, filming him, and then I just keep walking, and he walks into his locker room, and I walk into the locker room as well. And I'm figuring, all right, well, what is this, like some sort of NBA pregame situation? You can walk into the locker room. So I walk in, I'm actually wearing this jacket at the fight, and they close the door, and I look around, and I'm like, well, there's Conor, and like there's like his trainer, and like, there's his bodyguards, and there's like one other person, and it's me. It's like me and 5 other people in a locker room, and one of them is Conor McGregor. And I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to be here. No one noticed. I'm just like standing there, right? I look even younger than I look right now. I'm just standing there.
Were you silent? Were you keeping quiet?
I was very silent. I wasn't taking pictures, obviously, because that would have been a no-no. I'm standing there. I'm like, oh, I take it in. I'm like, this is very cool. I'm one of 5 people in Conor McGregor's locker room right now. Very cool.
Were you bothering people with your takes?
No, I wasn't. I mean, I literally could have walked up to Conor and gotten punched. Like, it would have been so easy. I was like 10 feet from him.
Shocker.
But anyway, I looked around. I was like, I know I'm not supposed to be here. I'm just going to take it, and this is very cool. And then I just left. I was in there for probably a minute, but I wanted to make sure that I appreciated that I was in Conor McGregor's locker room before one of the last fights, turns out, of his career. And that was definitely a cool thing that happened to me when I was in Las Vegas.
Speaking of locker room and being in the presence of great people, when you tell a story like that, do you keep in mind you're in the presence of the great DK Sim fam, and that they might not want to hear personal stories because, if I told a similar story, I wouldn't want you to be entertained by it because I'm probably kind of boring.
Well, you can go ahead and tell a story.
I have to say I don't want to. Traquan Smith, nice to the one.
Look, we all, at this point in both of our professional careers, we've both had travels. We've both had fun stories. Figured I would share one.
Well, it's not one. You shared like 3. Still the first half.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, as long as you know. First and goal. Kamara! Yes! Touchdown! Another period on the rant. Alvin! 85% in our free roll, 23% in the captain, and in the $500 free, about 78% owned, 27% kept.
If the Thunder don't get you, give us another story. I think people just don't believe that happened. These are real stories. I mean, the caffeine pill one makes sense. The Conor McGregor one probably a lot less believable. Both happened. You know what's Kyle says 500 likes for Kenny to stop talking. If we hit 500 likes on the broadcast, I will be quiet. That's a bet. 500 likes. Get it up to 500 likes. If you get your friends in here, if you can get 500 likes on this video before the game is over, I'll be quiet. There you go. Challenge. That's a bet. Smash the like. I'll be quiet if we get to 500. We're over 300 away. But I will take Kyle. I will call his bluff. 500 likes. Rack them up.
Wow.
Here they come. Here come the likes.
Yeah, really. I don't know, but this isn't a great reflection of you in some ways. Matt Ryan got rid of it. That's good. Didn't take the set. Don't you dare, Kenny Ducey, ever underestimate the DK Sim fan. Come on, we're almost at 250. That's the halfway point.
you know, at this rate, you're going to get me silent for like 10 seconds. You want to get this done realistically midway through the third quarter, so you get a silent fourth quarter.
Carter Robinson says, I think that's a great story, Kenny. I think Brandon is very jealous of you, and he does so much annoying stuff, but he doesn't realize how annoying the things he does. He's a one-way street. Yeah, Brandon Cristal, because he doesn't do anything annoying. I know he's talking about me. Yeah, Carter, that's fair to point out. I have no issue. I am here for conversation and discussion.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a pick. I like that the Pretty Fly for a blind guy said, "Why on earth would we want you to stop talking?" To me, the way he works is so interesting. That was like so nice. You guys really surprised me with how nice you guys can be. Really, thank you. That said, hit the like and I'll be quiet. 500 likes. I'll be. There's 670 people in here right now. It is possible to get to 500 to make me be quiet.
But will you actually though be quiet? Like, yeah, that's gonna be hard.
Oh,
man.
I'm a man of my word. I will. You can say whatever you want, Glash. I will not respond. I'll say until after the game. Right?
It's true. This is your final sim of the day. So this is the last dose. Speaking of, caffeine, this is your last intake of Ducey today. Producer Drew says, Glash has called 6 high school football games in a day before on nothing but old-fashioned coffee and Coca-Cola, from what you know. Even more impressive, Drew was producing at the time. Drew, I didn't even know that. I'm finding that out as you speak. And Kaufman. Oh, that's great. Yeah. I do not live in a Motel 6, by the way. This is Leafy, my plant. Do you have a plant, Ducey? That's the fake question. I know you have a plant somewhere.
Yep, I have an aloe plant out in the. We have an aloe plant. We have a cilantro plant out in the living room.
That's it.
Doesn't get a lot of light though. It's tough. Yeah, that's it.
Why is it tough? Just take it outside for a walk.
Take your plant for a walk. Is that what you guys do in Boston? I am on Leaderboard Live tomorrow.
No, it's not. It's not that bad of a take. We can put it.
Okay.
We take the time out of our day to put a leash on a dog. We can. It's the difference. The plant has a life too.
All right.
Hey, what's in the pocket? We didn't. We missed the pocket.
Oh, we missed it.
Damn it!
We can't.
See, this is what happens when you start telling 80,000 stories. You forget.
I was completely silent the whole halftime. What are you talking about?
The halftime, the second quarter. You teased everyone about the pocket, and you're going on about caffeine and Conor McGregor.
End of the third quarter. Hold me to it.
No, you write it down. So you remember. I'll remember, though. I'll do you a favor.
Hey, Google, remind me in 6 minutes to show what's in... All right.
Of course, you're going to play your Google thing.
To show what's in my jacket pocket.
You have a pretty good memory, I think. Just try really hard. Write it on your pocket schedule in your pocket there.
Well, Google's going to remind me. I got my my assistant here.
All right. Well, Kenny's right. We have about 660 of you watching. If we get to 500 likes, he'll shut his trap.
Yep.
I'm not for that. I'm actually going to hit unlike because I don't want to show bias. I have hit the unlike.
Oh, come on. I'm even going to like it.
Okay.
I replaced your like. I don't think that they can do it.
He doesn't think you can do it. Kenny Ducey is doubting you all again. He basically thinks you guys just show up here to listen to him. Which, you should. You should listen to some things he says, like the 6-0 tennis thing. That was important. A lot of things you say are important. Jared Cook makes the catch. It's 17-10 New Orleans. Alvin Kamara has 2 touchdowns. We're just underway in the third.
Should I just give out my Venmo and say, hey, if we get my Venmo up to $100, I'll just stop talking? Someone said they'd give you $500 to get Ducey to stop talking. Just give it directly to me, man.
What would you do with $500 right now?
think it would go to my many bills. It would go right there.
Edward Pride. Good God. Go watch Mean Girls, Edward Pride, if you want that kind of content. You read what he wrote? Death Paw says it's Friday with Flash and Ducey. All things considered, not a bad day.
Ducey has a Jack Trudeau rookie card in his pocket.
All right, I hit the like button. We're 7 away from 300. For real, though, just smash the like. We appreciate it. We appreciate the passion. And you guys hanging out. We're all here.
That is absolutely a bet. If we get to 500, I will be quiet. If you really want me to be quiet, we get to 500, and I will be silent. Tricky T, I'd buy some hearing aids so I could hear Ducey better. You could get my voice just directly into your earlobes with hearing aids. Hearing aids are incredible these days. Do you know about hearing aids now?
I don't want to say no, because if I say no, that means you've got something coming here, and I'll have to, I can go take a walk. But if I say yes,
no, I'm not going to go on a rant about hearing aids. My dad has hearing aids now, and they're all Bluetooth now.
It's going to be a rant.
So
here it comes.
No. I'm not allowed to say anything. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to have a conversation. I think that's interesting.
Okay, keep going. I'm sorry. You're right.
Hearing aids now, they used to be like battery-powered, microphones that just project into your ears. Now they're all Bluetooth, so you can actually hook up your hearing aids to like the TV, or you have like an app for your hearing aids, so you can change the volumes and stuff. But I think that's pretty cool that like it's basically like you have built-in headphones all day long in your ears because you can't hear well. It's amazing.
Amazing. That is actually cool.
Right?
Because I feel like you hear that and then you're like, oh, it's just, someone that's in need, but it does help for sure.
I'm going to need hearing aids one day.
Yeah.
My grandmother, my father, both have hearing aids. It's what I get for screaming. Now people are going to be screaming at me when I'm old. Jar Jar Banks making a Bob Ross joke. I absolutely love watching The Joy of Painting. It is one of my favorite shows. You would think not, right? Because I'm so high energy, I'm so high strung. I absolutely love watching Bob Ross paint.
Ducey, besides the Washington football team, what are you most looking forward to this weekend? Oh, you see, you got up and walked away. What happened to having a conversation?
I did not.
So it's my turn to talk, and you walk away.
I didn't walk away. I'm here.
You did.
What are you talking about? I think your screen froze. I was out of the shot for 2 seconds.
Yeah, the good old freeze froze trick.
What am I looking forward to this weekend? I mean, I think that Saints Bears game could get interesting.
Saints are playing in this sim, matter of fact.
I think the Steelers will stomp the Browns. I think that I really do think that the football team game is going to be close. I'm interested to see how Josh Allen plays, given the fact that he was not great last year in the postseason. Thank you, Google. Thank you. All right, I'll remember now. It's close to halftime. But I think everyone is looking forward to the Titans-Ravens game. And I think the Titans win again.
The Titans are going to beat the Ravens.
Yeah.
All right. What are you most passionate about, though, besides the Washington football team? Most. One thing.
I mean, what am I most passionate about?
One thing for this weekend.
I mean, it's that the Steelers are going to roll over the Browns.
Okay. All right.
That's got to be what I'm most passionate about.
There it is. Look at that. How are you doing? Did you make a lineup, Kenny Ducey, in our free roll?
Did not.
Did not. Oh. Must have slipped your mind.
So it depends on the sim. Sometimes I feel like it's too much to make a lineup.
You just didn't feel like it? Didn't want to take 30 seconds to make a lineup?
No, that's not it.
Hot take stirring, stirring the pot takes time before making a lineup. It's all right. I'll remember that next time you make a contest.
I appreciate that you made I'm a busy man.
All right, man. Fair enough. First and goal from the 5. That is in the hands of the Saints linebacker. I am in 85th, in case you were wondering. 4-way tie for first in the $500, rather in our free roll. 4-way tie, first place, 124 entries. In the $500 free showdown, 10-way tie for first. Second and goal from the 5. Julio Jones, top of the screen. They're looking for Calvin. And incomplete.
I thought it was Alvin, not Calvin.
People watching, Ducey. 725. Can we get to 500 likes? You challenged the people.
I did. And so far, the people, they responded. We had an onslaught of likes early. And now we've slowed. Doesn't feel like we're going to get to 500 to get me to be quiet.
Oh, Calvin Ridley wide open. Touchdown, Falcons.
I'll bet you the Browns win big. Robert thinks the Browns are going to win big.
I mean, the one thing, I think we're all kind of overblowing the Stefanski news in the sense that at least they had
I'm not.
Can I finish a sentence? For the love of you-know-what. My turn. Thank you. I think we're all overblowing the Stefanski news. The fact that the Browns have had some time to prepare. The question is, how much faith do you have in Baker Mayfield to carry the show? That's my wind up in the pitch.
Did you see what Baker did last time he played the Steelers? And I'm not talking about this weekend where it still wasn't a great game from him, but 2 turnovers, sacked 4 times. So no, I think the Browns would get stomped with Kevin Stefanski. Without Kevin Stefanski, it's an even more adverse position to be in. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I even do it. Just like you forget that Pittsburgh was super, super dominant to begin the year, and that week off for Big Ben is certainly beneficial. Jason says, Glash and Ducey, hook me up with Robert so we can make the bet via Venmo. Well, he's in the chat right now, Jason, so just talk to him there. Do you sleep, talk, or walk?
No, I'm a great sleeper. I'm a heavy sleeper. When I sleep, I am out, man. You cannot get me up.
Edge 95 needs Manny Sanders to wake up.
The Steelers have lost several key starters since that game. That's what one person said. What key starters? Their fullback, Derek Watt. They're one of the deepest defenses in the NFL.
Well coached, and they've done a nice job rebuilding that defense. Not that it really ever dropped off, just they've, maintained a solid core there. So, as they've done, they're a great organization, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
No Devin Bush and no Bud Dupree. But they did acquire Avery Williamson, who's very good. And he's filled in quite well for Devin Bush, who's also only in his second year. The Bud Dupree thing is obviously a big deal, but I would not say that this defense is like decimated by any means. Not at all.
All right, Kenny, what's in the pocket?
Are we on camera finally? Let's go.
This is me reminding you.
It's very boring stuff. It really is. We've got a 2016 Fordham Rams basketball media pass with Antoine Anderson, who transferred to UConn as the main guy. We've got another one, 2017, 2018 Fordham basketball media credential with Joe Chartouni, the featured guard. You see my name right there. There it is. And then we have the Sports Illustrated Fashionable 50 All Access Pass presented by Michael Kors. Of course, I worked for Sports Illustrated. They flew me out to LA for this event. I was in LA for all of 6 hours, and I had to fly back to the East Coast. And I mean, I wasn't one of the Fashionable 50. I think the way that I'm dressed today, though, perhaps we could have made it to the Fashionable 50.
So you might have to, buy, stream, trash those three from the pure sense if you want to make room for the Jets' pocket schedule. It'll get a little thick in there,
Andrew saying 2016, ever heard of dry cleaners? I don't really wear this that much, so I mean, it smells fine. I actually think you know what is something that I've done? I've gotten my coats dry cleaned and then put the passes back in because I like to have stuff in here. I like to be like, oh yeah, memories, right? That's what I like to have that.
Ben says he talked them into submission to giving him those passes.
I will not. I'll keep coming back every single day. 317. Not very impressed with the likes, folks.
Remind everybody what the goal is.
500, and I will shut my mouth.
You always have new viewers tuning in. It's changing, so we have to remind people.
That's right.
Just like we have a great ops team. Kyle's here. Frangelico! He's also here. Producer Drew. Fry Guy on the ones and twos. Yours truly, Kenny Ducey. It's a big pocket he's got there. Big pocket. All those credentials. I mean, you did a really good job of setting that up. You teased the audience. You got them guessing. All of our guesses were wrong. And, of course, there was more than one thing for you to share in the pocket.
Of course.
That jacket makes you look good, man.
Thank you.
You look lighter now with that stuff out of your pocket.
Thank you. I'm going to put it back in, though.
All right. Manny Sanders on the catch. It's a field goal game at the moment. Saints with the ball. 7:16 to play. Andy G has some words for the chat and for us. And Andy, I just want to thank you for being here and tuning on in, my friend. Thomas at the top of the screen, handoff to Alvin Kamara inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. Scores are updated through three quarters. Just remember, everybody, we all are our own selves, and we all have our thoughts about life and football and jackets and pockets and just topics galore. We're all here to share what we have to think.
Sure are.
We're all better for it if we listen to each other. Getting really deep.
I love getting deep.
Yeah. They're changing the formation. Oh, giddy. First and goal, Breeze, complete. Sanders, touchdown, Saints. Who dat?
Emmanuel. That's who that's. Saints offense running rampant right now. And the people who stacked up the Falcons not having a good one. Look at Sanders haul it in.
Nicely done. Thank you, all of you. Twitch, YouTube, the Game Center, and beyond. for tuning into the show. Right now, Jordan Lindenbaum is in 4th place in the free roll. Derek from the Game Ops team is in 7th place in the free roll. Texas blank Twister. That is something I can't say on the air. Was in 1st, now in 4th. Pittsburgh Pittner. This guy, Pittsburgh Pittner, was added to the league like last week.
Pittner, baby.
Ernest, what's up? Good to have you. Smash the like
Ernest
button.
Hemingway.
I've got a good feeling. No, not him. Different Ernest.
No, it's Ernest Hemingway, of course.
Okay. Steve Davis. A waiter at a drag show. That's what Steve thinks you look like.
A waiter?
At a drag show.
I mean, I can't get past first the waiter. I don't care about the location of the waiter. Do I look like a waiter to you?
You should try and give us a little, give us your waiter voice. Act like, being a waiter, now that's brought up, you would be a really, waiting on tables might be really good for you in terms of just channeling your energy and filtering that energy to be positive. Hi, how are you? My name's Kenny. How can I help you?
Yeah, I've never waited at tables before. Good evening. Could say that. Good evening.
Do it right now. Pretend I am one of your. I am sitting at a table. It's myself and Sarah, and you are coming.
Good evening. Could I interest you in complimentary wine or bread or water?
Sure, no problem. I actually don't really like this table. Could you move me to a different section? I don't really like the lighting here.
Drew Sink giving out free wine already. Fired.
Excuse me, sir. I would like a different table, please.
I'm sorry. Let me talk to my manager. I'll be right back. Excuse me.
You wouldn't be that calm.
Of course I would.
You'd say, "What's wrong with this table?"
Do you know I used to be a ski instructor for little kids at 14 years old? I have incredible patience.
Oh my God.
Because people have to show patience with me. You're a very patient person. So I appreciate patient people, and I try to be patient in my own life.
Emphasis on trying.
That's right. We all try. We're all trying. Glash, every day we're trying. We all make mistakes. We all are people sometimes that we don't want to be. We're all just trying. We're trying our best. And if you're not trying your best, then shame on you.
Julio Jones, 5 catches, 62 yards, and a touchdown. That's a big gain. Atlanta down 10, 5 and change to go. Hayden Hurst, first down, gain of 12. You guys are great. Thanks for being here. I'll be with Moose, Jeff Ulrich, for the 4 p.m. sim. The, what does Kaufman call it? The Madden Matinee? Early bird special, that's what it is. Broncos at the Niners. Raheem Mostert's 49. Todd Gurley making the catch, a gain of 9. Matty Ice, 214 and 2 tuds.
Matthew Frozen Water.
Emerson's internal voice says, "Stop being an ass, Glash." Is that what Emerson sounds like?
Stop being a glass.
Producer. Giving out wine. First day.
You're
Colin
fired.
says, if the Falcons get an onside kick, it's going to make my life. Foghorn Leghorn of Blue Jays. We're not doing pizza deals. Someone ruined it months ago, and it ruined my life that day. Sad day in Simland. Certainly was.
Usually waiters have like the script that they're supposed to read. Like they have the here's what we're gonna say about
Right.
here's what we say to every I don't have that in front of me. I've never
Right.
been a waiter, so I have
Yeah.
no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, but your problem too is you'll probably go off the script, which is
I always go
sometimes a
off the
good thing.
script.
Yeah, off
I
script
always
is
like
good.
to I don't ever like to read word for word. I like to, because here's the thing, you didn't write that, right? So I have a lot of experience writing for broadcast and writing for your own broadcast, and you have to write in a natural way of speaking.
You have to write to the way you like to talk.
Absolutely.
You would run out of characters.
Robotic.
Yeah.
Right. So like they would give me reads to do for like the halftime show and stuff, and I would always kind of like, I would basically read it, but I would make it sound more conversational to fit my, like I'm like, coming up next, we got the halftime show, back in the studio, Mike and DJ, and so, that wasn't like exactly what it said on the script, right? But I was like, it's like, okay, we gotta tell people that we're gonna have the halftime show. So.
Second and goal, Falcons trying to make it a one-score game from the 4. Ryan backpedaling.
Oh no!
And Cam Jordan says, "Scood, scood." Blake has a question, real life football question. What are your thoughts on the Falcons rebuild?
I have absolutely no thoughts on the Falcons rebuild. I could not hear any
Get out.
Okay. They
No,
need
you had no
a
thoughts.
coach. They need a GM. They need. They need a quarterback. All they really have is like a couple of wide receivers. That's it. And then you got to build basically a whole team.
If you build it, at least they have cheap concessions.
And good fans and a good stadium, right? And I think a decent ownership group or a decent owner in Arthur Blank. You just need to. I guess you got to kick a field goal here. They need a little bit more than what they have right now. They have. I just don't know if they have really anything. Like they've been trying to hold on to the Matt Ryan era for so long. They've been just trying to plug holes, but it seems pretty evident at this point that. The window to win is run out, and they can't just plug holes any longer. They're going to need to actually build the team, and so they're going to have to transition into a rebuild. So it's going to take a good amount of time. It's going to take probably 4 or 5 years, but we'll see. As I always say to Glash, and I think you can probably agree with this, and I'm sure that Bill Belichick would agree with this, is I think that when you're, building a team or rebuilding a team, the quarterback has to be the last thing to come into place, right? To me, you look at all the successful rebuilds, all the rookie quarterbacks that have had success, they're all going into teams that have pieces in place already. Even like Herbert, right? You have a decent team in LA, you have a good line, you have a running back, you have wide receivers. Now you add the quarterback. He's there. It's the right year. Like you need to walk into a good situation. And so to me, I have a lot of it. I've been thinking about this a lot as a Jets fan, but I think you want to continue building out the line. You want to add some playmaking wide receivers. That's why I don't hate the idea of waiting, right? Using the number 2 pick, getting more picks, drafting some impact players, and then you draft a quarterback, and then now you're ready to rock. Because everyone knows you can win a lot of titles when you have a quarterback on a rookie deal, because you can spend so much money elsewhere. So that to me is really valuable.
Alvin Kamara just went from his own 30 to the Falcons 30. That was fantastic. Kamara has the bonus. Already had it before that play. No, I hear you. The Falcons have a lot to work with, and who knows? Maybe they'll hold on to Matt Ryan for a few years longer. I'm not sure how much they could get for him if they decided to move on. As Kamara finds another hole, gain of.
I really don't think they'd get anything.
Nothing at all.
No, maybe like a. Who would trade for Matt Ryan? Tell me.
San Francisco.
Why not just? First of all, why not go out and get DeMariota or trade for Deshaun Watson, right? But also why?
Yeah, of course they can get Watson, yes, but if they can't,
or Matt Stafford, there's so many teams that are probably moving on from their quarterbacks, or draft a quarterback. Like why are you deciding that you need to get Matt Ryan. That's my point is there's so many better alternatives to Matt Ryan right now for any team looking for a quarterback.
Who would you rather have, Matt Ryan or Matt Stafford?
I mean, I'd rather have a pick and draft a quarterback, but Matt Stafford.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. If I'm the let's see.
Come on, you don't mean that. You want Matt Ryan.
No, I do mean that. If I'm the Washington football team, you put Matt Stafford on that team, and that is a very good football team. You put Matt Stafford on a number of teams. I think if you put, I mean, he's good. Even if you put Matt Stafford on the Giants, that team wins 8 games. Like, he's really good. I think people. I mean, Matt Ryan won an MVP, but to me, at this point in both of their careers, you can have a discussion all you want about their careers in general. At this point, though, I'd just much rather have Matt Stafford. He's just the better quarterback right now. Simply put, Matt Ryan had an awful year, and Jason makes a good point. You know, his contract is awful. Like, why are you trading for that contract? With Matt Ryan's contract? There's no reason. Again, why not just draft a quarterback?
Well, of course, yeah, sure, but I would put Matt Ryan ahead of Matt Stafford in terms of options.
Speaking of Matt Ryan, he's going to have the chance to throw an 80-yard Hail Mary.
That's right.
Actually, more than about 80 yards.
Who can he do wrong? Do it, Matt.
He's not going to be able to reach.
For the tie, not even close.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. It'd be 80 yards.
89 throw power. Come on.
HJD, Cam going back to his old coach in Washington. That's an interesting one. Perhaps. I could see it, couldn't you?
I can see a lot of things. The possibilities are endless. Matt Ryan went 21 of 33 in the sim, 226, 2 touchdowns. Breeze, 19 of 24, 212 and a touchdown. It's a big day for the running back, Alvin Kamara. 168 on the ground, 2 touchdowns. Gurley, 12 for 67. Ryan, 2 carries for 6 yards. And Latavius Murray, we just saw him moments ago. 1 carry for -1 yard. We'll go to the receivers. Ridley, 5 for 41 and a touchdown. Julio Jones, 5 for 62 and a touchdown. Thomas, 4 for 75. Smith, 4 for 48. Hurst, 4 for 35. Gage, 4 for 45. Sanders, 4 for 44 and a touchdown. Cook, 3 for 26. Kamara, 3 for 14. Gurley, 2 for 16. Zacchaeus had a catch, 1 for 27. And Murray, 1 for 5. What do you got for a player of the game, Deucey?
Oh, it's got to be Alvin Kamara. I'm not getting cute here. He hit the bonus, 14 receiving yards as well. Finds the end zone twice. He is definitely my player of the game.
All right. How about the Not My Kid Award?
This is a tough one. I really don't know who to go with, but I think I'll go with Hayden Hurst. He was very highly owned here, or fairly highly owned, I should say, 33%, 4 catches, 35 yards. Nothing really special with Hayden Hurst. And it's hard for me to really look elsewhere and find a guy that was super, super disappointing. Like Traquan Smith even had a little bit of a better day. Zacchaeus, no one really, I mean, he was so low owned and he was so cheap. You know what? Actually, maybe Drew Brees. I think I'll say Drew Brees. I think that, we were looking for a big time scoring performance from both offenses. The New Orleans Saints put up 27 points and Drew Brees just has 12 DKFP. I think that is a disappointment, and 46% of people had Drew Brees in their lineups and are now ruining the day that they put Drew Brees in their lineup.
All right. Shout out to Congo Cab, who came in 3rd place in our free roll. Derek from Ops came in 7th. Tony Pagano, came in 8th. Stephen Foster, 10th place. Lindenbaum in 11th place. Pittsburgh Pittner won the contest with Kamara and the captain. Jones, Thomas, Ridley, Sanders, and Younghoe Koo in the flex.
Younghoe Koo, man. What a guy.
What a guy. Delivered for the winning lineup. And in the $500 free, an 11-way tie for first place. And the build was Kamara captained, Ridley Jones, Ryan, Russell Gage, and Will Lutz, who had 12 points in the Fox. All right, buddy. That was good. I think you and I have a better understanding of each other.
I think so.
There's always a way to improve, get better. And I thought we broke through some barriers here today.
Definitely did. I think that we had a good bonding experience here.
Yeah. When are you on next?
When am I on next? I have Leaderboard Live tomorrow. And then I have Leaderboard Live on Sunday, and I'm on the Sweat Sunday. So I'm going to be big part of our big playoff weekend here at DraftKings. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Loud and clear.
Did I break up there?
Nope, you
Cool.
didn't.
Excellent. Saturday and Sunday.
Attaboy. Cool. All right, guys.
See you guys then.
Thank you so much to the Twitch fam, the DK Sim fam on YouTube. I will be back at 4 p.m. Eastern with Jeff Ulrich, the Moose. We'll have Broncos at the Niners to wrap up the early classic $500 free contest. Of course, we've got paid options, and then we've also got a free roll in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Thank you to our great ops team, Kyle and Frangelico. And then Bry Guy on the ones and twos, producer Drew. We're all back except Deucey at 4 o'clock. Kenny, pleasure. It was a good time.
Pleasure's all mine. Take care.
All right. Take that jacket off and go relax.
All right.
Okay. Have some caffeine.
See ya.
All right. We're done. See you at 4. All righty. Hello, everybody. The Kenny Ducey fix is over. And now we move on to Moose, the Moose experience. Brendan Glasheen and Jeff Ulrich. I'm just kidding. It was a great time with Kenny Ducey. But
it's always a great time with Kenny, Brendan. It's always fantastic. You always learn something new. You know, who the good tennis players are, who the teams you don't want to bet are. You just fade Kenny. That's how. But
he's just fantastic. He really is. And I mean that sincerely. So we've got the Broncos and Raheem Mostert's 49ers. Mostert, yeah. I think the last time I did a San Francisco sim hasn't been great lately. 38 yards last sim against the Chargers, only 60 yards last time against the Cardinals, 19 yards against the Rams. Like, what's up with this guy? What's going on?
What's going on? I mean, maybe it's just like a little playoff envy. You know, the 49ers aren't in. Who knows, man? I mean, I think it's a pretty good bounce back spot for him. Denver's not really a great team. And look, you look at this game. I mean, who else are you going to captain? I mean, outside of Mostert, your options are pretty much like one of the QBs here, maybe Courtland Sutton. But I mean, the wide receiver ones in this game is just, I mean, because Sutton hasn't had more than 15 points in like 10 games. So, man, talk about like I don't know where else you go. I would probably just eat the Mostert chalk here because we have so few options. I guess Kittle is probably the other option, but like a lot of receivers in this game, I mean, his upside comes and then it goes for a long time. He had 35 points about 2 games ago, but before that, it was pretty dicey. So I would say probably Kittle or Mostert. Maybe with Mostert's bad play, you get more Kittle ownership. But I don't know, man. I just go with our boy Raheem to the stream. So
I agree. I put him in the captain spot. Lineups lock any minute, and I don't have confidence in either quarterback. I just don't. So I normally don't do that. Normally, I like to play both.
I have less confidence in these quarterbacks than I do in Kenny's picks. So I mean that.
Load up on the weaponry, folks. That's my suggestion. That's my 2 cents for today. So that's what I'm going with. Fry Guy, why'd you say ouch? Oh, talking about Kenny. Got it. Okay. All right. Well, Barry's here hanging out. We've got Bills fan, El Paso #1.
What's up, guys? This is like old times. I mean, I'm seeing everybody, you know, on a daily basis here, 2 days in a row. Everyone's having a good day. Hope everyone's having a blessed Friday.
That's right. We're going to try and have a good time here. Jeff's here for the next 2. He'll be with Rossi for the 6 p.m. sim.
Oh, man. God, Rossi.
When's the last time you worked with Rossi?
A couple weeks. I think him and I did the first one after New Year's. I can't remember. I think that was him. He'll probably get mad at me now for not remembering, but I think it was the first one after New Year's we did. The first sim of 2021. Pretty sure that was him. God.
Well, in that case, it only would have been 1 week ago, not several.
Yeah, it was only 1 week. Again, I'm not good with time, Brendan, just like biology.
Feels like we never left.
We didn't. Why are you dressed so fancy? What's with the turtleneck, Mr. Turtle?
Well, we were in Sim New Orleans and a little Sim after party last hour, and you have a good time at the party. No time to change, man. You know,
is that how you dress at your parties? You wear turtlenecks and suit jackets? What kind of parties are you going to? Are you into the literature, Brendan, or
at home in the apartment? Yeah, it's gotta get up for something. Trying to find energy in the home.
Glash looks like he's going to like a first edition Ernest Hemingway reading or something like that right now. I mean,
Kicking Club, Moose calls are strictly a Madden After Dark procedure.
Yeah, thanks for informing them. The veterans know. Ooh, that was almost a pick.
Right. Kicking Club's been around for a bit. Tom Cruise, what's up? So I must forgive you because I thought I was working with Ducey for a second time today, and I called the free roll Glash and Ducey Part 2. But as it turns out, Ducey is not here. So it's Glash and Moose, 148 entries in the free roll. And down goes Drew Lock. Third and forever. If we get another sim where it's
Oh my God.
galore, that was atrocious last time.
Yeah, we're on a bad streak of sims, in case people were wondering. I mean, the sim does not want us to stay together, apparently. There's legitimately like 30 sacks in the 2 games we did last game. They were all like 10 yards each. So Drew Lock not off to a good start here.
3rd and 14. He fires right side and complete.
It was a good effort, at least. At least he didn't get sacked. So
Mr. Ford chiming in. Do injuries happen in these sims? They can, but we've never experienced it. They're not turned off in terms of the settings we use.
yeah, I know what we talked to Billy about this. Billy's theory is that there's certain situations where players might like sit out a quarter or something, but we've never seen a guy like get injured on the field and like not come back or something, or be ruled out. So Billy thinks that there might be like sometimes like guys will like sit out a couple series, but I don't know. The sim doesn't really tell you if that's happening, so I think he's just speculating. I don't really know, but like Lash said, we've never really seen it happen.
Yep. There's Mostert just trying to churn out the yards, a gain of 2. It's all Madden difficulty, arcade game style, exhibition event type, even teams off, 8-minute quarters. And that's what you need to know. Raheem Mostert, 40% in the captain spot, 80% in the flex.
There you go.
Here's Jimmy G on 2nd and 8, complete to Kendrick Bourne. Gain of 8 yards. So Bourne is the wide receiver 2, and Pettis is the wide out 3. Yes, Nathan, that is correct. Play style does matter. It does matter. And a lot of people that do play in these sims and watch these sims do play Madden. So we love that our audience is very versatile. There's a first down on 3rd and inches. It's Mostert. Raheem, 2 carries, 11 yards. Good start for the Cat. Evans. Now, if you believe such a thing, Evans, you have a dark mind. And that's a choice. And you're allowed to have that choice. But I would like to believe the opposite of what you think. Jimmy G to George Kittle. Yeah, I went all skill guys, man. I'll reveal my lineup. I'll reveal the winning strategy. You didn't ask, but I'll get there for you. I know you got a tie for first last night. So, my lineup, Mostert's in the captain. I've got Sutton, Debo, Kittle, Pettis, and Brandon McManus.
McManus.
Brandon McManus.
There you go. Mostert action, 3 carries, 15 yards. Is it off to a good start? What did I do? I can't even remember what I did. Here we go.
Think of the amount of sims we've done where we were just waiting for the moment to see Raheem Mostert get a chance. And now it's like, oh yeah, it's another handoff to Mostert.
There it is again.
It's amazing. It really is. Tevin Coleman was, if you've been here from the beginning, Tevin Coleman was no doubt a top 5, maybe the number 1. I'm not just talking running backs. I'm talking like fantasy.
When I was young, Brendan, Tevin Coleman used to run for 70 miles every game. Wow, Mostert 40% owned in the captain spot in the pre-showdown. So
yeah,
everybody all in on Most. How can you not be? He's the stream. He is the stream, even though he hates fantasy players apparently.
Mm-hmm. He also does not choose to respond to any messages I've sent him. Nothing lately. I sent him 2.
Nothing lately.
Nothing lately at all. I hit him up right when the eyebrow shave happened, which he did view, by the way. It says in my Periscope archive, Raheem Mostert viewed the eyebrow shave. So that's what probably scared him away. Because he's verified on it and everything. It's kind of cool. But he did not respond to a tweet, DM, and did not respond to an Instagram DM.
You got to check the court record. Maybe you got a restraining order against you.
That would not shock me. Erwin says, pizza deal if Tevin touches the ball.
The pizza deals. I missed the pizza deals. Those were fun. Sweating the pizza deals. Fortunately, we probably bankrupted Lash.
Yeah, those were a good time.
Those were fun.
I think they went like couple months, middle of the summer. Then it stopped. Someone kind of ruined it. I got 2 people reaching out as the same person. Oh, this is my address. I want the pizza from here. I'm like, no, I can't do it. No, because now too many fake accounts popping up. Jingle balls. Ducey is done for the day. He's having his caffeine pills.
I think that's just what he has as his meal, caffeine pills.
Philip Lindsay in the passing game, 2nd and 2.
What normal people take, like vitamins, eat fruit. Kenny he's got a big bowl on the table of caffeine pills. You know, okay, honey, I'm off. Gonna go yell at the computer for 8 hours.
You want to split this pill with me? Too wide to the left side. Play action lock from the 36. He delivers incomplete.
I like Kenny though. We bug him but I genuinely find him amusing. He for someone like he's not old, right? For someone his age, he's got very just like
we're the same age.
That opinionated views. Like most people that are, they're a little bit older when they're like that. Like Kenny's very much like a 40-year-old, whatever he is, like 27-year-old.
Yeah. Look. Here's what you all got to know. All right. When we call these sims, we can see each other on the Zoom call. Of course, we come up live on camera in between quarters. Last sim, I had a great time. Kenny was so even-keeled. He knew I was busting his chops, and he rolled along with it. We had a great time. If I knew and thought this is not going well, he actually might explode regardless. It was a good time, man. He's a good time. Lock complete to Noah Fant. Teddy B says he doesn't share his pills, let's be honest. Oh, God. I have spoken. Glash, I'm still here. It's the real Sir Blador. Thanks, still. That's who the Sir Blador impersonator ruined the Pizza Boys. Not Sir Blador himself. I know, everybody. I might have confused you. I named the free roll Glash and Ducey Part 2. I read the schedule wrong. Oh, this is breaking news from Adam Schefter.
Ooh, break it.
Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh isn't going to the NFL or anywhere at all. He's agreed to a contract extension with Michigan.
I mean, that's not thrilling news, but it's also, it's interesting. It's not shocking either.
Well, if Harbaugh was going to like the Jets or something, that'd be kind of cool to talk about. I'm happy to talk about it with you.
At the very least, you kind of like that news because now, his name's not going to be like one of those speculation plays where it's like, oh yeah, maybe Jim Harbaugh's going to leave. I mean,
right. Just buries the hatchet. Right. Exactly. Sutton's got 2 catches. Thank you all for joining the free roll. 148 entries. Wolverine 8385 is in first place. Teddy P says old news. Sorry, pal. Schefter just put it on Twitter 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's not
2
really
minutes
old.
It's not wrong. Sutton on the catch, number 3 of Drew Lock's 5 completions. 50 yards already for Sutton.
Yeah, so Sutton is gaining some yards. And Drew Lock's not playing too poorly. He's hitting these little 10-yard outs on very consistent basis. That was more like a 20-yard out. So we'll see here. Drew Lock, Courtland Sutton might be the play. Ooh, he's got a dude. Why'd you wait? Had him. I'm not sure who that was. I think it might have been Hamler. Well, they're going to get lucky at pass interference anyways. DPI.
Bills fan wants them to run the football. Is that Lindsay or Gordon? It's Lindsay. Swan dive. Touchdown. Philip Lindsay. The crowd goes wild. RB2. 3rd down back. Philip Lindsay. 30% in the flex. And Brandon McManus adds the extra point. Pride Guy says, congrats to Ohio State on the Harbaugh news. Phil says, worst breaking news ever. Harbaugh needs to go, as I am a diehard Michigan fan. You ruined my day. Chef Mandan, Bills fan, captained Philip Lindsay. Oh, it's fair. Bad Boys of Pot. Why no Melvin Gordon? I suppose Melvin Gordon matters too. Vince now chimes in. Kenny is a jerk. Solution, put him on the ops team. The solution would be to put him on the ops team. That way he can keep a job and we don't have to see or hear him. Well, Vince and Kenny, you don't have to like him. But just think of it this way, Vince. If he leaves, how are you're going to miss coming in here hating on him. Right? I mean,
it's great. Look, polarizing people sometimes are the most entertaining, so.
It's true.
Ooh, there's a nice little bullet across the middle.
And entertaining does not mean you have to be liked.
No, it's Debo.
That's Debo Samuel. Nice grab.
Debo was looking good this year, like in real life, before he got injured. That's a guy you're going to want on your fantasy radar next year, in my opinion. Debo Samuel. I think he could be taking a step up in production next year. He's got to stay healthy, but he does.
You know, if he doesn't, we'll put him on the ops team. Debo, you better perform. All right. Right now, Locke is 5 of 8, 70 yards. Jimmy G, 3 for 5, 33 yards. We have Joe and Jared updating scores. I thought Frangelico and Kyle were coming back, but guess not. They bailed on us, just like Ducey did. It's all right. Coke Money, MUNNY, is in first place in the $500 free roll. They're all free. Sutton and the captain, Locke, Lindsay, Fant, and both defenses. This is the $500 free showdown. 13,714 entries. Sutton, the leading receiver, 3 for 51, and Philip Lindsay has the touchdown.
Okay. All right. Good start for Sutton.
Big time.
Good time start for Sutton.
5% captained Sutton.
Cortland Sutton due back from a ACL injury next year. Hopefully he makes it back good. Good player I'd like to see more of.
Hey, do you think Drew Lock is the answer in Denver?
Nope.
So you think they should draft a quarterback?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I should have drafted one this year. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing that, like, what does Drew Lock do well? You know, like he doesn't bring like an element of like a mobile element that makes him dynamic in the rushing game. His accuracy has never been good. He turns the ball over too much.
Yeah.
Like what? Like he's not taking a progression year to year. Somebody, I don't know, man. Like maybe he doesn't have the raw physical talent of like a Josh Allen, where at least you can bet on that. Where if he does make an improvement like Allen did, you know, you can get a big jump. Maybe. I mean, look, he's still young, but I mean, just nothing that he's done. I mean, screams here like, oh yeah, we got to go all in on this guy and we're set. But I mean, look, the Broncos John Elway has proven that he's not a good evaluator of talent. I mean, dude gave Brock Osweiler like, you know, the keys to the car. Anyways, and he's busted with, you know, Paxton Lynch. Might even been another Broncos QB he chose. It was terrible, but yeah, he has not been good in that regard.
Yeah, a little overrated in my opinion. In terms of what they've done. You could make a case too. It sounds like the reporting last weekend out of San Francisco that the Niners will move on from Jimmy Garoppolo. So we have two teams here on display in Simland.
Yeah.
That are looking for a quarterback this spring, winter and spring.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot for San Francisco. I can see both sides of that argument. When you went to the Super Bowl with Garoppolo, I don't personally think Garoppolo is quite as bad as the media thinks he is, like the mainstream is making him out to be. Yeah, everyone just say he's still got a quick release. there's more raw talent there with Garoppolo, but the problem is now he's like dealing with injuries 2 years in a row. He's getting up there in age too. He's not super young. Like at least Locke has youth on his side. Garoppolo doesn't really have that anymore. So now you got like an injured guy who's getting up there in age. I still think Garoppolo could be really good if he can get to a season healthy, but like why bank on it? You got a good team and good core in San Francisco. Hey, you might as well go with a cheaper quarterback or something like that.
Locke in the sim, 6 of 9, 79 yards. Bry Guy in the 1s and 2s has pointed out and noticed that I'm wearing 2 watches. Yep, I have my Apple Watch on. I kind of feel like the dude in Spy Kids, but I wanted to wear a watch that matched my jacket and then the fitness watch. And producer Drew says so he knows what time it is in London or Edmonton. Yeah, Earl Sparks, so that's a good theory. Bill Belichick goes out and gets his old buddy, Jimmy G.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. Absolutely. I mean, in a way, it would be a good situation for both parties. Belichick likes people he knows. And historically, that's who's worked the best in his offenses, too, is quarterbacks with a lot of experience, even like the backups, like going, bringing in Matt Castle just for a year, was backup all of a sudden. The dude just knew the system, and he wasn't bad. And then Garoppolo would be in a similar situation. So it wasn't bad at the time. He's not really a good quarterback, but yeah, I think Garoppolo, he's going to turn it around. It could be in New England. I mean, it'd be a good spot for it. So that'd be an interesting play if it happened.
Scene Star asks, can you change the channel on your TV with that clash? No. I wish, though. Kind of cool. Bad Boys and Pop. One watches Eastern time, and one is whatever time zone Cam Newton is in. Oh, my God. Another incompletion, and another 4th and long. We had a good sim last time. We, of course, dived into numerous topics. Kind of got off track a little bit, but it was actually a pretty good sim last time. Huh? 27-20 was the final score. So smash that like button, guys. We have about 550 of you watching on YouTube. Hit subscribe as well if you haven't already. Where are we at on the subscriptions on YouTube? 120,000. Love it. Hit subscribe if you haven't yet. Here's Garoppolo midway through the second, just gets rid of it, incomplete. On Twitch, we have Richie, Germ, Wes. I'm not down, Wes. I'm feeling great. Prince of Darkness. Yes, I did enjoy it, Prince. I really did. Retease, did you know? Care Bear, tag is it. Kittle. Gain of 8. Earl Johnson says San Francisco has been a run-heavy offense. A quarterback like Cam Newton might be a good fit. All the wide receivers on San Fran are good as well. You never know. So maybe if Newton just gets a new core of skill players, maybe he'll get a chance. I'll put it to you this way, guys. I think if Cam Newton's going to start again in this league, he's going to have to go and compete with like someone pretty legit, meaning not Jarrett Stidham and Brian Hoyer. Like someone who you could argue is on the same level as him or above him, or a high draft pick in this year's draft. And he's got to really compete, and he might not get it. I don't know. But he's going to have to really earn it in, hopefully they get a real training camp and real preseason. Because I'm not sure Cam Newton's going to get a starting job next year. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unless the Bears decide to move on and get stuck, or I don't even know. I think Cam's path to starting.
I like San Francisco, though. I kind of like that, to be honest.
It could be, I guess. I don't know if Cam is necessarily what Kyle Shanahan wants. He's more of a timing kind of offense. I think some kind of accuracy passer, if I had to guess. But I could be wrong about that too. He might be interested in like a run first kind of guy. But I think Cam's path to starting next year would be if injuries happen. Similar to kind of this year, probably just be sitting around in free agency looking for a spot.
Look, here's the deal. As Jeff just mentioned, ask yourself this question. If you're imagine being an offensive coordinator, one of the 32 in the NFL, and you watched Cam Newton this year. Just think about, if you're Kyle Shanahan, what you've done to earn your way in this league, create a playbook, be multiple, like you said, tempo, that works, but also other capabilities as a quarterback that need to work in certain offenses. Is that a guy you want? And he's limited. He's limited in that capacity. It stinks to say that because I was rooting for the guy. And I think he's a great worker, great teammate, the whole thing. I'll tell a quick story. Sorry, I'm doing this now. I had to go pick up my car today from the garage. My younger brother picked me up. My younger brother looks at me and says, remember when we were in high school and we were seniors? We were good baseball players, but not that good. Like, we were the good morale guys. We were the good teammates. And he's like, we didn't play at all. Like, we didn't get it. Like, we were the good morale guys. We were the leaders in the locker room. We told the jokes, kept everyone upbeat, good moods. Yeah, we didn't play because we stunk. We stunk. That's how it works. It's great. Happy's a good teammate. It's all good stuff. He didn't play that well. I'm done. Jared says, Cam is a great quarterback except for throwing the ball. I wish him nothing but the best. Not the bust.
The bust. Oh, no. Subconscious. I don't know. Where would Cam play next year? Let's think of a spot. Where do you think he could go? Actually, do you know what? Do you want to know something? Denver isn't like the craziest idea. Like, Drew Lock is not good. Denver could just be like, he's so bad. Maybe sign Cam as like an insurance policy. I could see that. What about
Chicago? Maybe.
Chicago's a maybe. Indianapolis is actually a maybe. Rivers could retire. I don't think it. Oh, wow.
And Jerry Jeudy just short of the end zone. Timeout.
Double J. Jerry Jeudy. Let's see. NFC North. No, not NFC North. He's not going anywhere there. AFC or NFC East. Maybe the Eagles for bring him in to back up Hurts or something. That doesn't seem likely. I guess it could happen, but Eagles maybe a long shot. Giants probably not. Well, the Giants could be fed up.
Melvin Gordon touchdown.
What?
No, Fantasy Hawk just said, because I was talking about my lack of skill on the diamond, says Glash's salary is $2,500 in Classic.
Down there with
right,
the
so
price
Chicago,
tight ends.
Indy, San Francisco. I don't know, man. 200 in showdown.
Maybe Detroit. It's like a bridge quarterback to get rid of Stafford. Matthew Stafford's another guy who could end up with the Patriots.
Yeah.
I can't see Matthew Stafford coming back to the Lions. My God, does anyone? That guy just deserves better at this point. Just get him out of there.
Hear me out. What if Cam Newton is your Taysom Hill to a lesser degree? He's not as athletic. He's older. But you bring him out on 3rd and 2.
Dude, he's a fantastic red zone player. Absolutely. It's a good idea.
Yeah, bring him out in the red zone, too. I mean,
really good idea.
Not a backup, but like a gadget dude.
Yeah. Yeah. But, I mean, the Colts did that a little bit with Brissett this year. He was their 1-yard line guy. It's a smart thing to do. It's just smart. I mean, the quarterback sneak at the 1-yard line it's not automatic, but it's like the highest percentage play, right? It's almost automatic, it feels like, if you do it right. It was automatic with Tom Brady. Cam Newton's better at that than Tom Brady. You need to have something like that. The Colts did it with Brissett. The Saints did it with Hill. They're both playoff teams. Yeah, I agree. I don't say this lightly, Brendan. It's a damn good point, friend. Damn good point.
Thank you, Moose.
Someone should definitely, and that's where Cam has value, right? So.
Let's see. Derwin on Twitch says Cam to Miami as a backup.
Yeah, you could use him in a similar way. He could be a backup, and he could come in as the short yardage dude, right? 2 is small. I mean, you don't want him going face first into the line. So
Jordan Lindenbaum, Melvin Gordon scored the second touchdown. I see Is Wank on Twitch asking, how does this work? What rosters are they using? And why is Sutton playing? So, you want to Google Madden Streams info page. You'll find our schedule on DraftKings and how we put together the rosters and guys that were hurt early on in the season that are active, such as a Tyrell Williams or a man here like Cortland Sutton. Madden Streams info page, and then you want to go to the contest center on DraftKings.com, make a lineup, and use that as a guide. Feeble says Sutton and Judy both have 68 yards. How often does that happen? I couldn't tell you. What did Phil say? Cam Newton is the Jeffree Star of the NFL. Fantasy Hawk. This is a good idea. Send Cam Newton to the Chiefs so Mahomes will never attempt a QB sneak again. Right? You want to protect your star? I mean, this sounds mean, but protect Patrick Mahomes at all costs. Cam Newton, you go do it. Kind of sad to think that way, but it's not a bad idea. Sarah, telephone. Her phone's going off.
You're like Fred Flintstone. Wilma.
She told me to shut up. I just checked my Apple Watch. Oh, she's in a meeting, I think. Oops. Silly Brendan. All right. Travis says, should have picked the Denver defense. The Niners are horrible today. Drew Lock, 11 of 16. Good half for Lock in terms of passing yards, 161. It's on pace for the bonus. Oops. Garoppolo, 10 of 13, 98 yards. Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay have the touchdowns. So if you stacked the Denver running backs, you like to see it. But Gordon and Lindsay have a combined total of 13 rushing yards, and Raheem Mostert, 9 for 21.
Yeah, pretty weak game for Mostert. Sutton, about 30 yards away from the bonus. He's having a decent game. You know, Mostert does have 3 catches, so it's not terrible. Kittle, 3 for 40. Is this going to be like the next shutout game? Who got shut out last night? Who was the Colts, right?
The Colts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brutal. And then
the
Raiders. The Raiders probably should have got shut out in the game before that. They were certainly playing poor enough too. So, yeah, we're on track for like our second straight shutout. Great.
Yeah. Why do we keep getting these bad games?
I don't know, man. I mean, like the universe is working against us. We're just the 2 unluckiest dudes in the world. It is weird. A little poor game run we're on here. Let's see some fireworks, man. Let's see some action.
Seriously. We'll be
Seriously,
down.
bro. Seriously.
Sparks J 5940 is in first place in our free roll. He's got Judy in the captain spot. Sutton, Mostert, Lindsay, Bourne, and Gordon in the flex. Interesting build there. He's in the $500 free showdown contest. A 2-way tie for first. Broncos defense captained Lock, Mostert, Sutton, Lindsay, and Judy. And reminder, we also are wrapping up the $500 free early contest. Cowboys 0921 in first with the Broncos defense still to go and Raheem Mostert leading by about 2 points. Eric Winalda says, Glash, for some reason, you look like one of the Baldwin brothers today. It's a compliment. Carry on. Thank you, Eric.
That is a great call on the Baldwin brothers. And I was trying to figure out, like, I'm like, who wears those jackets and who looks like it's Stephen Baldwin. Legitimately, you look exactly like Stephen Baldwin today. I'm gonna Google the pic here. I know there's a picture of Stephen Baldwin in a turtleneck somewhere out there.
Sorry, 5L715. I called you evil. I just pronounced your name wrong. Sorry, man. You know, spelling and grammar. Producer Drew says, at least it's not a tan suit. Yeah. Winalda and I, we talked about that. Got that straightened out. Mostert, come on, buddy.
I will say this. Stephen Baldwin doesn't look so good these days. Like, you look like a young Stephen Baldwin.
I have an idea. Guys, let's get to work on that like button. Sometimes it doesn't work every time. Smash the like button. Let's get to 400 likes, and we'll give these two teams the sim energy they need. How about Pettis? Nice move to the Denver 47, 1 minute into the third. San Francisco down 14, 2 for 21 for Pettis, the wideout 3. Let's go. Smash the like. Come on. Good vibes. Friday, Glash and Moose. It's a new year. Feeling good. Bugging Sarah while she's working, while I work.
Here we go.
Let's go.
William Baldwin.
For the Baldwins.
William Baldwin. That's who you are. Here, I put it in the Slack. There.
Oh, okay. I loved how your Slack photo is Moose Air.
Well, I mean, yeah, I gotta advertise the company. I mean, you know, I'm trying to get all the DraftKings business, so.
Jingle Ball says, I smashed the like, now pay me.
I smashed the like. Where's my touchdown?
Thank you guys for your passion. And down goes Jimmy. Jackson on the sack. You have the Denver defense. You like to see it. As Rich One Beats says, I'm 13th in Glash's contest. Nice. Let's check out that leaderboard. Shout some of you guys out. Okay, so we have a 3-way tie for first. Crooked Tooth is in 6th. Derwin over on Twitch is in 9th. Fievel is in 12th. Captain Blood tied with him. Captain Blood. Not Captain Jack Sparrow.
This is the tale of Captain Jack Sparrow.
Oh, also, just because I refreshed my Twitter machine, the Niners are going to punt. Good old friend of ours, Shirag Hira, and Benjamin Zwyman of DK Nation. They are coming up right when this sim is over. They are going to give you NBA advice for tonight's slate. You can choose to listen. You can choose not to listen. But please, stick around. Bug them. Ask them questions. Tell them their takes are bad. Tell them their takes are good. Stick around right after the sim. No breaks, no nothing. They're going to pop right in when we're done. NBA pre-lock. There's the windup and the pitch.
Zwyman and Chirag, the deep state Madden people will know, will recognize, the hardy, grizzled veterans of Madden Sims. Recognize Chirag and Ben Zwyman, all done them. So both good basketball guys, big into basketball. So you're getting good advice, not like from when I talk fantasy sports.
Right.
Not just giving insane takes. Chirag and Ben are actually smart, and they give good basketball takes. So you want to stick around for that.
So yeah, they'll be doing that, and you can drop your questions in the chat about your lineup, and we'll still have the sim at 6 p.m. It's just in between sims, so don't think you're missing it.
It's actually a really good idea. In between sims, you get basketball lineup advice. That's after this sim, right, Glash?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
There you go.
So approximately 5 p.m. right when we're done. Right when this is over, they're coming in.
Because I see some people with some basketball takes. They're like, oh yeah, basketball's better. You know, it's good. Stack the Celtics later. People are saying. I don't know, because I got golf going on. I got NHL coming up, and I got NFL. So I can't follow basketball right now. If I started to follow another sport, I would like legitimately just melt because I can barely keep up with what's going on right now. So you ask Shirag and Ben about all the basketball stuff. They got you covered.
Lawrence Hendrick says they don't know what they're talking about. That's fine. You can feel that way. But just show up during the show and tell them that. Because that's engagement.
Or
Your
just
message
listen.
will filter to them if you come. They might read it.
How do you know they don't know what they're talking about? They haven't spoken yet.
It's okay. It's fine. They can feel that way. It's their opinion.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know,
They're wrong, but
don't say it now. Say it at 5 when they're here. That is Lindsay in the flat. 4th and forever. Not a great play call. Not great. We're almost at 400 likes. Come on. We talked about smashing the like button and we got like 10. Hey. Hey.
hey,
That wasn't nice.
uh-oh, Glash is getting in trouble.
Your phone was going off. I was just trying to help you. Sometimes people in this world are just ungrateful that I'm in their presence.
At least we know Glash will be sleeping on the couch tonight. Anyways.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Josh Gonzalez, I feel that. Need Mr. McManus to deliver. Here's a handoff to Mostert. And okay, gain of 8. I'll take it.
We'll take anything at this point.
Paul Thomas, what's up? How you doing? Good to see you. Yogi dead. I'm glad you are laughing. Oh, Lawrence now clarifies and says, because I used their advice and lost. Fair enough.
You can't all be winners.
So now, Lawrence, you want to come back and just do the opposite. Brad, no pain here. No pain. Jared now says, Jeff, maybe people don't know how to smash the like button. This guy.
This guy. Huh?
This guy.
Broncos DST is in first right now. 3 sacks, 0 points allowed. The first, I mean the captain spot. Ooh, I might have just jinxed
Jimmy.
I jinxed him? 3 guys back there. Garoppolo saying, YOLO, I'm going to the Patriots next year anyways. Incomplete. 3rd and 3.
Lucci Rivera says, LOL, it seems like his girl hates him. Yeah, it makes total sense, man. You heard her say like 7 words. You've got a good gauge on the situation. But actually, you might be right. 3rd and 3. Kittle, way to squirm through the big guy, the Kittler.
Making copies. Getting first downs. George.
We might get one more play here. Okay. From their own 42. Garoppolo. Connects. First down. Nice ball, Jimmy. Kendrick Bourne. And we've reached the end of the 3rd. Yeah, the first place lineup in the $500 early classic has Broncos D. And Sparks J 5940 and our free roll is in first place. Oh, wait a second. Dropped to 4th. Back to a 3-way tie for 1st. And then, like you said, now Paul West is in first place in the $500 free with Philip Lindsay in the captain. Sarah now chimes in the chat and says, you guys try being a wall away from a screaming broadcaster while also working / having meetings.
Uh-oh. Chat's getting a lashing now. Get him, Sarah. Tell him.
Lucci Rivera, I know you're messing around, buddy.
We know. We get it.
I got it, man. I'm doing it back.
Lindsay and Melvo Gordo both have touchdowns here, so we got a double Broncos. Oh no, leading lineup has Lindsay in the captain spot now in the free showdown. So Mostert, Sutton, Kittle, Judy, no quarterbacks. Isn't shocking considering how bad the quarterback play has been. So the winning lineup has Lindsey, Mostert, Sutton, Kittle, Judy, and the Broncos. Wow. That is some. We're going to get our second shutout in a row. It kind of feels like that.
Smitty says, Glash looking like Ron Burgundy. About to break out some jazz flute today.
Yeah, definitely the Ron Burgundy look. That is a...
It's a flute. That's not how a flute sounds.
The jazz flute.
Oh, boy. Wow. Another shutout in the mix here. It's not great.
2 tickets to the gun show.
All right, guys. One more quarter to go. Everyone relax. So I'll take a deep breath. Let it out. You have a long way to go. NBA talk later, 3 more Sims. It's going to be a good time. Thank you all for being here. 2nd and 9. That's a first down for San Fran. Robes05 says, Jeff, love the commentary, bro. You the GOAT.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Happy to be here, man. Hope everyone's having a good Friday, for real. You have a stress-free day. Make some money on the Sims, and if not, look, we got like 2-3 game slates tomorrow to play. Ooh, there's a first down to Mostert. It's 31, isn't he? Yeah, he is. 5 receptions for Raheem. Yeah, good games tomorrow, man. I mean,
Sarah says it would be good if Kenny was on during my meeting because then Brendan would be talking less. Benjamin Zwyman, who you will talk to at 5. Hey, Zwyman, will you take NBA questions in the chat right now as a little teaser for when you come on the air? If you can say no, that's okay. I'm not like Kaufman. I won't pressure you into it. Just you can say no. It's fine. But take them. You should. Good for your brand. Less than 6 to play, 4th quarter. Mostert, come on. Let's go. Gain of 4. He's just a little bit of time. Little engine that could, Mostert. Salty needs Kittle. Winalda needs Bourne and Kittle to score a touchdown each to get overtime. You can do that.
I need all my players to score like 3 touchdowns, so I'm kind of out of it.
2nd and 6. They got to get to the 2 for the first. Don't take a sack. All right. We'll work with that. Yeah. Fantasy Hawk says Ben is a hack. Oh, come on. Hawk, he's right there. Fly away next time when you caw that out. 3rd and 6. Jimmy! They better go for it. A field goal doesn't do anything here. Go for it. No gold. Oh, God, Brendan.
I love gold.
4th and 2. They're going to run the ball.
Go!
Get him, Mostert! Give him the first.
Did he get the first? He got it, didn't he? Yeah,
he got it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Taken forever, but...
Oh, boy. Okay. We have some hope. We're getting there. Give it to him again. He's hot. Yeah. Touchdown, Mostert.
There we go. Yeah, where's Meowster, man?
Hey, man. I've got the answers right here in this locker room. Sarah! Come here, please.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go straight to the source. Hi, dear. Can you please explain to Jeff Ulrich, my analyst today, as well as our great DK Sim fan, why there is no cat here yet. Explain why you're choosing to wait. Because this is a choice that you've made, not me. I am a man of my word, so please talk right into the microphone. Don't be as long as Kenny. Now go.
There are two reasons. One of them being that I selfishly want to go play with the cats and like see which one fits. You don't want a boring cat or one that doesn't want to play. You also don't want the crazy one. And then the second one is that our apartment is really small and Brendan doesn't want the cat in our room. So he would essentially be living in a living room. And that's it. So until the cat has like enough room, it doesn't really feel right.
So once you kick Brendan out, you're going to get a cat. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Basically.
Anyone have
The cat,
anyone need a subletter?
the cat won't yell during my meeting.
All right.
Why won't you let the cat in the bedroom?
Oh,
That's
see what
ridiculous.
you did. See what you did. You left it.
Put me on red like that.
Right. She's just giving you the truth. She's just revealing the truth. Come on, man. You got Leafy there. You need Leafy.
Melvin Gordon for first down, 7 yards after contact. 14-7. Hit the like button.
I like her explanation though. You gotta get in there with the cats. You gotta like be a cat and see who you meld with. You can't do that and until we get all vaccinated or whatever.
So I don't want it in the room because it's gonna smell up.
You're
my
scared of
stuff.
cats. You're legitimately scared of cats. It's okay.
I
We
am.
know. It's okay. We're all scared of some things. You're scared of cuddly little fluffy cats. I'm scared of like poisonous, spiders and snakes, like a normal person. But that's cool.
Look, man, cats are just sneaky. They're up to something. Like Mostert. He was up to something this whole sim, and then bam, in the end zone. I'm not fond of them. I don't like them. There are things you guys don't like. Do I bother you about it?
No.
Yeah. Actually, Sarah's explanation made sense. It's like I didn't screen, my roommate, and he obviously is crazy. So I want to make sure I screen my cat this time. She's learning from experience. She doesn't want like another broadcasting cat. The cat just wakes up in the middle of the night and starts announcing like cat sims or something. She's got to do the proper screening. I completely emphasize with her.
Steve Davis, Clash doesn't want a cat because he doesn't want to share Sarah's attention.
Oh, Glash is 100% going to get jealous of the cat. Yeah.
Sarah, I said in quotes, she puts me in quotes and says cats are up to something. The cat would be like, WTF, my owner is a cross-dresser. Damn it. I got nothing. All right, out of the pistol. 2nd and 9. Less than 2 to go. Gordon. Timeout.
Yeah, she just gets to the apartment. It's like, what did I get myself into here, man? God.
Guys, again, coming up, we have Shirag Hira and Benjamin Zwyman, NBA insiders with DraftKings, fantasy insiders, sports betting, all that talk coming your way in just a bit. Hit that like button as this sim winds down. Melvin Gordon, big gain of 15 yards for a first down.
Putting a virtual cap on it, so to speak. One timeout left under the 2-minute warning, though. This is just a pathetic effort by San Francisco. At least they scored points, which is better than the Colts did last night. But realistically, Mostert, the chalk paid off. Everyone else in San Francisco is pretty much pretty useless. Kittle 7 points. I don't even know what Garoppolo's got because he's in none of the top lineups. So
Shout out to Ryan Beresford in the chat. Says, give us truck drivers a shout out for trucking across America, keeping the country going. Ryan, good stuff. I mean, I watched a really sad video of that Amazon driver, or it was a UPS driver. I forget where it was, and they like surprised him with like a serenade and like applauded him for dropping off Christmas gifts. It was so nice.
Oh, you said sad. I thought it was going to end with like the UPS driver getting in a car crash or something. That sounds nice.
No, it was nice. It was. I was sad, like happy sad.
Right. I got what you meant.
Yeah, that was poor choice of words.
Poor choice of words.
All right, first and goal from the 1. We might get another running back score. So if you need Melvin Gordon or Philip Lindsay, it's Lindsay. They're going to take a knee. What a troll job.
Yeah, complete troll job. Although, wait, how much time is left?
1-0.
Sometimes they go for a knee, and then on second down, they'll just go for the touchdown. So I've definitely seen that happen before. Not saying that's what's going to happen, but the suspense, though. These things keep you in suspense. You never know. Looks like another knee. Looks like we're done here, folks. Get your NBA questions ready.
Yep. Start putting them in there if you'd like. Maybe wait a couple minutes. But one last reminder before we wrap up the sim. Please smash the like button. We're almost at 400 likes. Hit subscribe if you haven't. Thank you, Twitch, for following us. Most of you guys already have over there. About 100 of you watching on Twitch. 1.8 thousand followers on Twitch. You'd love to see it. Another knee. I won't get it. Okay. So, and just so you guys know, there is a sim coming up at 6, Patriots-Bengals, but pre-lock will come your way first. We'll go through the stats and then also the winning lineups and our player of the game, not my kid award, all that jazz. And then we'll hand it off to Shirag and Ben. So let's do the deed. Let's go through the numbers here. Drew Lock had like 30 passing yards in the second half. Not many. 15 of 21, 192. Garoppolo, 18 of 24, 166. No tuds, no picks for either.
That is as far as like weak outputs for both QBs in one game, this is definitely near the top of the list. I mean, no passing touchdowns, no rushing touchdowns, no rushing yards. Neither guy over 200 yards. Pathetic.
Mostert scored a touchdown, reached 63 yards. Gordon, 74 yards and a touchdown. Lindsay had a touchdown on 17 total yards. Drew Lock was brought down for negative yardage, -2. And in the receiving game, Mostert had the most receptions, 5 for 38. Kittle, 4 for 43. And Debo, 4 for 34. Fant, 4 for 33. Sutton, 4 for 68. Judy, 3 for 68. Kendrick Bourne had 3 for 30. Pettis, 2 for 21. Lindsay, 2 for 14. Hamilton, 1 for 7. And Jake Butt had a catch, 1 for 2. All right, player of the game. What do you got?
Jake Butt making an appearance. All right. Who do you even pick in a game like this? It's not even a good game for Mostert, but I feel like I'm going to give it to Melvin Gordon just because, he did it on 11 carries. So he's more efficient than Mostert. So let's just see. The winning lineup had Mostert and the captain in the free showdown. These aren't final, by the way, but Sutton, Kittle, Lindsay, Judy, Melvin Gordon. So both Denver running backs had decent games. I'll give it to Melvin Gordon. This was just a ridiculous game, though.
All right. And the Not My Kid award?
I mean, just both quarterbacks. Drew Lock. I'll give it to Garoppolo because I think he was worse, but give it to Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right. Sounds good. We had a solo winner, Bauer Dew, in the $500 free early classic in the DK SimFam Friends League free roll, a 3-way tie for first. Craig, Terry, and CRB all at the top. Derwin from Twitch in 5th. And let's see, who else is up there? Creature from the Glass Lagoon, 9th. Choker, 13th. Rich One Beats, 12th. And then in the $500 free showdown contest, we ended up with a 10-way tie for first. And the winning lineup was Mostert captain, Sutton, Kittle, Lindsay, Judy, and Gordon. All right, guys. And Ryan, that's great stuff. 17 years at UPS. You love to see that. All right, Jeff, you're back at 6 with Jason Rossi. You'll be in Simland. You'll be in Cincinnati for Patriots. and Bengals. See you soon. Everyone will see you soon. Thank you very much to the ops team, Jared, as well as Jared was in here, Joe, and then, of course, producer Drew and Bry Guy on the ones and twos. Stick right here. Don't go anywhere. Stay involved. NBA pre-lock is right now with Sharag Hira and Ben Zwyman. Guys, take it away.
Hey, thank you, Brendan. That was a nice, exciting sim that I just watched the end of. But today's guest joining me, slate breaker Ben Zwyman. How you doing, man?
We're back. I'm doing good, man. How are you doing?
I'm great. This is the dream come true. This is the vision that we had a long time ago, many years ago. We've been wanting to do this kind of no host, hanging out, talking hoops kind of show.
Yeah, many moons ago, we wanted to do this show. I remember doing NHL pre-lock with Janko. That was fun, but yeah, never with hoops. And hoops was always our sort of expertise here. Yeah, this is really exciting. This is a perfect slate to do it, right? 10 games Friday night. We got a lot of injuries, a lot of lineup stuff to go over, and looks like a ton of value. So yeah, let's get into it.
All right. So I'm looking at this slate kind of an interesting thought. So Stephen Curry, he was listed as kind of probable. It was coach speak with Steve Kerr saying that. How does that impact this slate already? It's, with Steph Curry being now listed as questionable, do you have to save the money, or you just kind of fade it because the Clippers might end up blowing out the Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you need to get to Steph tonight because I think there's a lot of other good plays. I mean, we've got a ton of guys priced up at 10K, a lot of good mid-range plays, a lot of good plays in like the 9K range. And I do worry about that game becoming a blowout if Steph is ruled out. So I wouldn't necessarily, wait on that kind of news. I don't think that Steph is going to be the type of play where like he ends up playing and he ends up breaking the slate like he did the other night when he dropped 62 points. So I don't think we need to wait. If anything, if he's out, I think that's where maybe we can pivot onto some plays, some value plays on the dub side, just because I don't really like, I'm not crazy about guys like Wiggins or Kelly Oubre or Draymond. Like none of them have really been playing well, but I think there will be a lot of value in the backcourt if Steph ends up being out. So that's sort of how I would approach it. There's a lot of options though.
So Brad Wanamaker and Damian Lee, 3,300 for Wanamaker, 3,500 for Damian Lee. That makes it so that you don't have to leave a lot in your utility spot. You could spend basically whoever it is and then kind of leave that spot as a West Coast late swap option. And then if it ends up not happening and Curry ends up playing, it doesn't hurt you as much and you're not shuffling around for a bunch of options because you don't have a lot of money to work with.
Right. No, yeah. And I mean, I would assume that Brad Wanamaker ends up starting. I think he's more suited to to run the point than Damian Lee. I would Lee is a better player, right? We saw what Damian Lee did last season when the Dubs were dealing with all those injuries and it was D'Lo and Damian Lee in the backcourt, and Lee actually played pretty well and had some good fantasy nights. So if he gets garbage time, I'd maybe lean Lee over Wanamaker. I think both will end up being pretty okay plays, especially because the ownership is going to be suppressed, right? There's not going to be a ton of lineups outside of the Sharps who are like, okay, I'm going to pivot onto these guys because I know that no one's really waiting for that late news with Steph to be out. So I think if you can kind of save that spot, like you were saying, like utility spot, and maybe if Steph is ruled out, we pivot onto, Damian Lee or Brad Wanamaker, and then we get some leverage in tournaments. And really, they don't need to do much to get there, right? Their prices are really low. The matchup isn't great, but if it ends up being lopsided like we think it will, then, it really wouldn't matter because the Clippers would be playing mostly reserves anyway.
Right, exactly. Who is your top overall play that you need to get into lineups tonight?
I was going to go with your boy Anthony Davis, but then 5 minutes ago, the Lakers were like, oh, both AD and LeBron are going to be questionable tonight. I think if AD ends up playing, he's probably my favorite play. I know that it's tough with them because the Lakers haven't been playing well. But I mean, coming off a loss to the Spurs, the other night. I think the Lakers really need to respond and sort of crush the Bulls. And the Bulls are shorthanded, right? They don't have a ton of guys. Lauri Markkanen's not going to play. Thomas Satoransky's out. They're just really thin, and they're on that West Coast trip, the circus trip, as they usually call it, if things were normal. So yeah, I think Davis is one of the top overall plays I would be considering if he ends up playing. Like, again, it could be a scenario where back-to-back games, the Lakers have to play a couple games over the weekend where, maybe they get LeBron and AD some rest. So yeah, I mean, that maybe turns me off a little bit. If I had to choose another one, Jason Tatum's not a bad play. The Wizards play up in pace. They don't play defense. Russell Westbrook's a little banged up. Bradley Beal just went off. So I think Tatum at 9,200 is a pretty good core play and plus Tristan Thompson, both Williams, Time Lord, and Grant Williams are going to be out tonight. So no real front court depth for the Celtics. So Tatum would be my pivot, I guess, off of AD.
Nice. That's a really good call. What do you feel about Vooch? Aaron Gordon's not playing. Evan Fournier questionable. How do you think that impacts him? Christian Wood is also still questionable for the Rockets. So the Rockets could be a little bit undersized against Vooch, and he's only 9K.
No, yeah, I love the Vooch play. I think he's a great cash game play. I think Tatum is too. I think both of them are just overall, because that Vooch may have the ownership. He may, get up in that 30%, 40% in some tournaments, but that shouldn't really scare you off with Gordon out because he's going to play minutes. Right now, let's see, the line's weird. I actually like the Magic a bit. The Rockets are -6.5 on DK Sportsbook. So if I'm looking at the lines alone, I think that game's going to be a little bit closer, especially if Christian Wood ends up getting ruled out. So if that game's close, Vucevic is going to have to play 30 plus minutes, maybe 35, 36 minutes. He's going to be pretty much the guy, right? Because Markelle Fultz is also out. Yep. So yeah, Vooch is a good play. I think we might see him, sort of get into that triple-double range, which we haven't seen much from him this season, but he's one of the bigs who can get to the triple-double. So I think it might be one of those nights for Vooch.
And he's just that a little bit under that level of expensiveness. He sits under Giannis, under AD. Getting that little bit of savings could be beneficial in this scenario on this slate, because there are a lot of values, but what that also ends up allowing you to do is jam in as much studs as possible. So I was going through kind of a lineup and looking at, Cole Anthony as one of those guys that you're probably going to need in the lineup. He can project to play 30 minutes. Then DeAnthony Melton, he's been really, picking up now that he's back into the rotation, and Tyus Jones doesn't really give you that much upside. Those are two guys that are just value guys that probably can plug in and get going. And then another one I was looking at was David Nwaba. He stepped up with House down. He stepped up with, with Wood being out. So he got a little bit more usage, but those are kind of three value guys that jump off the plate for me. What other values are you looking at?
I think you got to look at the Celtics a little bit, right? With all those front court bodies out. Daniel Tice is really, really cheap. 4,300. He seems like a lock. Especially in cash. I think in tournaments you can obviously look at other places because 10 games there's going to be a lot of variance. But
yep.
Tice might be locked into 30, maybe even 30, 32, 34 minutes tonight, just because the Celtics are so thin. If you look at his props are pretty high. So his rebounding props around 8.5. So yeah, he seems like a guy that can, at least get you close to a double-double, somewhere in the 25 to 30 fantasy points, if I'm sort of projecting out here. And it's a good matchup. The game environment is really good, going up against Washington at home. Yep. I think maybe it could be a blowout, but if that's the case, then you would expect, at least 3/4 of Tice, getting to like 25, 28 minutes, and he's already got you there, right? So I'm not really too concerned about the blowout factor there. And if anything, maybe the Wizards put up a fight just because, they're the Celtics are a little shorthanded. So maybe that game's a little bit more competitive. I think that's a spot we can look for some value tonight. I'm sort of interested to see how some of the injuries go. it's more of a mid-range play. But if De'Aaron Fox is out for the Kings, I think Tyrese Halliburton is definitely going to be a very trendy cash game play if a lot of lineups are going to pivot to him. He played really well in the last game when Fox left early. He had 44.25 fantasy points, 17 points, 6 assists, 7 rebounds, played 34 minutes. I don't know if he ends up starting. I could see Corey Joseph ending up starting for Fox if he is out. Just because
to do that.
No, yeah, just because they want to bring Halliburton off the bench and maybe have a better matchup. I actually like both plays. I think Joseph's not going to have much ownership because everyone will be so enamored about Halliburton. I think both are pretty solid value plays.
Right. That's a good call. I really like that Tice call. And I think that, you have the potential there for him to go and break it and get 40 fantasy points. He has the upside. He's proven it. He can hit 3 ball that, like you mentioned, double upside. So I think he honestly can hit 40 fantasy points for us.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We got some questions from the chat. We got from Twitch, best NBA player props tonight. What are you looking at?
I mean, let's take it.
You don't have any yet?
Fast. I mean,
maybe you came loaded to the show with something nice.
I was really loaded yesterday. I was all over props yesterday. I like Chris Middleton a little bit, 3-point prop. I know one of our DK Nation staff writers, Javon Alford, he was really digging the Middleton over 2.5 3-pointers at +110 on DKSB. I think, the Jazz haven't really been that tight on defense. They looked real. I still can't get over their game against the Nets the other night when they ruled KD out and Kyrie just went off and the Jazz just were flat. So the Jazz coming off 2 straight losses, they have to play the Bucks. It's just not an easy matchup for them. And I like Middleton. I think he's sort of been – Giannis has picked it up lately, but Middleton early on in the season was the guy that was really the go-to scorer, and he's played really well. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind looking at his 3-point prop.
Nice. That's a good call. What do you make of Bradley Beal on the slate? His points prop is 30.5. He's coming off that monster 60-point game. Do you think that Jaylen Brown will be able to shut him down?
Nah. Bradley Beal is pretty matchup proof, in my eyes, at least. Plus, Russell Westbrook, dislocated his finger in the last game. It looks like Russ is going to play. He's not on the injury report, so I'm not so sure how much that will affect him. But, if it does end up nagging him during the game and he kind of ends up not playing as much, and it ends up being a scenario where the Celtics get up, right? Because the spread, what's the spread right now? Spread is only 4.5 points, which actually seems really low to me. I would think the Celtics should be favored by a little bit more at home. I think they're sort of overblowing the fact that, Tristan Thompson and Grant Williams and Robert Williams are out. I don't think that affects them that much. So if the Celtics get up in this game and the Wizards have to play catch up, the only way they're going to get back in the game is to give Bradley Beal the ball and just let him go nuts, right? So maybe the points prop, rebounds and assists prop, which is actually 40.5. So if you do think that Beal is going to go for 30 plus points, you can get a better line on his points, rebounds, and assists total at 40.5, just because he's the type of guy that should get a decent amount of rebounds and assists throughout a game.
It is. That's actually a really great call, because even that night where he scored 60 points, he still picked up 7 rebounds, still got 5 assists. He's recorded 5+ assists in 3 straight games. Mm-hmm. He's recorded 7 and 10 rebounds in back-to-back games. So that's actually a really great call on that points, rebound, assist prop.
Thank you. No, yeah. I mean, Bradley Beal's the type of guy who's streaky, but like him coming off that game against the Sixers, and the Sixers were a tough matchup. So, it's the same sort of situation. Like Jaylen Brown's a great defender, and, maybe they throw Tatum at him a little bit. Obviously Marcus Smart is there, so the Celtics have a lot of guys that can sort of contain him. But if he's going to get the volume and he's going to be chucking most of the night, the Celtics still need to worry about Russell Westbrook. Thomas Bryant's played pretty well. Yep. Rui Hachimura's back in the lineup, so the Wizards are kind of getting to full strength.
Bertans actually has been playing really well too lately, so I think they're offensively they're clicking. It's just defensively they have not been.
Right. So if it's a track meet, then that's just like perfect game environment, like we saw like we saw on Wednesday with the Sixers game. So Yeah, I really like Beal tonight. I think he's a pretty good tournament play if you think that he can catch fire again. Just because you may see ownership sort of lean a little towards him. But I think that I don't think there's going to be a ton of ownership on him just because people are going to be scared of the matchup. People are going to be like, oh, Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown. So yeah, I think Beal's like a good overall play, and look into his player props. I think that's definitely something you gotta take into consideration.
Got another question from Sean Griffin. Do you like Terrence Ross tonight?
Terrence Ross. That's an interesting name, actually. I didn't look much into Ross, but he actually makes a lot of sense. His price is a little bit high at 6,100 on DraftKings. But I mean, with Fultz out and Aaron Gordon, you may actually see, and Fournier's out, right? The Magic are
he's questionable, but he hasn't been
questionable?
playing. Yeah, he's questionable, but he hasn't been playing. So I'm leaning towards him being out too.
No, yeah. I was sort of under the assumption that he was going to be sidelined again. Obviously, we'll wait and see on that. But if it does end up being Fournier, Gordon, and Markelle Fultz all out, you're going to see a ton of ownership going to Cole Anthony, right? He might be like one of the highest owned players on the slate. Terrence Ross is a good pivot. He might end up being he's the go-to perimeter scorer in my eyes. I mean, last game, 22 minutes against the Cavaliers, put up 20 points. So, I mean, on a point per minute basis, that's just a really, really efficient number. The Rockets aren't a particularly great defensive team. It's sort of weird. The Rockets aren't the same Rockets, right? They're not playing this like really, really fast pace like we're accustomed to seeing. I think if Christian Wood's out, then we may see that a little bit more because James Harden really needs to get it going. But yeah, I think Terrence Ross is a good GPP play. I don't see him having a lot of ownership. I guess the issue for me is the ceiling. He hasn't had more than 40 DraftKings fantasy points in any game this season. We could see this game kind of be more slow paced. It could be sort of a drag. It could be low scoring. So I don't know how great an environment it is for fantasy points, but I mean, yeah, you're going to get leverage with Terrence Ross, definitely.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you look at his salary at 6,100, you kind of need that 40-point game to really make a difference. Mm-hmm. And he's a chucker. So if he's not scoring the basketball, he's not really picking up many peripheral stats. Like, yeah, he gets a block and a steal randomly, but he's averaging like not even 2.5 rebounds per game. So if he's not making his buckets, then he has a chance to actually be a dud. But if he's on fire, then he can get that 40 fantasy points.
Mm-hmm, definitely.
Another question from Twitch: John Wall or Fred VanVleet?
John Wall or Fred VanVleet?
So I was really considering VanVleet in my builds just because they're playing against the Kings. The Kings continue to not be strong defensively, and the Raptors need to bounce back. They have been in a struggle. Yeah, Pascal Siakam woke up in the last game, had a really nice performance, but Fred VanVleet is that guy for them. And John Wall, with Christian Wood not playing, he went off. So it makes, and they're both in that kind of 8,000 range. I don't know if I can spend 8,000 for John Wall. I'm kind of leaning towards VanVleet. What's your thoughts there?
Yeah, I am too. Like I said before, with the Magic and Rockets game, I could see it being lower scoring, just because, I mean, even with the Magic missing Aaron Gordon, potentially Fournier and Fultz, I still think they're overall a pretty good defensive team. So if we're talking just game environments, and both of them are pretty much the same price, right? I would lean VanVleet just because if the Kings don't have Fox, then I think it's definitely a spot where the Raptors can take advantage. And like you said, Kings not a very great defensive team, especially if we see Tyrese Halliburton out there and Corey Joseph out there in the backcourt for most of the game trying to contain Fred VanVleet and Kyle Lowry. I don't think it's going to go particularly well for them. And I mean, if we just look at how VanVleet's been playing lately, he's been sort of on fire. He, other than that Phoenix game the last game, he kind of struggled a little bit, but before that, back-to-back games with 50 plus fantasy points. The game before that, he had 47. So yeah, he's putting up big numbers. That's why his price is up. Plus, I mean, both guys aren't going to garner a lot of ownership. So again, if you're trying to get some leverage, maybe Wall is a little bit better because he's probably going to he's going to have barely any ownership. Van Vliet may have a little bit more, but I think overall Van Vliet's just a better play, better game environment.
Yep. Got a question from YouTube. Fantasy Hawk asks, "What about Bielitsa on the Kings side? What's your thoughts on Bielitsa?"
I don't know. Fantasy Hawk's been trashing me a lot since I joined the stream. I don't know if I should give him any advice, but but yeah, I guess I'll be nice about it. I mean, Bielitsa, sure.
19 minutes last game.
Yeah, he may get a little bit more minutes. Just if Fox is out, just because it's one guy, because Fox takes up a lot of usage, he takes up a lot of minutes. Like obviously they don't play the same position, but the Kings are still going to have to sort of compensate in the lineup. So if Bielitsa ends up getting around 20 minutes, it's a good matchup. The Raptors don't really have a lot of size. That's been their big issue this season since losing Serge Ibaka and Marc Gasol. It's really just Aaron Baines and Chris Boucher. So if Bielitsa ends up being on that second unit, getting some minutes off the bench against it in pretty much in a pretty good matchup, he should have a mismatch. And he can stretch the floor a little bit. Again, 3,600. It's a pretty good price, and you're going to get an insane amount of leverage if he actually does end up doing anything. I don't know how much that would be, right? I don't think he's
honestly, it makes a little bit of a sense if you use Bielitsa in your utility spot because he's cheap, and what that allows you to do is react to the Steph news. If Steph ends up being ruled out, then that gives you a free pivot to Damian Lee, like we were mentioning earlier. So I think Bielitsa makes sense. If you're actually considering him, make sure to put him in a utility spot so that you can have the option to react to that Steph news.
No, yeah, that's a great point. I think that's a good way to go about it. And really, I mean, if you want to save enough salary, like 300, 400 on the table, I mean, Corey Joseph is right there, right? So if we get news that Steph is going to play and you don't feel great about the Bielitsa play and you sort of want to get someone that might be a little bit safer, Corey Joseph at 3,900, I think he should get in between, around 25, 28 minutes, maybe even more, depending on how Tyrese Halliburton plays, depending on how Luke Walton's feeling. So yeah, I mean, Corey Joseph isn't a bad pivot there either. Bielitsa, again, you're going to get an insane amount of leverage, so it's not a bad idea, but you have to be ready for him to do absolutely nothing, right?
Yeah, and his floor is low. His floor is really low, and the only way to play is just kind of hoping that Steph sits out, and then you can get even some more upside play.
Right.
We just got some news. Jeff Teague is available to play tonight.
Interesting.
So that changes it up a little bit. Basically, Peyton Pritchard is not going to be viable, I would say. I don't see Teague as being that guy to really take away a lot of usage from either Smart, Brown, or Tatum. So I don't think he makes that much of a difference. It just makes it so that this game can stay closer. I'm starting to really like that line. I think that's the way to really attack it, is to look at this game line and look at what Boston being healthy, only 4.5 point spread, kind of makes sense there. I like it.
No, yeah, I still say that spread's way too low, and it's been hard to predict a lot of these spreads lately. Like, I mean, last night, who thought the Lakers were going to lay an egg at home against the Spurs with LeBron and AD in the lineup?
Yeah.
There's just been a lot of wacky swings, a lot of wacky games, a lot of blowouts. But yeah, I mean, I would expect the Celtics to take care of a team like the Wizards at home, despite being down some bodies in the front court. And Teague playing, I don't think it really impacts much. I don't think we were really looking at Peyton Pritchard too much.
Right. His salary spiked up because of that big game.
Right. Yeah, his salary's up. Jeff Teague. I mean, it depends. If Jeff Teague's going to be on sort of a short leash, maybe on a minutes restriction, maybe. Just because, again, if we like the Celtics and we think the Celtics, might end up blowing out the Wizards, which is a possibility. I don't know if it's necessarily going to happen. I think this is actually a decent game to sort of stack.
Yep.
But yeah, if you think it might be a blowout and Teague's going to be sort of on a short leash and maybe play like 10, 15 minutes, like Pritchard should. I mean, they don't have anyone else, right, to play if it ends up being a blowout. Really, like they're not gonna play Marcus Smart a ton because he's dealing with that thumb injury. They don't want to risk him re-injuring that. I mean, Semi Ojeleye might end up playing a lot of minutes just because they don't have anyone else at power forward. I mean, Taco Fall is a guy that everyone's trying. Everyone really wants him to play a ton of minutes tonight.
Is that the new Boban? Do you think Taco Fall is the new Boban?
Absolutely. Maybe. I mean, nothing against Taco Fall. I think he's a great guy, like from what I've seen on social media and what I've heard in interviews. But Boban's just like the greatest person in the world. They are very similar though, right? They can't really play too many minutes because of their size, but when they're out there, they're incredibly efficient. So, I mean, Taco Fall at mid-price, 3,000, if he ends up playing like 10, 12 minutes, he could end up getting like, what, I don't know, like 6. Like he's going to get like every rebound. He might get a couple putbacks. He might get a couple blocks. Like he's an interesting tournament play. I'll say that.
Yeah. We had another question from you two from Barb's. We touched on this earlier with Daniel Theis. You mentioned 3 bigs out for the Celtics. Well, I'm really feeling good about Theis, and I want to just address this question because we just mentioned Taco Fall too. So there's some leverage there to be had. If you're playing a showdown, if you're playing a shorter slate, maybe not on the full slate, you take a shot at Taco Fall, but using kind of this spot to go with Taco Fall in a tournament in a short slate or a showdown makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think in showdown more so, it's definitely somewhere you can get leverage, right? Just because like showdown it's obviously less options, and I think if you're playing the Wizards Celtics showdown contest, then Theis is definitely going to be high owned. He's going to have a ton of ownership. I would think. So I think a lot of lineups will probably get on the Taco Fall a little bit. Maybe it depends. He could not play at all.
Right.
Brad Stevens is definitely the type of coach where he looks at this not as like a situation where he needs to play more people. It's just a situation where he's going to have to play Daniel Theis a lot. He might have to switch up lineups and play small ball a little bit where Jason Tatum's actually playing the 5, which is a little nutty. But, I mean, Tatum's got enough size. Like, it's not like the Wizards are the biggest team in the league. Like, Thomas Bryant isn't one of those 7-footers. Rui Hachimura is actually a little bit undersized, I think. And if Davis Bertans is a guy that's also playing front court minutes, that's not a particularly tough matchup for Tatum. So I could see some scenarios where they mix in lineups where it's like Tatum and Semi Ojeleye in the front court. So if that's the case, I mean, I think Stevens may just go really, really tight rotation and try and pull this one out.
Right. You mentioned Theis. We mentioned Theis, but also Bertans. Steve Davis from YouTube asked, Theis or Bertans as your value power forward tonight? Who do you prefer?
It's a tough call. Theis is chalkier. He's
cheaper.
Definitely. Wait, what?
He's cheaper too. I mean, there's a $600 difference here.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd worry too much about the price. I think you're not going to get really as much leverage with Theis, but he's the safer play, right? Like his floor is sort of a double-double, which is going to get you to around 30 fantasy points, I would assume, if he picks up, a couple assists, a block or two. Bertans I like in tournaments. He's played 30-plus minutes in back-to-back games. Yep. He's put up pretty good numbers, and those were both relatively poor shooting nights. He's 8 of 22 in his past 2 games from beyond the arc. So he's a guy, like, he was one of the better 3-point shooters in the NBA last season.
Right.
So if he gets hot, and this is one of those games where it's up and down, high scoring, it's a really good environment for 3-point shooters. And again, I don't think Bertans will get a ton of ownership, and his price is suppressed relative to how many minutes he's getting.
That's a good call. We got another question from Twitch. Rip City, what are your thoughts on DeMarcus Cousins with Christian Wood in questionable status?
Yeah, I mean, if Wood's out, Cousins is going to be a pretty decent play. Last game against the Pacers, put up 40 fantasy points.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
He went off.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like vintage Boogie where he was like just filling it up and launching threes and stuff. So, I mean, don't expect a ton of points, but again, House is out too, right? So if House and Wood are going to be out, then Boogie's going to have to play, 20 something minutes. It's sort of a tough matchup. He's going to have to deal with Vooch. So I would worry a little bit about foul trouble going up against Vooch. But if he can stay out of foul trouble, maybe he doesn't score as much, but he's going to rip down a ton of rebounds. His price did go up.
14 rebounds in the last game.
Yeah, exactly. So like his price went up a lot. Like, right, he was 4,300 last game. So I like him. I would have preferred to play Boogie under 5K. But this price isn't bad. It's still not bad. I don't expect Boogie to get a ton of ownership. Again, wait on the Wood news. If Wood ends up being out, and it's one of those late sort of situations because it's an 8 o'clock game, so it could come after lock. So again, one of those situations where if you want to sort of set the salary aside and say, hey, I'm going to pivot to Boogie if Wood's out, then, it's not a bad idea.
Yep. Got another question from Mike Drummer. Anybody good in the 3K range?
I mean,
3K range is really tough, but I would say spend up a little bit more to like 3,400 and look at DeAnthony Melton, maybe Chris Chiozza. He performed kind of well with Kyrie also sitting out. Kyrie's going to be out again tonight, so Chris Chiozza should be able to play at least 15 to 18 minutes. Denzel Valentine, he's been picking it up lately for your Bulls. What's your thoughts on Valentine at 3,500?
It's not a bad play, especially considering the Lakers haven't really looked that great, and they didn't look good against the Spurs. And honestly, you can get a ton of leverage with a guy like Valentine, and if he's gonna play a decent amount of minutes, right? Like, I mean, it could be it's so tough with the injury news, right? Like, if we get that news that LeBron and AD are gonna sit later, then this opens up a ton of value for the Bulls just because it's going to be it should be a much closer game. I would honestly lean in favor of the Bulls. They haven't been playing that bad. Their defense
they haven't been.
Yeah, their defense has been a little shaky, but I mean, Levine and Kobe White have been playing great. And I mean, Valentine's played 16 plus minutes in 4 straight games. They don't really have a choice but to play him. So he's not a bad option at 3,500. One guy I did want to mention really fast. Gary Clark isn't a bad play at 3,200. He played 28 minutes against the Cavs the other night. Didn't do much. Got into foul trouble kind of, but remember back in the bubble, Gary Clark was a guy that was actually playing, pretty significant minutes in place of Aaron Gordon in the bubble, and he was producing. So I think in this matchup, if Wood's going to be out and Gary Clark ends up starting again, and he ends up getting like around 30 minutes at 3,200. He's not going to have a ton of ownership, and he's not a bad tournament play.
Yeah, a lot of people went to him when Fournier got ruled out and he got listed the starter, and now they're going to go away from him because he didn't have that like explosive value game.
Right.
We just got some news, kind of expecting but kind of not. Andrew Wiggins is now questionable. Felt like everyone was going to be looking at Curry questionable, but now with Wiggins questionable, that's going to make this game really interesting. Then another piece of news, we got Kyle Lowry. He's listed out now. So that makes that Fred VanVleet question even more leaning towards VanVleet for me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think if Lowry's out, then VanVleet.
He is out. He's listed out. So
Sorry.
you're going to have to go with that.
I'm so used to like the injuries kind of being like, oh, what are we doing? But yeah, if with Lowry out, Fred VanVleet, probably an elite tournament play, I would think. Especially because the builds may not be looking into that 8K range as much. I think a lot of builds are going to be looking into that 9K range. I think you're going to see a lot of guys like Paul George, a lot of Vooch. You're going to see a lot of Bradley Beal. You're going to see, maybe probably a decent amount of Julius Randle and Jason Tatum. I could see a lot of lineups not looking into that 8K range, and Fred VanVleet's right there at 8,100. He honestly would be I think he's a good cash play with Lowry out, right? He's going to have the ball in his hands pretty much the entire game. We know what Nick Nurse likes to do with his minutes distribution, so that means VanVleet could end up playing 40 plus minutes in this game.
Nope.
So yeah, Van Vliet.
I'm looking at him right now, and I'm kind of leaning towards locking him in. I honestly don't see any other spot you can go in that 8K range, and now you're getting the potential for him to play almost 40 minutes. Like,
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
AK is kind of like a bunch of guys who, like, sure, just because maybe their ownership is a little bit low, but like that, I mean, two of them, Gordon Hayward and Ingram, like, it just don't really stand out that much to me. That game seems all about LaMelo and Lonzo.
Yep.
So I think Van Vliet, AK 8.1, becomes a really, really appealing play.
I'm just updating him right now on my rankings, and I'm going with, I just put Fred Van Vliet at the top of that mid-range high section.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
I really like that Van Vliet play. I mean, a lot of people are gonna look at LeVert at 7,400 to get a little bit of a savings there because Kyrie and KD are still out.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you have to kind of lock him in now. No,
I would honestly, just because there are a lot of, like you said, LeVert is cheaper and he's going to be insanely chalky. I would imagine LeVert's one of the higher owned players on the entire slate, in GPPs and cash. I think in cash, I mean, I would expect him to be somewhere in like the 50% range.
Yeah, against Memphis, like at 7,400, he doesn't have to do much.
No, yeah, exactly. And it's second of a back-to-back, and like they're traveling to Memphis, and no, it's not a second of a back-to-back. They had yesterday off, right?
Right. Yep. They had played yesterday. I think they didn't travel.
No, yeah.
They didn't travel. Kyrie made that scene yesterday, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, you're right. So they did play yesterday, and now they have to travel to Memphis.
Yep.
But I wouldn't worry too much about something like that. Like, it's LeVert. Like, he's a young kid. He's going to be able to, do that. But again, I think you're going to get a ton of leverage. Maybe just because it's 5:34 and there's still a lot of time before a lock, that maybe some lineups are like, okay, let's get on to Fred Van Vliet. It's a good idea. I would consider it. And you can play both of them, right? Like, it's not like you can't play LeVert. It's not like you have to choose between the two.
I'm looking at it right now. LeVert's in my lineup with Van Vliet. I just kind of made a switch right now, and I really like how this is kind of shaping out.
Mm-hmm. Just got a Shams tweet, but I don't think it's injury related.
Nope, it's a COVID related one.
Right.
So we'll see what happens with that.
Mm-hmm.
Robbie Noble, he doesn't have a good question, but he said, "Good to see you, Ben." Robbie Noble, what's up, man?
What's up, man? Good to see you. It's good to be back. It was nice to get back into the stream. And again, it's great just to talk about hoops like this again in this sort of like free flowing format. So yeah, I still can't believe all you guys stuck around with the dream stream. It's actually pretty awesome. So yeah, keep it up, and hopefully I'll be back and we'll be doing these streams more often.
For sure. Fantasy Hawks asking, what are your thoughts on trusting players in back-to-back games? Does it affect your kind of outlook on it? How do you take your approach to back-to-back games?
Maybe I worry a little bit more this season just because the schedule is so condensed, and it does seem like players are sort of getting more tired because they're playing. They're not like, you're not seeing teams get 3 days off as often. Right. You're not seeing teams get 2 days off as often. So really, teams are getting generally like a day's rest at most. It would be on a like player to player basis probably. For guys that you're not worried about injuries or anything like that, a guy like Giannis, guys like that who they're gonna basically play a full workload on most nights if it's competitive. I wouldn't worry so much. I mean, you got to always be concerned about guys like, Russell Westbrook, who generally sits on back-to-backs. A guy like Kawhi Leonard, although he said that he's going to play more back-to-back sets this season, I wonder how long that lasts, just because, once we get into, February, March, and it's getting closer to the playoffs, I think, they'll probably rest him a little bit more. I don't know. I wouldn't buy too much into back-to-backs. I would look more into, matchup. How teams are playing.
The only way that you can really look at maybe back-to-backs is maybe trying to project somebody resting, but that's the only way I would look at it. I wouldn't look at it. It's like as something that would affect a line or affect a play right now because of a back-to-back.
Yeah, it has more. Yeah, it has way more to do with like how you think the game is going to go, like the game environment. If you think it's going to be a blowout, and you think that because this team's playing a lot of games and they're on the back-to-back, that a star player might not play as much, then that's not too much different than a normal season, right? That's something that we always have to account for. So that's really what I would look into as far as back-to-backs.
Yep. So we're gonna get our injury graphic posted up onto the YouTube pretty soon. So and Twitch also, so you guys can see who the guys that we're watching for tonight's slate, who's questionable, who's probable, who's gonna be active possibly. So we're gonna have that coming up pretty shortly. But let's get back to some more questions. Barbs is asking, if Saric starts, what do you think of him exceeding value at 4,100 against the Pistons?
I kind of like it. I don't mind that play. I'm not crazy about the game. But I mean, in terms of leverage, if Saric does end up starting, he's been pretty productive the last couple of games.
Why would he start? If there's something that I'm missing here, why would he start?
Oh yeah, I'm not entirely sure if he's gonna start.
Yeah,
I don't think he's gonna start. But I mean,
yeah, go for it.
He's played well. You could argue that there might be a point where he overtakes Jay Crowder for the starting power forward spot. But I mean, back-to-back games, he scored 15 points in 17 minutes. That's incredibly efficient. The line on this game has moved a lot. I want to say it was 5.5 earlier in the day, and then it jumped up to 6, and now it's at 8. So clearly the public thinks that the Suns are going to blow out the Pistons, right? It's sort of leaning that way. So if that's the case, there's no reason why Saric shouldn't get, around this many minutes, if not a little bit more playing time for the Suns. While I think he's not really going to get you there, right? That's probably what I would worry about most, is you would need him at 4,100 to greatly exceed value, because there's going to be guys in that range that have the potential to do something like that. Put up 30, 40 points. I just don't think Saric can put up that many points. Can he put up like 25? Sure. Is he going to do that? I don't know. But again, tournaments probably wouldn't be looking at him that much. The only thing you're going to get is leverage. So yeah, I would look at some other options probably.
So we have some weird conflicting reports going on. Let's throw up the graphic now. We got our teammate working on this graphic. Sadie helped out get the graphic up, so let's go with it. We have some people that we're looking at. The biggest news though is Steph Curry is listed as probable in the sheet, but they're looking at him being questionable. I'm kind of confused as to what to do there. And then we got that Wiggins news. So I feel like this is a scenario where we're going to have to be ready for this Damian Lee play.
Yeah, I would say so. It's one of those things. I mean, if Wiggins is out, if Steph ends up being out, then do we go to Kelly Oubre? Is that where we have to go? Like, I'd rather not. So yeah, I think Damian Lee is sort of staring us in the face. It could be one of those games where, like, Steve Kerr's just like, here, go out there, go nuts, because the Clippers are probably just going to smash us in the first half. But again, it's one of those seasons where everything is like, if Curry's out and Wiggins is out,
yep,
everything's pointing towards the Clippers blowing out the Dubs.
Yep,
like the Dubs are going to show up or something, and it's going to be close. Yeah. Not that that's going to happen, but that's just sort of a trend. I've just been noticing that a lot. I don't know if that's sort of just how the season's going, but I don't know if that's the case. I mean, Oubre's really cheap. Draymond's really cheap. Damian Lee at 3,500, we know he has sort of like 30-plus point upside if he's going to play like around 25, 30 minutes. So if that's the case, then yeah, I think we need to sort of fire up Damian Lee.
Yep. And then we got this Knicks situation that kind of opened up. Reggie Bullock, he's probable. Kevin Knox now, he's probable too. And Nerlens Noel. Tibbs likes to play his guys a lot of minutes. So do you think Reggie Bullock coming back is going to potentially impact Austin Rivers at all?
Maybe a little bit. Just because, like you said, it's Tibbs. He likes his guys. If Bullock ends up coming, if he's going to start, then I would anticipate him playing around 30 minutes. Austin Rivers has been really hot though. And I mean, it's hard to ignore. He had that game against the Jazz where he put up 23 and didn't really seem to miss. This is a different scenario against the Thunder. Thunder don't have a lot of talent, but I mean they've been playing okay this season, which is kind of shocking. But yeah, I mean this seems like a spot where maybe the Knicks go up a decent amount early on. Maybe Bullock coming off that injury ends up not playing as much. I don't know if I would be looking at either player in terms of DFS. Like we talked about, there are a lot of plays in that 4K range, in that like high 3K range where we can get a guy with a higher ceiling, maybe not as much leverage, but in tournaments you need the guys that are going to get there. And I don't know if Bullock or Rivers gets there. Rivers would have to really like light it up for him to, because he doesn't do anything other than just bang threes.
Right.
Bullock's sort of the same way, right? Bullock isn't a guy that's going to do much other than shoot. So yeah, I mean, maybe I'd look more at the props. I'd look more at the betting market with the Knicks, honestly.
That's a good call. That's a really good call. Jingling Joe is questionable for the Jazz. Ingles, while he isn't a big contributor right now, he did score 16 points in their last game against the Knicks. Do you think that makes Jordan Clarkson a little bit more viable if Jingles sits out?
A little bit. I don't know if they like really correlate as much, because Clarkson should still see like 20 plus minutes. He'll still be that guy off the bench that's going to fill it up. Again, the issue with Clarkson is really, unless it's not an easy matchup against the Bucks. Really, the only thing going for him is the fact that Milwaukee could just destroy the Jazz early on, just how the Jazz have been playing.
Yep. And
if that's the case, then Clarkson should get a decent amount of run. He's put up close to 30 points in 2 of the last 3 games, which, isn't bad at 5K, but like the problem is, right, Cole Anthony is right there at 5K.
Yep.
I understand that Cole Anthony is going to have a ton of ownership, but Cole Anthony is also going to play way more minutes than Jordan Clarkson, and Cole Anthony could, just end up putting up like a double-double, and really sort of break the slate open a little bit as a chalky play. So I don't know, if you want to sort of pivot off of Cole Anthony a little bit and get on to Clarkson, if you think that Cole Anthony is just going to bust, then it's not a bad idea. But yeah, I don't know. The Jingles news maybe impacts it a little bit, but not so much for me.
Maybe you look at it in that turbo slate, the 8 p.m. turbo slate with Brooklyn, Memphis, Orlando, Houston, and Utah, Milwaukee. You're going to have a lot of people going to LeVert and going to Melton and Anthony, even Cousins. So if Ingles sits out, Clarkson could be really good.
Yeah, it's not a bad pivot.
We got a couple more questions. MP says, Mikal Bridges over under 13 points tonight.
I actually like it. I think there's some value there. Definitely has the potential to like his projection will be over that number, right? Like, I mean, it should be at least. He's
only
got
missed that number over 13. I mean, he's hit 13 in 2 of the games, but the other games he's only missed it twice. So but he's a shooter. That's the thing too. He's not gonna go out here. Yeah, he had a few games where he's gotten 7 or 8 rebounds, but most of his scoring comes from shooting basketball.
No, yeah, and it's 3-pointers, right? So, I mean, I don't know what book you're looking at or the person who asked the question's looking at, but I mean, on DraftKings Sportsbook, Mikal Bridges' point total is at 11.5, minus 125, which I think is a really good number. So, if you have a couple of books, if you're not just on one book, if you're not just locked into 13.5 points, I would try and find a better number. Maybe you don't get as much juice, with 13.5. I imagine the line's a little bit.
I don't mind that 11.5 though on DKSB. Like that's really nice for him.
Oh yeah,
playing against the Pistons, like looks like he should be able to get there.
No, yeah, it's one of the props I've been looking at throughout the day. It's definitely favorable because again, like Bridges is the type of guy that in a game like this, if the Suns are up, he's probably hit a couple threes already. I mean, the Pistons don't have. I guess the tough part is Jeremy Grant's a pretty good defender. So if it's Grant versus Bridges, maybe Grant shuts him down. But I don't for the whole game. I don't think so. So yeah, I think if you can get Bridges at 11.5, definitely 13.5, a little bit higher, but I'd still feel pretty good about that number. overall.
Oh, nice. Yeah. And then our last question of the night coming from Twitch, first time playing Fortnite, saying favorite underdog of the night.
Oh man, where do we even?
I mean, honestly, to make it simple, I'm looking at the Nets +1. That's an underdog right there.
Yeah, the Nets aren't a bad one. I mean,
I don't really like any of the other underdogs. I mean, Detroit, I'm not taking. Thunder, I'm all right, but with the Knicks kind of fully healthy, it's whatever. Wizards +4.5, kind of leaning towards the Celtics. Hornets are +7, so maybe they keep it competitive. But the Pelicans, I think they're a playoff team. And I think that I'm not really feeling that. Then Jazz playing against the Bucks. Bucks are going to work them.
probably.
Magic is really depleted at 6.5. Like the Rockets at 6.5 kind of makes a little bit of sense. So on this kind of entire thing, I'm looking at the only underdog that stands out is the Nets.
I'll give you two. I still kind of like the Magic at +6.5. I think that game could still be close. And the Kings, Kyle Lowry's out. The Raptors aren't playing well. The Raptors are on the road.
Okay.
The King, I mean, again, I would wait a little bit on the Fox news, but like if the Fox news means that Tyrese Halliburton's going to play like 34 minutes, I don't know how much that sets back the Kings, honestly. Halliburton's been playing really well, and the rest of the roster is pretty healthy. So Kings +3.5 at home against a Raptors team that's probably still being overrated a little bit. I kind of like that.
That's a good call. Really nice calls. Coming up next, we have the 6 o'clock Madden game, Patriots Bengals with Rossi and Jeff, and then 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock, Kaufman and Tom are going to take you home. Jaguars at Chiefs and Titans at Bucks. That's coming up next, the next 3 Madden games. For us, though, thank you, Ben. Really good hit. Any final parting thoughts?
Yeah, just have fun out there, guys. I mean, 10-game slate. Kick it here. Obviously, kick it on the DraftKings Nation. I'm a company man. I have to pub the website. We're going to be updating you with injuries throughout the night, and kick it on DK Live with Shirag and the guys. They're going to be also helping you out with that injury news because that's going to be key for a slate like tonight. So just stay on top of things.
All right, Jesse will be up next, but thanks to everybody for sticking with us. Love all the questions. See you guys on Monday.
All right, happy Friday, people. Terrell and Azek in the building on your screens for another nighttime edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream. And we are back at it with a 3-game slate of Madden Sims. We have a number of contests for the full slate, including the Madden Stream 5K special, which is a $10 entry contest featuring 5K in prizes with a $1,000 prize for first place. There are also paid contests for all of the individual showdowns, and of course, free contests for all of it as well. But let's take a look at tonight's schedule, shall we? So starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, we are on to Cincinnati as the Pats. They take on the Bengals. Jason Rossi and Jeff Ulrich, they're bringing the positivity, they're bringing the mood, they're bringing the Friday night vibes. I already feel it. They're going to bring you all the action too for that one. Then at 8 p.m. Eastern, the Madden Holiday Season champions are in action as the Chiefs, well, they're hosting the Jags. Adam Kaufman and Tom Carroll will be the play-by-play duo for that matchup. Then my arch nemesis Kaufman is making his way back with Tommy Smokes. They're returning at 10 p.m. Eastern for Madden After Dark, where two real-life playoff teams face off as Derrick Henry's Titans. They're taking on TB12 and the Bucks. We have all of that coming up shortly, but first, here's what else is happening at DraftKings right now. You can start building your lineups for Saturday and Sunday's NFL playoff action. We have 2 millionaire contests this weekend. Saturday's millionaire features a $2.5 million prize pool, while Sunday's is $2.25 million. Both are $25 to enter and pay out a top prize of $1 million to first place. Also available now right in the DK lobby are plenty of NBA contests for tonight, including the $600K shoot around. This featured contest has a $600K prize pool, and that pays out $150K to first with just a $20 entry. So do not forget to check out all of the action too over on the DK Sportsbook. We get NFL, NBA, college football, college basketball, UFC, and so much more. But we have lots of NFL playoff talk right on the way for you, but we have to get to some sim action right now, okay? So the Pats and the Bengals are getting ready to kick off in Cincinnati. And here for all of the festivities, I've already mentioned these awesome duo before. Jason Rossi and Jeff Ulrich, take it away.
Rossi.
Yeah, if I wasn't on mute, maybe it would be nice. Scratch that, edit and post. Terrell Lynn, thank you very much. Appreciate that warm welcome. Zoom. It's a hell of a thing here in 2021. I am Jason Rossi, and with me, as always, is the smartest man north of the border, the most handsome son of a gun you're going to see, at least tonight. Don't even give me cough. Don't even think about it with that guy's kids. They're great. This is one of the best dads in the business as well. It is Jeff Ulrich. He goes by the name of Moose. Moose, how the heck are you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Help second stream in a row here. Hope everyone's still having a good Friday. Excited to be back. Excited to get an hour time with our Rossi FaceTime. So This doesn't even work for me. This is just hanging out.
Yeah, listen, that's what I like to hear right there. That's that Friday feel-good vibes. Hope you're all having a feel-good Friday. We're on to Cincinnati here in Simland. We got the Pats, we got the Bungles, two of the worst teams in the NFL. But here in Simland can Spike at least get you some points here and there. So when you're kind of creating your lineup as lineups of lock, where do you look on this one, Moose?
I don't know, because we don't really have a dominant RB, right? I think you actually have a pretty good argument here for going with like a value wide receiver up there at the top of captain. I think N'Keal Harry, AJ Green, both in the conversation. I want to get both quarterbacks in because there's no, like I said, dominant RB. And then you go from there, and then you can fill it out. I mean, John Ross is weirdly just like a pretty good play in these sims. It's so strange. I've done a few Bengals sims, obviously, but he's a pretty solid play for what you're getting for the payments. So John Ross, probably a guy I'd want to put in with Joe Burrow, but like I said, I actually think a guy like N'Keal Harry will end up being in the captain spot today, or has a chance at it, because we just don't have those like a dominant stud here. Maybe Cam gets in the end zone twice and rushes for a couple touchdowns, but I don't know.
You know what? You can scratch everything you said and go with the I don't know, because honestly, you're so dead on with this, Moose. These are two teams that we've seen big performances from various players, but now it's getting to the point where, all right, who are those must-owns? Who are those guys that you want to make sure you have in your lineups? And for me, I'll be honest, I threw some darts out here. Moose, I went in the captain spot with a guy like Devin Asiasi. Because early, if you remember, our very first sim in Madden 21, Asiasi had like 2 scores, play big. I'm just throwing one there. I need somebody to differentiate me in the we did a free Moose and Rossi contest. I got the Patriots DST, Bernard, Burrow, Newton, and the guy you mentioned, aforementioned, John Ross III.
Yeah. I put Harry at the captain spot, both quarterbacks, so we'll see how that works out. I mostly went with offense. This is probably a good game to go with special teams and like both kickers or something like that, but I can never do that. I'm forever an optimist. I think every game is going to be like 37-30, so that's what I did.
Well, I hear you there. We're seeing some people. We see you all joining us here on YouTube as well as on Twitch. Smash that like if you're on YouTube. Appreciate you being with us. We see Roland, Bad Boys of Pop, Brad, Chris, Not Your Business. Love that name. Robbie Noble, Tara Lynn's jumping in there as well. Small Ben, Kicking Club, Barry. Hope you're all having a great freaking Friday, and we're off to a good kickoff to the weekend as Moose is joining us for the end of his run here on this Friday. We got a great crew as well. We got Michael, our producer, our technical advisor. We have Daniel, our ops team. We have Jared as well as Joe. So Double J there. And Michael letting us know that the Cowboys have fired Mike Nolan, their defensive coordinator. Shocking.
Yeah. Not shocking.
Took so
Mike
long.
Nolan, not a great season for the Cowboys defense. They were on historically bad levels through like 8 games. They did tighten up a touch towards the end, but they also, lost out to the one-legged Daniel Jones in the playoff in the big playoff games. So that's not a good sign either. I don't know how long Mike McCarthy's going to be in Dallas. I think he's got one more year of this nonsense, and then he's going to. But we'll see. Maybe Dak comes back and saves everybody.
Well, you would hope. Jerry Jones has been saying that Dak has all the leverage now, so I think he's just trying to butter it.
It's a weird thing to say about a quarterback who's coming off a major injury, but it's absolutely true. The Cowboys are without Dak Prescott, so.
And then we saw 3 different quarterbacks, and none of them played all that well. Andy Dalton, fine at best, Moose. At best, he was fine.
Yeah. And the thing is, Jerry knows his team. He knows they need an offense to win because they're not going to rebuild the defense in 1 year, right? So.
By the way, we're getting early carries here from Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon does have the star factor here. Some of the players we mentioned earlier, ownership numbers coming in, 72% for Joe Burrow. So it goes to show you what people are thinking about with this matchup, with the quarterback getting that high number. 52% for John Ross, 37% for A.J. Green, Gio Bernard at 41. There's going to be Gio there. He gets stuffed in the backfield.
Yeah, the 2 quarterbacks in this game, like I said, everyone was kind of thinking the same thing. Both almost exactly the same ownership, so very even. Don't see that very often. I don't ever remember doing a showdown, actually, where 2 quarterbacks were this highly owned, but it's kind of a strange sight. But that's definitely I think was the right play, too. I mean, you need those free points. Both quarterbacks kind of okay producers, and they just don't have dominant RBs. So.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's going to be very fascinating to see where this one plays out. And like you said, I threw the Patriots DST in there just on potential hope, and then also have the, like I could see, like you said, kickers. This could have been a great time for me to stack them, but the prices were so low, I had money left over, even with the lineup I put together.
Yeah, I mean, this does feel like a game. Like I said, if oh no!
Oh, there
Gilmore.
It is! Take it to the house, Gilmore!
Gilmore's still got X factors and superstar traits in this game. So as I was about to say too, this could be a game where the DSTs and kickers kind of dominate, and maybe one of the quarterbacks end up with a bust kind of game. I will say this too, Rossi. The last 3 sims I've done have been trash. I mean, they've just been like trash from a performance standpoint. The scoring, one of them's been a shutout. The Raiders got like 7 points. I don't even remember who was playing last game because they were so. San Francisco got like a touchdown in the last 2 minutes, or they would have been shut out. So I've seen some of the worst quarterback play in the last 3 games I've ever seen on these sims.
Excellent. Burrow already starting there, but there's a handoff. Who's that? James White?
I think that was James White.
Sonny
Michel.
That one's going to be tough all day, especially if they're in a shot.
It's so tough. The Sonny Michel James White call is one of the toughest to make because the 6 on these Madden jerseys, especially on the paths with the bordering, it looks like an 8. It screams 8. So we're going to screw that up in this moment.
Yeah, You know what? It will be more fun so that people can get angry.
That's
Give
right.
some emotion. Here comes Cam Newton.
There goes
running
Jared
out, get it to the
Stidham. Oh, no,
10-yard
it's
line.
Cam.
One does look like a 5. It's very strange. Appreciate you all being here. Good comment here. Carter says, "What up, Rossi and Moose? What's really going on, fellas? Glad to be here. You all keeping a smile on my face." Well, right back at you, Carter. Nothing but smiles tonight on a Friday. Cam setting up. Didn't get the first. It's second and inches here from the 10-yard line. Motions ahead. Here comes Cam scrambling out. Has a receiver open. It's a touchdown for
I got that.
Julian.
Oh, no.
Nikhil. The one does look like a 5. Yeah, Nikhil Harry, Moose's captain. He called it out before the game. Followed up with an "I don't know," but he really did. He's being bashful. Touchdown, Patriots.
True. Apparently, I did know. Hey, I did win the free roll last night in the early game.
Hey,
Took it down.
yeah, I'm sure. Listen, show off. There's only one way people will ever know if you win these things, and it's if you tell them. So
That's true. Oh no, I mean I'll be living off that for the next year. Remember that Sim Showdown contest I won, guys? Yeah.
hey, guys, remember January 7th when I crushed it? Yeah, that was a good time.
$10.
Yeah, if only we can relate that into tomorrow. We'll definitely get into the games tomorrow. Obviously, you have a wealth of knowledge. He's at Fantasy Grind. Make sure you follow me along at Twitter. He'll be dropping not only funny tweets, but also some info where he can be heard. But yeah, we have two. Like the one thing about this super wild card, I don't dig the name, but I do like the 3 games. You have plenty of options when it comes to some DFS for the weekend. Is there any particular, you might not have to get too deep into it. You obviously maybe have more time. I don't know if you're doing a sweat over the weekend, but anything stand out? Like, let's look, obviously it's Saturday. Is there like a certain play that jumps off the page to you, Moose?
Yeah, I think John Brown for the Bills could go off in this spot. I just like the Bills passing offense, the spot they're in. Indy's secondary has been allowing a lot of touchdowns lately, a lot of yards, 300-yard passers in 4 of the last 5 games. I think that game's going to shoot out too, because I think Indy's going to be able to move the ball on the ground a bit. So I'm looking at that Indy-Buffalo game perhaps as being the highest scoring of the weekend. It's the first one too, so it'd be a good table setter. But I like John Brown. I definitely like Josh Allen still too. Jonathan Taylor. I like that game to stack especially for Saturday purposes. But if you're playing the 6 game or 2, that's the one I'd be targeting. The other ones are a little bit harder to call. I mean, you got some games that could kind of go either way. Like that Tampa Washington game could be kind of all over the place. I think the other offense I could see having a big day is the Steelers passing offense. Browns feel like they're kind of in a tough spot here. They don't really have a great pass defense to begin with. The Steelers kind of, maybe got reset a little bit. They almost beat the Browns with Mason Rudolph. And now you got no Stefanski on the sidelines. I don't know, man. I kind of feel like the Steelers. I know it's like what's that?
They just practiced for the first time today, 2 days before playoff.
Yeah. It's not great, Bob, right? So I think I know it's a public thing now, the Steelers, but I don't really have a reason to go against the public there. And I'm someone who generally tries to find reasons to do that. I really do feel like we could get a Pittsburgh kind of romp there. Especially, it feels like they're back. Pittsburgh's kind of been backed up against the wall. They've been made fun of. They're still pretty good. They got a good defense. They got the advantage, I think, in their offense versus the Cleveland defense. I think this one could be sayonara pretty quickly. I think the Steelers offense could put up a lot of points there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Jason Mack says, my money is now on Browns Steelers being the highest scoring. Colts Bills should be high scoring too. I'm predicting Colts force Allen into a turnover.
Oh God, Joe Burrow.
Oh, did he
lose it?
No, he remains, but the ball went out of bounds.
Oh, they got it.
Wow, defense playing here. But yeah, so yeah, I guess that is interesting. Will Browns, Steelers, or what do you think has the most opportunity for points out of the 6?
I think if I was taking the over in one game, it would be Indy Buffalo for sure.
Okay.
I think the 51 there is too low. Like I said, Indy hasn't scored less than 24 points in a game since week 9. Like
crazy.
And the Bills are favored by 7 in that game. So right off the bat, you're kind of just like, well, I mean, even if it just plays to average, like we're going to see 51, 52 points. So the Bills hit.
Oh, Joe Burrow! Second interception for Gilmore. This
God.
Patriots defense is dominating through the first 5 minutes here of play. So the Patriots will take back over. If you're just joining us, Joe Burrow opening series through a pick to Gilmore. This is their second series, and the Patriots scored on a N'Keal Harry touchdown pass from Cam Newton. That's right, Cam Newton threw a touchdown pass. It's similar.
That's right. Yeah, you heard that correctly. But yeah, man, I think those are two kind of games I'm looking for higher scoring. I mean, Chicago, the Saints. I guess you could see some points there. Yeah, I guess the other one that has definite point potential is Tennessee, Baltimore. I think you'll probably see points there too. I think eventually the points will flow there. I could actually see Baltimore getting out to a big lead there. I think they're the superior team right now. But Tennessee's offense is just so hard to hold down for an entire game. So
yeah, it could be. I was saying this earlier in the week. It reminds me a little bit of when the Titans played. It was a horrible pass from Newton. When the Titans played the Browns. Remember the Browns got up to like 24-0 lead, but then like the Titans came storming back and almost made it a game. Well, made it a game, but almost took back over towards the end of the fourth. But I could see it playing out that way as well. I agree with you. I think there's something. The Ravens are clicking, it seems like, at the right time. And there's something about John Harbaugh approaching the playoffs. I know Lamar hasn't been great. Can't really get it done. But I think this is a game where they get off to that hot start. I could see it going that way as well. I think that's the game that I see the most points in. Personally, but we shall see. That's what's fun about it. We have 6 games. You have that Rams-Seahawks game, which is kind of, I think, a coin flip. Could kind of go either way. I think the Seahawks are another one of those streaking at the right time. Kind of no one's talking about him anymore, where the first month of the season we were talking about Russell Wilson being an MVP, that team being, if the defense can do anything, they're going to be a juggernaut. And defense stepped up, offense, not so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I was on the Seahawks at the start of the year. I just feel like any team with Russell Wilson that has like some decent defensive players too is going to have a shot, right? I like their odds for the Super Bowl. And I agree. I mean, like their defense has played really well the last half of the year. So I like the fact they're going under the radar. If they can get by the Rams, they have a legit D too. It's going to be a good situation. I like the Seahawks if they get matched up against the Saints or the Bucks. I like the Seahawks in those matchups. I think they're a better team overall. So assuming that everyone's healthy and they got Jamal Adams, so. I agree. They got to get by the Rams. I think it's going to be a bit of a tricky game, but Seahawks definitely. And I'd love to see like a Seahawks-Packers conference championship. That'd be great. I don't even know if that's possible, but we might have to play each other.
I think it is, because Seahawks are technically, are they the 3 or the 4? It's so weird now because.
Yeah, I know.
Because they reseed technically now, because whoever got the bye, Kansas City and the Packers, just play whoever's the lowest seeded. It's not like a tournament style.
That's right. They reseed. So.
Which I didn't know that in the beginning. I thought it was like, okay, they're going to just play whoever out of the, I don't know, like 3, 4, whatever the numbers are. But yeah, whoever the lowest team. So let's just say if the Colts beat the Bills, they will automatically play the Chiefs.
Right. Actually, yeah. The Packers can't play the Seahawks because the Seahawks are the 3rd seed. So because they're not the 4th seed, because the NFC East is the 4th seed.
Yeah, Washington. Yeah, basically that's a good way to put it. The AFC, the NFC East is whoever that team was.
Yeah. So whoever wins that game would face the Packers, unless the Rams win, and then it would get weird. But whatever. This is not going to work. 55 yards, no way. He can't kick that far. Kenny.
No. Close though. Nick Folk was a was he a Pro Bowler? I feel like only Patriots are Pro Bowls for special teams. I think he might have been the All-Pro kicker.
I think he might have.
Yeah. One of them. I think he was a Pro Bowler. Jake Bailey and I think Gunnar Olszewski were actually all pros, which is a weird sign of a Patriots fan that just special teams was the only highlight of this team this year.
Yeah, I mean, when your kicker is your MVP, it's a rough year. It's a tough scene.
Sure was. Jason Mack says, lowest scoring game I would say is going to either be Seahawks, Rams, Bears, Saints.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Washington, Tampa. But
I think so.
I think all 3 of those games have, low score potential for sure.
You know what's weird to me, Moose? Like, I don't know how they picked what games would be primetime.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
I feel like they're also like, I want all these games on at 1 o'clock. I know it sounds strange because I feel like, especially Browns Steelers, that feels like a 1 o'clock game, not a Sunday night closing out a playoff weekend game.
Yeah.
Similarly, kind of with the same thing with Tampa and Washington. Of course, I know. Like, I could see Seattle and Rams being a night game. That kind of feels like it.
I think. Well, my take is it should be the Colts and Bills in the primetime game. Like, the Bills are legitimately the best team in the AFC that aren't the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody likes Josh Allen. Yeah, Phillip Rivers a bet. Like, to me, that's got the most potential. But again, they just went with Brady. They just went with the name recognition. So
makes sense. I get it. As we're wrapping up the first quarter here, so just to fill you if you're joining us, it's Moose, Jeff Ulrich, Jason Ross, and we have the New England Patriots at 7 with Cam Newton connecting with N'Keal Harry on a touchdown. Joe Burrow, on the other hand, has 2 interceptions, a fumble loss. Well, a fumble that luckily went out of bounds. He has thrown for 14 yards.
Yeah, Joe Burrow is he's in the negative zone, as Fantastic Four readers would know. He is in the negative zone, hanging out with all those guys.
Negative?
Minus 1.4 points.
1.4. Oh, you don't see that often. John Ross with 0 beating him. Bernard with 0.2. I mean 0.02 or 0.2. Hey, this is a rough start for Joe Burrow. But no real big stats here. As I said, N'Keal Harry, 1 catch, 10 yards, a score. Everyone else, a handful of 1 yards. Devin Asiasi has the most receiving yards at 18. So the Moose jinx rolls on here through the first quarter. If you believe that. We're going to get into the second quarter here. We're talking playoff stuff. Drop your comments, drop your questions for the weekend. If you're feeling good, what are you doing on this Friday? Let us know. It's Feel Good Friday, because you know what? This is the last big weekend in the NFL. It's going to be weird.
It is. Yeah, next weekend's still pretty big. The division playoffs.
The amount of games. Yeah.
I guess they cut it down a bit. You're right. I always consider the division round like the last big weekend, because then we're down to 2 games. We're really down to we're just watching 4 teams. So
yeah, it's so bizarre. Also, I did read another report this morning. Obviously, we'll give you an update on any news that breaks as it's kind of coming down to that part of Friday. Yep. Most stuff's out there. Alvin Kamara, good to go. Cooper Kupp, good to go. Goff looks good to go. Alex Smith looks good to go. But I was reading about Raymond James Stadium, because there's been this debate about no coffee corner there. So Patriots will take over at the 20 here in the beginning of the second quarter. I was looking at the Raymond James Stadium, because they're talking about, will there be fans at the Super Bowl? That's like the big thing. We have the Weeknd playing the halftime show. You have more than likely Kansas City versus fill in your NFC team of choice. But they basically said right now there's still a chance that they are looking to put around 10,000 fans in the stadium. So I don't know. I found it fascinating, because it's like, they haven't done it yet. What are we? Or if they haven't reached that level, but I don't know. It is going to be interesting. Hopefully the next month or so. It would be a good sign if there are those fans there, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to have some fans there. I mean, I want there to be fans in the stands, especially for football. I really miss it. When I watch golf, I don't miss it that much. When I watch other sports, baseball, I really miss it. Baseball, definitely don't miss it, to be honest. But football, it just feels a little bit weird sometimes. You're looking and you're like, guys are celebrating after a pick, and you're like, who are you celebrating with? It's a little weird, right? So I really want fans back in the stands for football, as strange as that sounds. But hopefully they can get some, limited capacity for the Super Bowl. Obviously, you got to do it safely and stuff like that. We don't need more super spreader events, Jason, but it would be cool to have them back.
Yeah, it's interesting because, some of the football games, depending on what you watch, what's been your local networks outside of any local teams, it's fascinating because some of the broadcasts have had really good audio that you can't really tell. And then others have done such a weird job where they blast cheers in really odd times.
Right.
And it's been so jarring. It happened once on a Sunday night football game, and NBC, I think it was early, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was it was just you knew right then and there, oh wait, there's no fans, because there's clearly there's a weird hum that just came on my screen or came over my volume.
Yeah, and sometimes the pitch will just it'll go from really low to just all of a sudden it's just like a very unnatural move from like low noise to like all of a sudden there's a ton of crowd noise. And you're like, and you're like, oh yeah, the fans, and it's like that actually wasn't the fans. So
yeah, and that's the hard part. Yeah,
it's a weird thing all around. So for sure.
I agree with you. And again, I want to give a shout. We have our updated stats through one. Jared and Joe crushing it on our ops team. We had Daniel and Michael, our production crew. Smash that like. Moose, Rossi, Friday night, Patriots 7, Bungles, Zip, Super Wild Card. I just don't get it. Super whatever.
Super Wild. Is that what they're actually calling it? Super Wild Card Weekend?
Super Extreme Wild Card. I thought we saw Super Wild Card. I could be mistaken. We have much smarter people than I.
Wild Card. I have no idea.
Yeah, but like it seems like something they would do either way. But I did see there was one advertisement that said Super Wild Card Weekend. I just don't know if it was like legit the NFL's tagline or just I think it was like CBS.
Sounds like something the NFL would do, so probably go with that.
Yeah, we got the Super Bowl. What do you want to call this Wild Card Weekend? Well, screw it. Let's extend every
Super
weekend.
Wild Card Weekend.
Listen, the NFL. Good. Yeah, listen, I love those meetings. You know that's exactly what it was. What about Super? We're on to something there, Moose. We got you.
It was either it went like that, or it's like they legitimately got like 200 people to give them like 500 options, and then they're like, these are all too risky. Let's just use Super again.
Yeah, Michael confirms. NFL is calling it Super Wild Card Weekend.
Wow, amazing! Just amazing marketing.
Yeah, they hired some outside sources.
Yeah, outside $10 million later,
Oh, too much.
Some guy just walks in. Hey, why don't you just call us Super again? Okay.
Genius. There's a pass down the middle into the red zone. Looks like Demir Bird making it to the 5-yard line. And that catch, Congo Cab. We see it. What's going on, Captain Blood? Happy to have you. Tom Cruise, Barry. What's up, everybody?
Yeah, what's going on with the pod? What was your last episode on? I forget. With the pile driver. Give me that. Okay, I'm gonna try and get the correct pronunciation of your pod. The popular culture.
Oh!
Is that Sony Michel?
Touchdown, really quick. Don't even wait. I'm gonna wait to see.
It's Sony
Michel. Yeah, it gets the first one.
Okay, good, because it gave me time to remember what the actual title of your podcast is. It's the Pop Culture Pile Driver with Jason Rossi, Billy, his last name I forget.
Well, you just go Billy D.
Billy D.
He doesn't have a last name. Super Billy.
What's your latest episode? What are you guys up to?
All right, so this week we did 2020 best albums. We do a lot of music on the pod. And we went over the music of the year 2020, which was, if you are a music fan or you're not, it was very, very heavily pop music. There was not a lot of rock or there's a decent country. Obviously, like Taylor Swift had a couple albums drop, Miley Cyrus, Dua Lipa, The Weeknd, but not a lot of the like heritage. Lady Gaga had an album. So we kind of went back and forth and kind of went over the best albums to listen to. Because guess what? We're all still chilling at home, so not a better time than to, if you're in between sims or looking at something just to distract you, pop on some tunes.
Yeah, no kidding. Delaney, that's what it is, Billy Delaney.
There it is. Look at that.
It's in there somewhere. It's always in there somewhere.
He went to his Wikipedia page.
No, I didn't. I actually didn't Google it or anything. It just came. I knew it was in my brain somewhere.
Yeah, so if you want to check that out, it's called the Pop Culture Pile Driver. We do an episode once a week before that, because we kind of vary topics and stuff. We're all about like movies, music. We're both wrestling fans, so we did a top 11 female wrestlers recently. We kind of crossed the board on different things. I don't even know what we're doing next week, so just something outside if you're looking to support, just like with my guy here, follow at the Fantasy Grind. He's literally everywhere. I just sit here in my house and record podcasts, so enjoy.
I just sit in my house and, look at gambling odds and type stuff up and tweet nonsense, man. I mean, look, it's a living. I mean, actually, it's kind of funny. I was talking to my bank today, trying to explain to them what I did. It didn't go well. Let's put it that way.
I can tell you this right now. So obviously I, in my past, was, radio and broadcast and used to host a lot of events and get paid separately for that.
Yeah.
So I remember having yours is definitely much more intriguing to hear if you're a bank, because there's a nice rip run from Joe Mixon. He's going to take it to the house. 57 yards, Joe Mixon. Wow. See, that's a 28 we can see.
Face.
Yes, we've had a couple of turnovers from Cincinnati, but they bounce back. Look at the two moves early. Joe Mixon bounced off of one tackle, kind of juked out the linebacker, taking it 57 yards for his first score. Look, Gilmore, get out of here. Push him out. So there's your first score for Cincinnati. They're on the board. But yeah, when it comes to like bank stuff, I love to hear this also from the DK Sim fan, because you all know you have some form of job you've had or you do now. It's really intriguing to see how people what they do. But I remember one time I bet, because I had all different, I had to fill W-9s, I'm sure you have to do, and they're like, wait a second, what the heck do you do? And you're like, well, I work at bars for this company, for this bear company. I radio here. I do this over here. But well, how come you have 15 W-2s and you filled out all these forms and you have one tax thing? It's like, I can only imagine what yours looks like. Your situation come tax season.
Well,
do you pay taxes in Canada?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I thought everything was just free there. I don't know. I just feel like everything.
Totally, man. I mean, you just come here, you get given, a pet beaver and, a fur coat. And you just here's your land. Here's your 100 acres, man. That's Canada, basically. But, no, yeah, tax season's weird for me. You got luckily I am the tax master now, from my background in school and just doing research on my own. So I'm taxes don't faze me at all. I welcome, bring it on, Internal Revenue Agency or whatever they're called here. But the banks are the worst, because as soon as they hear you're self-employed, it's it's like the nice person leaves the office and then the mean person comes in. Oh, you're self-employed? Oh, it tilts me to no end. I hate banks to begin with, so trying to explain it. It's just a losing battle.
Moose taken down.
I'm just gonna do what every warm-blooded male in North America should do when you're in this kind of. You just go to your local gangster down the street, and it'll work out. Just kidding.
I know. Honestly, you just keep all your money under your in between your pillows.
Well, that is actually what you should do. But it's all good. I hate the interaction with them. They do hold you in disdain if you're a self-employed person.
I've been there with people that are Bad Boys of Pops is a great one. He says host podcasts, write songs, host trivia, act, sing. Basically, I usually just say I'm an entertainer, but I'm sure he gets that same look, and for a little while, same situation, but they just look at you honestly, if you do anything that, especially in the modern era, so many people are self-employed with.
Oh, I know.
Talk with Tara Lynn about, look at this run here. The run up the gut there for, I think that might have been Sony Michel again. But Tara Lynn, we were joking with her because her chair, by the way, make sure you make comments. She looks like she has a gamer's chair, which me and Moose basically tipped her off that she should become a gamer. But just say that was there's so many people now that make their living off of Twitch, YouTube, the platforms we're on, and that it shouldn't be that out of the realm of being I'm self-employed.
No.
That doesn't make you a bum. Or DJs.
No.
I have DJ friends that they don't work for a company; they work for their name Inc.
No, and most of these people are making bank, right? It's not like the streaming industry is there's a bunch of people making a couple grand. I know there's people who do it as a side gig, but some of these guys are just raking. So the banks are living in the 60s where everybody works at the local paper mill or whatever, or the one office in town. It's it tilts me to no end. It's just one of those things. Just get out of here. Yeah, definitely make fun of Tara Lynn's gamer chair. Don't make fun of it. Just make reference to it.
Point out.
You can come up with a good gamer name for Tara Lynn. What would her gamer tag be?
It'd be TL the Streamer or something like that.
Tara just I don't know.
Oh, you got something there. You're already on the way.
Tara Lynn, I don't know. It'll come to us. We'll just let it come.
That's what we have the chat for.
That's true. The chat is there. Make up a good but very, very, appropriate. We don't need to get into the realm.
yes.
Here. Gamer name for Tara Lynn if we're here to come up with that. Be like Gamer Chick TL
for life.
For life. There you go.
Oh.
I shouldn't be doing this. Tara Lynn will probably take it well, but if this was like Glash doing this, Glash should be dead.
She get daggers for Glash?
Oh yeah. She has no time for that nonsense with Glash and Kaufman.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I've stayed on her good side, which I feel it's
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like I'm not again. I'm trying to it's all in fun, but I want to stay on her good side. I think it's mainly because she has to see those guys in real life, so she knows what doofuses they actually are. So
it's a great point. Yeah, I've never met her in real life. We just hear her in the computer screens.
Yeah, I'm sure if she met me in real life, she'd come to hate me too. But I'm just kidding.
But luckily for both of us, that we haven't had to have that. Because we have a minute 10 left here in the first half, 14-7. Here come the Bungles. Will it be a turnover? Will it be more Joe Mixon? Burrow scrambling out, throws across his body. Has a receiver there.
Oh my God. That was AJ.
That much of thing. Wow, AJ Green usually shorthanded with the update. Because he didn't have his best season. Look at this. I see a couple. TL Goddess from Steve. That's not a bad one.
Oh, this is a good one from Andrew. Gamer T for the Lynn.
See, that actually would be it though. Like if you ever go on like these like Twitch channels, that's like the stuff you see, and these people have like 4 billion subscribers and followers. So
that's definitely the winner for me. Gamer T for the win.
It's the most likely to be the multi-million. Like Bad Boys of Pops is Terrorizer. Terrorizer. I like that.
That's pretty solid too, actually.
Listen, either way, she's going to become a streamer soon. So you can watch her playing said games like Madden and Among Us and whatever else is popular. There's a third interception, and it's Gilmore again! The hat trick! Throw your hats on the field, New England. Wow. I'll tell you right now, I've never seen 3 interceptions in one half for the same cornerback.
Yeah.
For
one half, I don't believe I have either. I've definitely saw a couple QBs blow up with like 3 or maybe even 4 in a game, but not in the same half. Wow. It's funny. I was just watching an interview with Burrow yesterday, saying he's probably going to be ready for the start of next season. But
you know what? We become so. I don't know the best word to use here, so fill in the blank with a better word after I say my statement. But these injuries, you're like, yeah, he'll be back. Like these guys could break an arm, tear something off their shoulder, their foot, their leg, their ankle, all these things. You're like, yeah, he'll be back next year. You don't even think twice anymore. Go back 15 years. Like somebody tore their ACL and we even just say like 15, 14, 10. You're like, oh, they're not going to be back till midway through next year. And now it was ever since Adrian Peterson did it. It's like now people just expect players to just return post-injury within the calendar year.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, medical improvements better. The teams are better at supporting injured players. Players are smarter about it. All the above.
Medical science it's crazy. We're going to have 42 seconds left here. By the way, Michael dropping it. The 18th interception for the Pats here. 11th by Burrow. 11th. So that means he's had 8 coming into just this game, and we're only in the first half as Luke Murphy says, records always happen when Rossi and Jeff are hosting. And that is true.
Absolutely true, man.
This is why you got to tune in when you see our names on that slate. You go, oh man, I got to stop everything. Oh, what's that? Family reunion? Canceled. Oh, have a Zoom meeting to get together with friends who I haven't seen in 8 months? Too bad. We're going to see history on the stream. Lock it in here. Smash that like for a little bit of history. I don't even know what number we're at, but I just wanted to be
high. You need me to pick up the kids, honey? Sorry, but Stephon Gilmore just had 3 interceptions in the first half of the sim, and things take precedence. So
you'll understand.
Totally. They always understand.
Yeah, us much later after several hours of silence. It was interesting. The Cats getting involved. All right, so we have 30 seconds left here. 2nd and 10 from the 32-yard line. We saw them stall out here last time. Nick Folk tried to boot like 150-yarder. Did not get. As a receiver there, it's overthrown. 3rd and 10 here from the 32-yard line. Jared Kilgore says, Jeff, spring is coming. The days are getting longer.
It's true, man. Days are. I just told my wife that, I'm like, look, honey, it's all uphill from here. You're going to get a little more sunlight every morning. Drink it in.
It is true. It's been weird for, obviously. Yikes.
My wife hates it when I'm positive like that.
Honey,
like, what
wake
are you
up.
to? She just thinks I'm up to something. She's like, what are you up to? Like, why are you trying to be Mr. Cheerful all of a sudden? Like, she knows, Jason. She knows.
She's got the insight. So here we go. Let's see, Jeff. He missed a 55. This is a 49.
Hey, he'll make it. I'm going to say he makes it.
Let's see. Looks good from here, and it will. He will boot it in. So that will put the Pats up by 10, 17-7. And Nick Folk 49-yard field goal as Moose brings in that positivity and sunlight. You can tell he's such a person to be around that when he says, "Hey, honey, there's more sun today," she thinks he's up to something. What's he scheming about? And then he goes to the bank and tells him he's self-employed, and then
that's right, yeah. Going to the bank behind her back, pay some mortgage. No.
Yeah, I gotta shift my funds, my billions that I won this past weekend.
I mean, she's completely right. I'm always up to something. I always got something.
Listen, all the smart ones do.
That's right.
Taking it out here from the 3-yard line. They'll be stopped shy of the 20. Oh, right at the 25. 12 seconds remain. Will Joe Burrow try to throw one more pick here in the first half?
I mean, you know what? We're probably going to get a Hail Mary attempt here. So there's a very good possibility. There is a possibility we're going to get a 4th interception. We got the perfect setup. Half is taking forever, too. Probably because of all the interceptions.
And he's at the shotgun formation. Boo.
You coward.
Don't call the timeout. Don't do it. Let it end. We're going to get that.
Mercifully, let it end.
Yeah, so we'll get to the half here. It's Moose. It's Rossi. We got Michael and Daniel on our production crew. We got Jared and Joe on our ops team. It's been a wild one here. 3 interceptions, 4 turnovers total here for the Bengals. And again, your touchdowns. N'Keal Harry from Cam Newton from 10 yards out. Sony Michel has a short rushing touchdown. And Joe Mixon, as you're seeing a little highlight here, he ran it from 57 yards. He's almost at 70 yards total. My cat wants in on the game, so here you go. A little cat action for you. That's what we're here for. You have a moose in your backyard. I have a cat that's literally obsessed with me, and I'm going to give to Glash sooner or later.
How old is your cat?
Oh, I was saying this, yes, I think like 5 or 6. I don't know exactly. I always forget.
Is she like a street cat?
Yeah, so we found my friends found him. Knew my wife used to have cats. Said, "Do you want this cat we found on the street?"
Yeah.
Took the cat, and now my wife barely
pays
attention.
Man. Street cats are the best. I grew up with a street cat in my house when I was older because anyways, randomly. But like this cat was like, it was like rough, man. Like legitimately, like I would take the cat I grew up with over like most dogs in a fight. Like this thing used to sit outside.
I agree.
It used to sit outside in like minus 20 degrees Celsius weather and like wait for birds. Like just sitting on the driveway. I'd come home late at night, just sitting there. I'd be like, "You want to come inside? Like it's cold." The cat would be like, "No." And they'd be like, "No, I'm good." Like,
like this is my home now.
Yeah.
By the way, no receiver over 40 yards. Aussie leading the way with 38. So tough one there. I'll take a look here in our free Sim Family freebie here. In first place is Stud 2. I guess the sequel. Cam Newton and the captain, N'Keal Harry, Joe Mixon, John Ross, Sony Michel and the Patriots DST. Burrow watch. Joe Burrow currently at negative 1.28.
Oh yeah, so we got some things to watch here. We got the interception record. We got the Burrow negative watch. that's basically it. But it's pretty hefty. We got some records going on here. Possibly set some records. We got in the free showdown. We got the Pats D in the captain spot at 3.9%. They got 15 points there. Cam with 9 points. Edelman with 4. Mixon 12. He had that run. Mixon's got 68 rush yards. I feel like that was like the only rush Joe Mixon had. It actually might have been. N'Keal Harry and Sony Michel. So Sony Michel is a touchdown too. So both RBs.
Yeah, so really, right now, unless something crazy happens, Mixon's your only bonus watch.
Yep.
For the second half, and yeah, we'll just watch Burrow, see if he can throw another pick, but we'll see Cam
Let's cheer it on, folks. Yeah, Sony Michel's got 58 rush yards too. So.
All right, so he's in the zone. Things go according to plan. Also, very quickly, Andrew Weisner says, my boss has 8 cats.
Wow.
Thanks.
Yeah, my wife grew up with like 5 cats in her house.
I don't get it. Like I
don't get it either, man. Like
it's like
she said,
they used one cat. Like, might as well.
She said they used to have like territory fights and stuff like that. Just like walk into a room and there'd be like 3 of them, just be like, you know, doing like stare offs. I'm like, why would you want pets like that? Like, I get having one. Story.
Yeah, like but here's the thing. I got judged as we get a nice run there. I got judged when I had one cat. They're like, oh, well, you have to have another one because they need a friend. I'm like, excuse me.
I don't think that's how it works with cats.
No, I'm like, what do you mean? Stats good through the half, should I say? Daniel, appreciate that. So again, killer job by Jared and Joe, smoking them on our ops team. Big shout to you guys. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm like, is that really how this works? Like, I've never heard that about dogs, and dogs are much more active. It's like, you don't say, oh, I got one dog, got to get 2.
Well, no, definitely with dogs, I think.
I do. Oh, wait a minute. Cam Newton now throwing a pick.
Getting in on the pick party. It's a turn. He's going to go. Wow.
All the way to the house. Interception for the Bengals. Yeah, dance it out. Wayne's on the interception. Wow. This game has become maybe one of the most bizarre I've watched in a while. I can't tell you the last time I saw a pick 6.
Yeah. Actually, I haven't seen them for a while either, so.
Yeah, they usually get tackled a couple yards shy. And
we're up to 4 INTs here. I mean, this is ridiculous, man.
It is. It really is. So we have 4 interceptions in the game. 1 now returned for a touchdown. Oh, boy. Defense is where the way to go here, I guess, in this contest. Robbie Noble, what is this game, bro? Hey, listen, you never know what you're going to get. That's the best part about Simland. Like, this game could easily be one of those 30-point for both teams shootouts, or we could have this kind of interesting defensive struggle. You know, definitely keeping our ops team very busy. We also, interesting. So Andrew, who told me boss had 8 cats, he said, he personally says, I used to have 6, but moved out with 1 because the other cats would abuse her. What? So you took 1 cat out? And what did the other 5? Where are they now?
Yeah, no, it's true, man. Like, cats are territorial, and like they'll go in like a hierarchy kind of thing. So, but at the same time, like they can be like, you know, companions and stuff. They get along, but like they can definitely be they can be like standoffs and stuff too.
Yeah, well, like that's like what I see, like my cat from hell. I've watched that. My cat could be that way as well. Also, Jason Max says, you're your cat's friend. Because I have multiple dogs and they barely interact. As long as you're giving the cat attention, you're good to go. It's very therapeutic.
My dogs used to, when I had 2 Boston Terriers, they just like, they slept together. They used to groom each other. Like they were buds, you know, like they never fought or anything. They play fight, but like they never get in serious fights. But yeah, it's different it's just like people, man. I mean, like you get along with certain people, and certain people you just be like, good God, man, if I get to spend another second, you know, in this room with this person.
That's why I always, you know, whatever, everyone live your own life. You've all lived our lives, but that's why I always say, like, I'm so glad I got to live with roommates before I moved in with my now wife and all that, because it was like, it's great in the beginning when you live with buddies. Then, like, let's say after 2 years, give or take, you're like, I think I got to end this. Like, I think this was fun. If we're going to be friends for much longer, that's why I feel like college. I didn't live at college, so I feel like that's what that must be like because some people like have that same roommate throughout 4 years. It's like, oh, all right. It's quite a relationship to come out of nowhere with the perfect stranger. Nathan says, I have a cat and 2 dogs. Cat now thinks he acts like a dog all the time. See, that's cool. It's just culture. Run Sony Michel, you mentioned earlier. Now he's up to 71 yards. So, yeah, he is now, with still 5.5 left to go in the third. If the game script goes as possible, stop having the quarterbacks throw and just let these running backs get that bonus for you.
Yeah, Sony Michel should be in line for a few carries. He's still got the lead. Up against the softer rush defense. So Sony Michel owners enjoying this. Yeah, man. It's both defenses, though. Crazy. 72 yards. Grinding clock. You up to anything interesting this week, Jason? You're just going to sit back and watch some football?
Actually, this next coming week is my birthday's next week. My sister's birthday is the day before, so we always try to group us together, in these small circles that we're living in these days. Like, we have what we call our inner circles, we joke. So, like, don't go outside of the circle.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's like my family, my immediate family. She has 4 kids. I got the 1. My other sister has 1. So we're going to do some sort of the small gathering tomorrow to kind of celebrate all that, watch a ton of football. I'm also worried about, to be honest with you, Moose, I'm worried about, having the 3 games because I want my interest to last. That Washington-Tampa game, obviously is New England have my eye and attention on that because I'll be honest, I want the Washington football team to beat Buccaneers. I don't want any of that crap going forward because my emotions will only rise. But with that being said, I think it's going to be tough to stay up for 3 games when they're all solo games that all mean so much. I think that's what's going to be fascinating to me is how is my attention going to go, the ebbs and flows of the day. But yeah, overall, my plan is a little birthday, little family time, and hell of a lot of football. How about yourself?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'll be on Leaderboard Live for Saturday, so I'll be at least involved in the first 2 games. I'm going to probably skip watching the complete one of the Washington-Tampa game, mostly because, I think it's going to be the most sort of boring game to watch, but also just so my wife doesn't kill me. So I'll probably check in on it on my phone and stuff like that. But I'll be on Leaderboard Live doing updates and stuff, so I'll definitely be into those first 2 games. I'm mostly looking forward to the Buffalo Indy game anyways. I mean, I always cheer for Wes, so I love watching Wes play. So I'll definitely be into those first 2 games, but I'll be watching Tampa Bay sparingly probably, and then Sunday I'll probably just degenerate like I normally do. So.
Well, that's it. So that's a natural way to be. Hopefully you guys have some good stuff going on, watching the games, maybe doing something fun, ordering good food, whatever it may be.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That's what I.
Treat yourself.
Absolutely, it's a weekend.
So your birthday is on what day is your birthday on?
My birthday is this coming Tuesday, January 12th.
Tuesday, okay.
So that will be a massive celebration that will just be going. The parade that will be coming down the street.
Parades. The holiday.
Yep, everyone's going to be. Oh, get in there!
Oh, it
does! Wow!
It.
That was the latest touchdown. That looked like Ben Roethlisberger in the Super Bowl against the Seahawks. Looked short, but Edelman, it might have just been laying on top of the defensive back.
That's exactly what it was. Great animation by the Madden game. EA Sports, good job.
Yeah, let's see. Zach Taylor held on to his job. A lot of people questioned if that would be the case. Personally think it's a smart move. Don't keep switching coaches. But, look at this. Not even a challenge. So Edelman gets in. So Cam Newton throws his 2nd touchdown of the day. Julian Edelman, who, by the way, was the 2nd highest receiver for the Patriots. Maybe not 2nd, maybe 3rd, actually. But he definitely had more receiving yards than N'Keal Harry. And, by the way, Julian Edelman missed 9 games. So just remember that. N'Keal Harry, bad call. 9th touchdown in Simland for a Julian Edelman. So that shakes up the lineups. Nice bounce back drive there after the pick 6 from Cam Newton, driving all the way down the field for a tutty. Hey, B-Rack, he says, January babies, my birthday's the 15th. It's also Martin Luther King Day. Also, yes, I see you guys chatting about our ops team will make sure everything gets cleared up before the end of the game. Be patient. Those guys are working their tails off, making sure things get corrected. That's what we do in between quarters. So, wait, they're fumble there? And the Patriots pick it up?
Oh my
This
God.
game is wild. You can't blink. You can't blink, Moose.
No, I did blank. I didn't even see that play. So
Look at this. Oh, that might come back. That might come back.
you're gonna get a review, you think?
I don't know. Actually, the Edelman one wasn't reviewed, so
No, I know. The
It doesn't
fumbles
look like
sometimes
it.
do. The fumbles are the ones that get called back. Here we go. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is gonna get called
Okay.
back.
it does look that way. But yeah, wild game. I literally just looking at the chat, look over, and the Patriot looked like Winovich is running around with a ball in his hand. Hey, that ball's down. Looks like it.
Every time we do a game, it's true. Like something just absolutely weird happens. Like you wouldn't even think could happens. Like 3 interceptions and a half. Lamar Jackson running for 300 yards. Like
Oh, that was the wildest.
That was
the wildest game.
that was crazy.
Because you know what's wild about that? Lamar Jackson sometimes doesn't run all that much in these sims. Like he'll have games where he rushes for like 63, which is still good for a quarterback.
Very out of nowhere. I mean, even for a rushing quarterback, right? So
Yeah, everything looks. Thank you, Earl. Ops is on it, updating things. So the fumble will not hold up. So the Bengals take over at the 26-yard line. Joe Burrow, we want pick number 4.
And well, he hasn't thrown at all, so he's still at. That's the other thing. He's still at negative yardage or points, right?
Yeah, he's still at. Oh, hold on.
No, minus 128.
I mean, 90th in this contest. The team stinks. Yeah, minus 1.28. So, as you said, surprised if this one's been Gio Bernard as well. Not really involved, and usually averaging somewhere in that over 10-point range. But it's been a lot
This
of
whole
Joe
game
Mixon
has
you see
been-
there.
Bananas.
It really has.
It's,
And we still have so much time left. We're still in the third quarter.
There's been so many turnovers, and whenever there's turnovers, there's reviews, and the animation comes on. So,
Listen, smash that like. I want to see Joe Burrow throw one more pick.
oh,
Come on,
absolutely.
There's Bernard getting another carry.
But again, why are the Bengals running? Maybe they're just sick of Joe Burrow throwing interceptions.
Honestly, that's we've seen it in the NFL. Sometimes it's just like get the ball out of his hands, see if we can get to field goal range, make it a 1-score game, and then maybe build a little confidence. In Madden they do make those adjustmts in halftime. So see, Joe Burrow drops back here. Oh, looks like he's heading his way. Whoa! Dances around, throws it out of bounds, gets the ball away. Oh, crazy. Yeah, that's right. Bad Boys and Pop says it's cool. Gives us another chance to make interception history. That's what we want to see. See you all there. Andrew Wisner saying that my birthday is the day after his mom's, which is the day after my sister's birthday as well, which is bizarre. She's 7 years older than me, but born the day before. Punt going into the end zone, so we'll get a touchback. 22 seconds remain. 24-14. Patriots going to take back over here at the 20-yard line. Cam Newton connected with Julian Edelman for a touchdown on their last drive after a pick 6 opened the half. It's Moose, Jeff Ulrich at the Fantasy Grind. Check him out, follow him. You can smell him on Twitter. Please do. It smells glorious. It smells like money.
That's one of my favorite movie scenes of all time from The Big Short. Ryan Gosling when he goes and does that pitch to Steve Carell for the first time. What's that smell? You smell that? Opportunity. No, money. It smells like money.
I will say that movie in the beginning, I remember it got buzzed when it first came out. Then I kind of feel like it faded out of American Gangster. There's a couple of these movies that kind of came out during that time. They were publicized and awards were, at least nominated. And then you kind of forget about it now. But there's some really good movies over the last 5 years that I think have slid under, and that's one of them. Big Short. Or that was a little bit. That might be older now. I don't even know what year.
Yeah, it's a little bit older. It's definitely maybe 14-ish.
We'll say decade to cover our bases.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Wow.
I love that movie.
Yeah, we could talk more about that. Joe Burrow's rating is 30. He's 30. He's horrible passing yards. He's got 3 picks. Just awful game for him.
I mean, he throws one more pick. He won't be guaranteed to have negative points, but he'll need a touchdown to get to positive points at that point. So
Yeah, well,
this is all kinds of intriguing, quite frankly. I mean, from the weirdest standpoint ever, because I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback finish with negative points. Maybe I have, and I'm forgetting, but
yeah, DK Simfam, we'll need your help. I know I have not personally.
Yeah, actually, that's a good question for the chat. I mean, have we ever had a QB finish with negative points? I don't remember off the top of my lineup or off the top of my head.
That's serious. Oh, by the way, Daniel was poking at me. He goes, "Pay attention, Ross." He goes, "There's a defensive play, like something that happens every other play in this game." And then he also says, Tevin Coleman had 20 carries in the first half, and then the Mostert got the carry. So things can happen. Wild things have happened on these games. So could we actually see a benching of a quarterback? Highly unlikely, but who the heck knows anymore? So we'll see. Yeah, it sure will be. So we have the Patriots here at the 12-yard line with a 2nd and 18 to open up this fourth quarter. It has been a doozy of a game. Again, you're just joining us. Joe Burrow, 3 picks. The touchdown for the Bengals was an interception for a touchdown. Cam Newton threw that one to the other team. And then Joe Mixon had a 57-yarder. He's on bonus watch. So is Sony Michel. But here in this play, it'll be James White in the backfield. And with time. More time.
Damn.
Oh, no. Sacked. Going back. Keep going back. Now the current Seahawk, Carlos Dunlap, taking it down the 5-yard line. Wow. Bad Boys of Pop says he does not believe so, and he's been here since day one. Congo Cap says, yes, Lamar had 5 points the night of that promo, but that's not negative. Cam Newton throws the screen, gets it to James White, makes a move, going nowhere, gets it back to the original line of scrimmage at the 20. 4th and 10, we're going to see a punt. Tony A says, did Edelman score a touchdown? Yes. Very simple. Giggle Pig says, yeah, Big Short only like 5 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, well, it wasn't that long ago. That's true.
Like American Gangster, I don't know. Like, I feel like all these things have gotten lost. Like, I don't know what time is just, I can't remember what year we're in, how long it's been. Because we're still in 2020 hangover, as you can clearly see by the week we're having. Congo Cap says Matt Stafford had like 3 points against Miami once. That I actually remember. Yeah, I don't think we've had any negatives. Stats good through 3. Thank you, Michael. I'm sorry, Daniel.
Yeah, no one's chiming in that they can remember.
No, just all bad scores, but not negative. So we'll see here as Joe Burrow scrambles out to his right, running, taking off, fumbles the ball, and it is another turnover for Joe Burrow.
Wow. I mean,
second fumble, first one turned over.
Wow.
So he was at negative 0.76. That's going to drop him. I don't know if fumbles are 1 or 2, so don't quote me. I know that's why we have the awesome ops team, but it's not helping his case, Moose.
No, pretty sure they're 1. Although, again, actually, I can't even remember that off the top, so I don't want to. Yeah, it is 1. They credit me fumble. I should know that off the top of my head, but there's so many different scoring systems you use for fantasy football. I always kind of forget, but yeah, it's -1 for DraftKings, so he's at -1.76. We got less than 7 minutes to go. I think he needs a touchdown to get into positive territory now. So, wow.
Well,
all kinds of intrigue here in the last 6 minutes, folks.
Yeah, it's been a weird one again, but look at this. Cam Newton, play action. He's got time. Throw it, Cam. Unleashes it down the field. Double coverage. Incomplete there. Yeah, look for Nikhil Harris. Daniel is dropping saying Josh Allen once fumbled 4 times in a snow game.
I remember that because I'm pretty sure I was on the call for that one.
You're definitely going to remember this one. So Joe Burrow has fumbled twice, lost 1, thrown 3 interceptions, sitting under 100 yards thrown, sitting at negative 1.76. Josh Allen, that was back in Madden 20. Daniel clarifies. Hey, same thing. I think against Carolina. Look at Daniel just drop it. Look at that brain. Daniel, you've seen so many of these games. You do like 3 a day. Okay, what are we doing here? Another 55-yarder Folk missed the first one, misses the second one. This game is absolutely, it's gone to straight banana land. We said it earlier. Almost. Yeah, so Folk does have one good field goal from about 45. He's missed 2 50-plus. Burrow with, as we've mentioned, 3 picks, 2 fumbles, 1 lost. Here he comes again at the 46-yard line. Time, throws the ball. Oh, makes the catch.
The first, nice place. He's got some positive yardage. Like Green? I don't know. I actually have no idea which receiver that is. I didn't do it.
Michael saying very long game, but that's what we're all here for. We're here for that. If we're going to be here, we want history.
Interception. I mean, I want to see it.
At this point, please.
Throw the pick, Joe. He's going to fumble again. Oh, he's trying. He is trying. He's also trying to get into positive territory. Those rush yards are valuable for him, so. Although he only didn't get very many.
We'll see. All right, so now 3rd and 3. Here comes Joe Burrow in the gun. Bernard next to him. Guy we haven't called out is Usama. I haven't heard from him all day. There's a screen pass out to Bernard. He's going to make a move or 2. Gilmore's in the zone, but they're going to get the first down. Barely. 41-yard line. People making jokes about Jameis Winston. Obviously more in reality. Simland, he was pretty good, says Congo Cab.
So we're at minus 0.66 right now, so.
Sign of the devil. He's going to get closer up here now. He might, listen, this drive keeps going the way it's going. He might get into bonus territory without the touch.
Yep. 4 minutes to go.
So here we go, yeah, 4 minutes. Let's see the pick. Smash that like if you want to pick. Just start writing pick. Don't spam the chat, but you can just write it.
I mean, the Bengals could actually theoretically still win this game. They're only down 10. I think they just got a first down there, too. So they punch it in here. Still have 3 timeouts. Could happen. The girl's saying, hey guys. That's a good result.
He's just trying to keep the temperament nice and cool and chill. Where's, when he got drafted, with a cigar after they won the championship in LSU. There he is.
Oh,
a bullet. Oh, almost intercepted, but Boyd comes down with the catch to the 16-yard line. Burrow creeping his way towards positive points here. He was at negative 0.4, 1-4. See, come on. Robbie Noble says, no, I want to see the Bungles come back and win. Get out of town. Give me that pick.
Get rid of it, Joe.
Oh, sack.
That was silly.
Copeland. Patriots, one of the worst linebacking cores in the NFL this year. Gets a sack, so they're at the 21-yard line. 2 minutes and 30 seconds of counting. It's Moose, Jeff Ulrich, Jason Rossi with you guys on a feel-good Friday. We're looking, even though we're all about that positivity to get into your weekend, we are looking for Joe Burrow to throw a pick here. He's in the positive points now. He's got 0.4. Completed again. He's going to lose yards, though. Going the wrong way. 3rd and 24 from the 30-yard line. You don't see that often. Congo Cab calling for Ross TD.
Yeah, we haven't seen John Ross at all. I mean, we haven't seen much from any of the Bengals wide receivers. But I'd like, has Ross even caught a pass? Maybe one, and I'm just forgetting.
He has 4.9, so he must have. He's got 29 receiving yards on 2 grabs. I think it was in this drive, actually.
3rd and 24. We saw 4th and 42 yesterday. Derek Carr took 3 sacks in a row, like 15 yards each. It's crazy. Oh, did he get it?
That ball looks complete. That's AJ Green.
Folks. He is back, baby. He is all the way back. 0.42 points for Joe Burrow.
Go ahead and
pipe and smoke it, Rossi. Oh, kicking the field goal. Okay.
It's a smart play overall. You still
It
have
is.
a quick timeout.
It is.
Give yourself a fighting chance.
You need the old onside kickaroo anyways at this point. So, or a real quick stop.
Yeah. Brad Wallace says he's playing with a torn MCL and ACL. Give him a break.
That's right. That's right. Go easy on old Joe. I still like Joe Burrow. I think he's gonna have a good career. I hope he comes back healthy and like dominates.
Same here. I've
He was
actually
so
liked
good.
him.
Like the Bengals were bad, you know. Like for him to like he was putting up good numbers with a bad team.
That was really funny. Jason Max says, in typical Madden fashion, Burrow will go from turnover machine to a Hall of Famer in the last 5 minutes to make it interesting. But technically, aside from us wanting the interception, you kind of want that. Like you have these guys, you put the points up. This is what you're looking for.
Yeah, the old late game heroics. He's right. See it a lot. Guys stink for 3 quarters and then they throw 2 touchdowns in the last 5 minutes or something. All right, they didn't even try the onside kick, Rossi. Like,
yeah. Well, they have 3 timeouts, so I'm guessing they're, you know, the guy that the Patriots taped up in the box that was like at the, you know, that Bengals one. He probably told them, "Hey, go ahead and kick this one off. We can make a stop." Small Ben Burrows is a positive for points. That's true. So yeah, 0.9 now. All right, so here's the handoff. James White takes it up there for about 7 yards, 6 yards on the ground. So it'll be a 2nd and 4. The timeout is called. Let's see where they go here. It's interesting call to run it out of the shotgun, but they did. So 2nd and 4 here. 1:41 left. It's been a doozy. The Patriots 24, the Bengals 17. Joe Burrow hanging on to that positive points by just 0.98. Hope you didn't captain him. I mean, he was the highest owned, by the way. There's another run. James White looks like he got it there.
yeah, it's pretty much gonna ice it. Although the Pats will probably run an offensive play because it's just what the sim does. But they could just kneel it out now if they wanted.
Let's see what they end up going with. I'm just looking at some of these numbers to see. So Cam Newton was 72.7. And yeah, 72.9 for Joe Burrow, who's going to end in his captain with 17.1, highest in both. A lot of disappointed DK Subban members on that.
Yeah, you don't see less than 1 point outputs by any quarterback in these showdowns very often. So that's still got to be, if that's not a sim record, it's got to be real close. Again, we haven't kept track. I don't think we've kept track of individual player performances like that, but man, that has got to be pushing it for worst QB performance ever, for sure.
Especially for the ownership numbers. Like, I understand we talked like Stafford had 3, but like to be the highest ranked in captain and in ownership overall in the freebie, like, yeah, and you're not even getting a point. So think about it. You have him in, if you have him in that captain spot, you don't even have 3 points. You have less than 2 points. It's insane. Wow. So, yeah, that's going to basically do it here. We'll get maybe a final run here. 3rd and 2. Yeah, they do. So they're going to have to get the first. They do.
Oh, we're going to get
some.
Oh. Actually, that put Michelle into the bonus.
So every run counts here. There it is. Sony Michel get into the bonus. In the Moose and Rossi contest, Straight Edge with 81 points has Patriots DST, good call there, and the captain Edelman, Newton, Ross, Harry, and Sony Michel. And that will probably, pending the final touches here from Ops, will stay in that number 1. Stud came in 2nd. I came in, I don't know, gajillionth, 95th. Good for me. Wow, just crazy stuff, DK Sam. But hey, man, that's our game here. We'll wrap it up here as soon as we can because this has been a very interesting one. Joe Burrow almost setting records here, Moose. Can't say it wasn't fun. Can't say it wasn't interesting.
That was interesting.
A lot of other.
That was interesting. I don't know who you. I guess we can go Sony Michel for the.
Yeah, who's your crusty cough? Please give me somebody that was good.
Yeah, got it.
Sony. DST, you got a couple.
God, it's got to be Sony Michel. I'll go Sony Michel. He hit the bonus for us at the last bit. He got in the end zone. We're looking at the big free roll contest too.
Yep.
I'm going to update it here. Actually, Cam Newton was in the captain spot, which is kind of surprising. But Sony Michel's in there, 35% owned. N'Keal Harry had that touchdown, was good value. Mixon, so both RBs, Edelman. But Sony Michel, 19.3 points. That's a really good game for him.
Sure is.
I want to say that was not his best game ever, but it's damn close to it. One of his top 5 games, it looks like. So he gets the MVP award. He hit the bonus for you. He found the end zone.
There it is. Sony, baby. Yeah, Joe Mixon ended with just 69 yards. He had 53 on 1 carry. And also, just so you know, Joe Burrow didn't reach 100 yards passing. So continued embarrassment. So who is the Not My Kid award? I don't even know if I have to ask.
No, it's Joe Burrow. Look, I know he was just playing without one leg, but that was perhaps if it wasn't the worst QB performance statistically we've ever had on any sim, either game, it was damn close. So, it's a historical performance in my opinion. It's got to be recognized with the LVP award. So.
Yeah, I think it might be. I think we're going to just put in the books because we are the history-making duo.
I'm just going to assume. I've never – in my memory, in my vast – extremely elite memory, I couldn't even remember Billy's last name 10 minutes ago, but I don't remember a QB getting less than a point before in a game, so in a sim. So I'm going to go with that. It's the record, 0.98 points. You got it, Joe Burrow. Congrats.
There it is. He's going to be back tomorrow for Leaderboard Live. He's Moose. You can follow him at the Fantasy Grind. Make sure you do so if you're going to be setting any lineups, need some information. Follow that man. I could be followed at Jason D. Rossi for literally nothing but potentially a goofy line or something about wrestling. We will be back with you sooner rather than later. Koff and Tommy Carroll will have you the rest of the way. It's Jags Chiefs. Any parting words before the big weekend, Moose?
No, man, don't sell yourself short. You got a great podcast to follow. It's more than a reason to follow Rossi. Give him a follow. But no, man, just hope everyone has a great weekend. Be safe. Watch some football. Tune into Leaderboard Live. Give us a like. I don't know, do all the good stuff. Make sure you drop Carolyn's new gamer name in the chat so she knows.
She'll be streaming soon. All right, Moose, we'll catch you later. Have a great rest of your Feel Good Friday. DK Sim Fam, give it up for Tara Lynn.
Yep, I'm going to take my talents to the gaming world thanks to Rossi and Jeff, and they're going to bid you all adieu, and then I'm stuck with Kaufman for the rest of the night. What a bummer, but at least I got Tommy Smokes. But we have more Madden action coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern as the Jaguars take on the Chiefs under those Friday night lights. As always, there are a number of contests for that game, including the Madden Stream 1.25K Flea Flicker, which has a 1.25K prize pool with $150 going right to first place. Plus, the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool with $50 to first. Head over to the DraftKings lobby to get those lineups in now. But everyone has their eyes on the NFL for good reason with playoff football starting this weekend, baby. But the college games, they have their national title game slated for Monday night. So for a sportsbook preview of that game, we got Adam Kaufman and Ben Rasa.
We have college football's national championship ahead of us. Let's get into it with Osmo's Ben Rasa. I am Adam Kaufman. Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. We've made it. Last game, gonna be a good one. It's been a wild ride, but I'm happy to say that the season did get through.
Yeah, crazy season, and maybe crazy in some ways that Clemson is not playing in this game. Upset, obviously, on the way here. So we have got Ohio State matching up with Alabama. You got the Buckeyes, 7.5-point dogs, but then again, knocked off those Tigers. And so, is that a good number here? What's the expectation?
I think it's pretty fair, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of situation, if it was under a touchdown, I think it would be pretty obvious to lean Bama. If it was over 10 points, it'd be pretty obvious to lean Ohio State. This feels probably about right, coming off the big win. And we're going to get into it, of course. They obviously had the harder of the two games. I don't think Notre Dame was in the class of Clemson, and certainly not these two teams.
What about the over-under of 75 points? I mean, it's certainly within reason. Both these teams could go out and score 30 plus. Do you feel good about that number?
I do. I think that it's, again, pretty reasonable, but it's hard to imagine. It would be the over or pass for me, to be honest. You just look at these teams. Alabama averages 7.7 yards per play. That's first in the country. Ohio State 7.2 yards. That's 6th in the country. These are good defenses. They have talent, but you can't really stop offensive attacks like that. They both have so many weapons, dynamic quarterbacks, Heisman Trophy winner on one side. I mean, it's really everything you can ask for. It seems like to win this game, you're going to have to put up 40 plus.
With only one game to look at here on the DK Sportsbook, where are you finding your value bets? I mean, are there alternate point spreads, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things in a game like this, don't be afraid to take a position live. There's going to be runs. It's kind of going to take on, with so many points, maybe a basketball mentality. A team could rattle off a couple touchdowns, and if a team's down 14-3, I'm not going to panic. If I like a side, I may buy into that. And you mentioned alternative point spread, things like that. With so many points, you can get in to things like that because we could see a 45-42 type game. It gives you a lot of opportunities to take positions.
Devontae Smith is the Heisman Trophy winner, and that day shot up to minus 1,000 to win the award. But you go way back to the start of the year, he was plus 8,000. So naturally would have been a really good time to get him at that number. That in mind, for people that are sitting down and looking at next year's candidates and trying to, again, pull a great number, who's a good bet?
Oh boy. Well, Spencer Rattler probably is and should be the favorite, the Oklahoma quarterback. I think Oklahoma, this is a different show. Hot take, I think they might be playing better than everyone right now. I also want to throw out Bijan Robinson. He's the freshman running back from Texas. He didn't get a ton of work, but he's just unstoppable. And then listen, when you bet someone at really long odds for the Heisman, you got to treat it like a lotto ticket. The guy I'm about to mention for a lot of reasons is that Kayvon Thibodeau, he plays on defense. So that's a gigantic red flag, but he's sitting 150-1 right now. I never thought a wide receiver would win it, to be honest. That happens few and far between. It's even rarer for a defensive player to get in the mix. But to me, he's one of, if not the best player in college football for Oregon. At 150-1, if you want something a little different, I think that's kind of a fun bet to sweat throughout the year.
So once again, national championship game this weekend for college football, Ohio State, Alabama. Do you have a favorite bet for this game?
To me, my favorite bet would be the over. I really do think that both teams are going to get out and get moving regardless of who wins. In terms of a side, I'm going to take the points with Ohio State. I think that it's the type of game both teams have proven very, very talented teams deserve to be here. Obviously, if Bama was getting 7.5, I'd be running to the window. I do think they're probably the better team, but if you're going to give me north of a touchdown, Fields is okay with the ribs. I'll take my chances with the points. I think it's going to be high scoring, and Ohio State will hang in there.
We got one more game to watch. It's going to be a lot of fun, and then the next time you hear from the two of us, going to be talking a little bit of college hoops. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Anytime. We'll talk soon.
While we are all looking forward to see who will be crowned the college football champ on Monday night, however, we have some NFL playoff action to take care of first. And that brings us to our DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So it's our wild card double millionaire. Compete for your share of over $4 million in prizes this weekend. Enter a lineup into each wild card millionaire on Saturday and Sunday, and you'll automatically get a $10 contest ticket. It's $25 to enter each millionaire. And of course, the top prize for each contest is $1 million. All the playoff fun starts on Saturday tomorrow with 3 games, including the Tampa Bay Bucks visiting the nation's capital to take on the Washington football team. Our friends Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow from the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Follow it now if you don't already. They're here to preview that game right now. Let's check it out.
One game I'm really looking forward to. I think this is like the most non-talked about game, at least in some parts of the nation, if you want to say. Buccaneers against the Washington football team. My Washington football team. They came through. They're in the playoffs, baby. We're going to see this team. Dan's rolling his eyes. Whatever.
You two are going head to head in this one. Steve loves the Washington football
team.
Baby. I know Dan is a Bucks fan right now.
I'm just a Bucks fan at heart. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm betting with my heart. I'm just saying.
I don't know. No, absolutely. I'm just setting the stage here. Okay. I could go either way personally on all of our fandom here. Obviously, all three of us grew up watching Tom Brady for 20 years. I could go either way as a fan, watching him get this done, or watching him kind of crash and burn in his first playoff game away from the Patriots. However, before the season started, when that Brady news was just kind of coming to the surface, I bet a ton of Bucks futures. So like I have the Bucks to win the Super Bowl at plus 3,000 or whatever. I have the Bucks to win the NFC at plus 1,800. I'm team Bucks for my money. But go ahead, Steve. I know you're going to start with why Washington's maybe even going to win this game. Definitely cover.
I mean, look, quite frankly, from a betting perspective, all they've been doing is covering. They have been an excellent cover team, the Washington football team. This originally opened 7.5-point favorites for the Buccaneers. It is currently up to 8. By the way, we're recording this on Thursday afternoon. To be fair, Tampa Bay has been a very good cover team as well. 9-7 overall, 7-6 as favorites, but Washington football team also 9-7, 8-5 against the spread as underdogs, 4-2 as home underdogs, if you really want to put the microscope under that one. But here's the biggest thing for me. The Washington football team hasn't had a score in all of their games combined higher than 40 in 5 straight weeks. They are allowing an average of 17.2 points in that span. And one of the biggest things for me, they are going to get pressure on Tom Brady. Brady is only feeling pressure on 24% of his dropbacks, but when that is occurring, his adjusted completion percentage is at 58%. That is one of the lowest in the league. That is right below Carson Wentz and right above Drew Lock. That's the company he's in there. And his 5.2 yards per pass attempt in that scenario is one of the lowest in the league, and he's taken 21 sacks. That what Washington does to win games. Obviously, it is a very tough offense that they have to try to stop because there's so many moving parts on that field. But Washington, I think we can all admit now, their secondary is excellent. Their defensive line is excellent. This is a tougher match for the Buccaneers than I think people are giving them credit for. Dan, big Bucks fan, rolling the eyes when I was talking about Washington. Let's hear it.
No, I actually don't disagree with you, unfortunately. I do think Brady and the Bucks are going to struggle in this game. I do. You've kind of talked about it. I mean, listen, the Chase Young stuff does worry me a little bit if I'm a Washington backer. Like, kid, shut the hell up. Like, can you stop? It's Tom Brady. This is what he's done his whole career. He takes the crap you say and he turns it against you. So that is a little bit of a nerve-wracking situation. But ignoring that, the Bucks offensive line is a mess. It has been all season. I mean, the team that I almost kind of compared, this Washington team to is Chicago. I think they're a slightly better version of Chicago. We all saw that primetime game where Chicago teed off against their offensive line, and Brady they just couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
It also kind of reminds me of like the New York Giants, where in that first half, the Giants teed off on the offensive line. And, again, Brady and the Bucks struggled badly. I do think that they're, Bruce Arians is at least competent enough to kind of understand this, and he's going to have. Well, I think. I said I think. I don't know. I said I think. I think that he's competent enough where they're going to, double team early. They're going to use Gronk as a blocker this game. That is my honest opinion. Is this is the type of game that you use Gronk as a blocker, not necessarily a receiving threat, and so that is also going to take away a little bit from Brady. And so that should help, but it's going to be a struggle for the offensive line. That being said, the other side of the coin is Washington's offense against that Bucs defense.
Yeah.
Washington's motor really on offense has been Antonio Gibson this season, and they've gone as he's gone. This is going to be a game where you can't rely on Gibson. Gibson's going to give you probably not much. I mean, 2.5, 3 yards per carry against that stout defensive front, really until late in the game, once you wear them down and they kind of start, letting go. And to me, Alex Smith dropping back and passing the ball is terrifying over and over and over again. So that is kind of where I struggle with this. This is another under game to me. This is a game where I'm looking to play the under. I think that I've heard whispers that Mike Evans' injury is way worse than they're actually telling us. And while he may be a game time decision, if he plays, it will be basically as a decoy. I mean, really, you know, they have enough receiving weapons where they can kind of take someone out of there and put Evans in as a decoy, and that will be, you know, fine. I think that that's ultimately going to be their strategy. Evans will just kind of be there for moral support more than actual playing support. It doesn't, his knee does not sound great from everything I've heard. I think that if that's going to be really, really bad for Brady too, because the Washington football team is actually going to be able to prepare for Antonio Brown. And I think that's been the downfall of the past few weeks, is Antonio Brown's been kind of unaccounted for. If you're prepping for Antonio Brown, I think that that's going to throw a little bit off. I think Brady, as I said, is going to struggle in the passing game. Other side of the coin, Washington's not going to be able to run the football. It has a recipe for an under game, as well. And I do think Tampa ultimately wins. I do. I don't think it's going to be the Seattle-New Orleans game a couple of years ago, but I think it's going to be close. I would not be shocked if Tampa won, by 3. That type of game, 3-4. A close game, low scoring game, maybe like a 24-20 type game.
And real quick, Julian, before you get to your point, Mike Evans has been Brady's favorite target in the red zone, so that obviously would come into play as well. You would likely think that would go to Antonio Brown and possibly Rob Gronkowski. Go ahead, Julian.
Yeah, so it's an under game. All these high flying Brady offenses running into a good defensive line. Even though Chase Young is saying the wrong things, he didn't just win defensive rookie of the month. He just won defensive player of the month. He's the real deal. It's just we've seen this so many times. And then there's the primetime old man 43-year-old Brady that is games kicking off after 8 this season, 1-3 straight up, 0-4 against the spread. Tom Brady doesn't like to stay up late and play football anymore. He likes to go to bed and play at 1 p.m.
I mean, me too, man.
So
I'm 29. I can't imagine how he feels.
Yes, he's getting up there, man. So I kind of put a little bit of stock in that, but like, come on, you got to get up for a playoff game. Get out the smelling salts or something. It's an under game. I agree. So I put all my stuff out on Twitter. Obviously, I did take the Bucks -7 on right after that Washington Eagles game finished, because I knew that it wasn't going to close anywhere around 7, and if I wanted to get out of it, I could. So yeah, that's all I have at the moment. I'm not involved in the whatever, like Bucks Saints money line sucker parlay that people are going to put together. I do think Tampa wins the game because I can't see Washington doing enough offensively. Gibson, not only is Gibson banged up, McLaurin's a little banged up. Alex Smith isn't going to win them this game. That's why Washington was talking about mixing in Taylor, whatever his name is, the quarterback that Ron Rivera has from Carolina. If you think rotating Alex Smith and another quarterback is going to win you this game, you're not winning this game. That tells us that you're not winning this game. So I just don't see it from Washington, but they are going to put the pressure on Brady, and it just historically hasn't been a good spot for him. So I'll probably get out of my Tampa -7. I don't think they're going to win by more than a touchdown, honestly. But if you see, I have a different team. We'll get to one of the Sunday teams teased with the Bills. But I honestly think if you teased Tampa and Buffalo, it will work. I know Dan's saying one side's going to fall off, but I'm more confident in the Buffalo side, I guess. And we kind of agree that the Bucs will squeak this one out. I don't know. I think this could be one of those teasers on Saturday that does pull through. I don't liking favorites all this much. I'll say that Washington covers, but I don't know if Washington has enough to win this game. I don't know how they have enough to win the game unless they absolutely tee off on Brady. We're talking like 14, 17 points from the Bucs.
All right, Barrett Brooks, former NFL lineman and former family member of the Philadelphia Eagles. How are you doing today, man?
Man, I can't complain, man. I can't complain. I probably could, but nobody listened anyways.
Yeah, right. Hey, you and me both. We're on the same page. I know some Eagles fans want to kind of complain a little bit after a disappointing season. You know, you make the playoffs like 3 straight years here. But what went wrong when you kind of look back on it?
I think for the most part is injuries, man. You know, and you know, as a player, you never make excuses. But when you have, you know, 3/5 your offensive line not playing in front of you, I mean, it's tough to go out there and really establish anything in the offensive side of the ball. On the defensive side of the ball also, you know, there was some devastating injuries. And plus you had young guys trying to step up and play. All those became the perfect storm of just, you know, allowing this team not to reach its full potential because they potentially didn't have enough potential on the field, good potential on the field to really make it happen.
Yeah, you mentioned some of the offensive linemen banged up. And what kind of challenges does that present? Not only that group when there's so many injuries, but like the rest of the team. I feel like it's like a trickle-down effect.
No question, you know, especially with the offensive line because you know, the offensive line are almost like, you know, an orchestra. They have to play together in order to make sweet music. And when you don't have those guys together, there's little nuances of the game that they just don't start, you know, coming together. Like if you're playing with a right guard and your right guard and your right tackle and you see a blitz, all right, the first time you see that blitz, you know, together, it might beat you. But the second time you see it is almost you know, you don't need to say anything about it. It's like, all right, I see this blitz coming. You know, and I know what's about to happen. So we both can react on it. So it's not even said. It's the unsaid things that, you know, you miss out when you're playing against a different person every week. I mean, we've led the nation. We led the whole NFL in, you know, mix-ups as far as O-line combinations. Yeah. We had 13 different line combinations. You can't get any, you can't get any chemistry from that. So how do you expect those guys to play at a high level when they don't know each other? The only steadfast person they had that started was Kelsey, and he was held together by, you know, duct tape and bubble gum. You know, so I mean, it's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah, and you've been through some challenging seasons like yourself back in your playing days, especially when it comes to like the record of the team you're playing for. So, you know, how difficult can it be come year's end like this when maybe some guys are just like, I'm just ready to kind of get the heck out?
Well, this team is different in the aspect that they play for their coach. They went out there. I mean, even with 9 starters not on the field, this team almost beat a really lackluster Washington team. In fact, I'm to tell you the truth, to be honest with you, I really think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers need to have a bye. You know, because nobody in this division deserves to go out and play in the playoffs. But you know, they drew the long stick of the bunch, and they're going to play them. But long story long, you look at what this Eagles team, you know, what they've been through, the adversity they had, but they still kept, you know, their head coach in a position where he would lead them. And you know, I was on the team when my last year here was 1998, and we had Ray Rhodes, and Ray Rhodes knew, and his coaching staff knew that he was on the tail end of being a Philadelphia Eagles coach. So it was like a lame duck year, and he knew he was going to get fired. So we went 3-13, but that team was different in the aspect that we didn't stay together. The chemistry wasn't there because guys started freestyling, doing their own thing because they knew that they were interviewing for 31 other teams. So they started doing things that weren't within the scheme work of what we were trying to do as a team. That didn't happen here in Philadelphia this year. Those guys still tried to stay within the framework of the team and tried to play. They just didn't have enough bullets to go out there and play. You know, the gun was loaded, but they didn't have enough in the chamber to keep going. We had that. We just weren't good enough. You know, I mean, I remember Bobby Horn was my quarterback. And, you know, people don't understand the year before we had, we had, you know, a great coach in Chucky. You know, Chucky was that guy, man. He would tell Bobby Horn, all right, a 322 watch stick nod. I'm talking about Gruden. I call him Chucky. My fault, y'all. But I call him Gruden.
We know who you're talking about.
Right. We say 322 watch stick nod. You throw to the nod route, which is the tight end running a nod route. We'd be in practice. Willie T would pick it off. But, you know, it didn't, turn around and say, no. Don't worry about this, Bobby. Make sure you throw the nod route. But when we get a game, he'd throw the nod route and it'd be open. So they really didn't teach him how to be an effective quarterback in reading the defenses. They made sure they split it up and he don't throw to one half of the field. So they really didn't help him as a player. So we got to the next year, and it's time for him to be a starter. He only started half the year back, well, like 4 or 5 games. He became a starter. Now he doesn't know how to be a quarterback in the league because they didn't teach him that, because they could tell him, hey, you throw it here and just throw it here. Long story long, we turn around and he doesn't know how to read the offense. We led the league in sacks. He didn't play well. Nobody else played well. And towards the end of the season, guys just started freestyling, doing their own things. I'm so happy that this team stayed together as a bunch. I'm glad they were pissed off that their record was the way it was. I'm glad they felt some sort of way about, coach taking out, the starting quarterback and putting in the backup quarterback. I'm glad they were pissed off about it, because that meant it meant something to them. It meant something to them. So I like the fact that happened. I didn't like the way things went, but still, it meant something to this entire team.
Yeah, the topic of quarterback is always going to be in the conversation, especially with a team like Philadelphia. How do you think the team's going to approach that in the offseason and next year?
Well, I mean, to tell you the truth, in all honesty, I don't know where we think that Carson really has a choice in what he's going to do. I mean, he could make things bad for the teams. All right, I'm not going to play. I'm going to pick my ball up. I'm going to go somewhere else. But at the end of the day, he's contractually tied to the Eagles. So if they want him to be here, he will be here. And that's the question we need to be asking is, do they want him here? Do they not want him here? Will he go in and compete? And that's the biggest thing. Quarterback is different from every other position on the field because they're not told to compete like other positions. Running backs have to compete. Offensive linemen have to compete. Defensive linemen have to compete. But at the quarterback position, if you're making more money, that means that you're automatically the starter. Well, it shouldn't be that way. If you get outplayed, then you shouldn't be the starter. And they gave this young man an opportunity in Jalen Hurts to go out there and play. And he played well enough for the first and, halfway through the second game that you got to at least mention him as far as being a guy that can go out there and run the team. But it still doesn't change the fact to me, in all honesty, I still think Carson's the best quarterback on the team. I think he's going to get it together. He got hit so many times. He got hit over 116 times and then got sacked over 50 times. I mean, you're going to get gun shy when dealing with those type of situations. When you've been hit that much, you'll start seeing ghosts. You'll start running out the pocket. You'll start speeding that clock in your head up, or that clock in your head becomes broken and you don't know where the blitz is coming from. Those are all things people are taking into account. The game of football is a gladiator sport. There are real people out there trying to take your head off, and they need to understand Carson got his head taken off a couple of times. He will be back. He will be playing at a high level. I want him to be here. If this team wants him to be here, he will be here. But at the end of the day, you just have to see how it works out. It's a lot of money that's owed to him, over $34 million. And if they're going to make a decision, they're going to have to make it before March 21st. And if they do that, they don't have to pay that bonus, then maybe they can work something out. But at this point, I'm thinking it's going to be a healthy quarterback quarterback comparison that we're going to have to compare who's going to be the better quarterback to lead this team into the future.
Okay, I'm going to talk really fast, Sim fam. So Kaufman, he's trying to make his lineup right now before the start of the game, and he's saying that I'm going to just mumble, and he won't be able to finish it, so I'm going to talk fast. So the 8 p.m. Eastern Sim is coming up. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. We still got NBA contests available tonight, including a 3-game turbo slate that locks in just minutes. We have the NBA 40K pull-up jumper contest for those games with a $10K first prize for just a $10 entry. You can also check out all of the action over on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's games, as well as Wild Card Weekend, the College Football National Championship, college basketball, UFC, and so much more. So go get those lineups in right now for the NBA and sit back and relax for some NFL Madden primetime action. Here are Adam Kaufman, I hope he didn't finish his lineup, and Tom Carroll, the best of the best for tonight's 8 p.m. Sim, the Jaguars versus the Chiefs. Take it away.
Piece of cake. I'm setting this lineup. Come on, what do I got? I have 30 seconds to work with. No problem. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman. Quiet, you're done. All right, thanks for hanging out with us. I'm kidding. It's ladies' night. Tara Lynn will be back with us in just a little while, whether she likes it or not. You got the Jags and Chiefs ahead of us. The Simper Bowl champs taking on the future Trevor Lawrences, which is why we call this the primetime Simper Bowl champs versus the future Trevor Lawrences free roll. Tell me, sir, how do you like this game that we got coming up here? It locks in about 10 seconds.
Well, Koff, that is a very original title for this sim, so I appreciate that.
Yes.
I went with Chris Connolly in my captain spot. I'm trying to get some value so I can get all of my big name guys on the back end. And then I went Chiefs across the board. Obviously got Mahomes in there. Obviously got Kelsey in there. Obviously got Tyreek Hill in there. Went with CEH in the running back spot. And then I got myself Demarcus Robinson. I had $5,600 to spend, so I figured why not get the wide receiver 3? Got the money to spend, why not do it? So, I say this every time, Goff, but I really like my lineup.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes. We've got, I don't know, I think we're almost full anyway. We'll look at the exact number of entries coming up momentarily. I have got Travis Kelce in the captain spot, along with Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and also have Tyler Eifert in here. And my punt play, he does factor in every once in a while. Ricky Seals-Jones, baby. That's who I'm looking for. So I could have balanced it out just a little bit, but no, sir. I want to get me a little bit of Ricky Seals-Jones up in this. So it's a heavy Chiefs stack, with the exception, obviously, of Eifert. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we both went heavy Chiefs stacks. Ricky Seals-Jones, one of the best names.
When we look at the ownership, predominantly, most people went with the heavy Chiefs stack.
I think so. Although I did a sim once upon a time, and I know there's been a million of these things, but I've seen Minshew go off. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see him in the mix with some of these lineups.
Nope. See you later, Minshew. You're not part of it. You can't hang out with us.
Nope, you're not cool enough. Although
you're already getting the Babysitter Billy Award. You're pre-game, not my kid.
He does have a great stash, though. Not as good as your stash. Your stash was so thick.
It was a real workman-like stash that it was straight out of. It was a really like Super Troopers casting call kind of mustache.
Yeah, it really was. You looked like a state trooper with that thing. It was ridiculous. But I'm excited for this one. And I was going to say, Ricky Seals-Jones, one of the best names in the NFL.
It is a strong one, no doubt.
It's really, really strong. No doubt about it. So anytime I get to watch the Chiefs, I'm excited, whether it's in Simland or in real life. I'm all the way in.
We appreciate everybody hanging out here with us, obviously, for the first of 2. You've got this duo tonight, so I hope you like it, or you may as well just find something else to do with your Friday night. But we're going to be here with you no matter how you feel about it, and we, as always, are thrilled to be with you. So thank you for hanging out here on a Friday. We've got plenty of talk on the way here for Ladies' Night. We need the ladies to be part of this thing. Tara Lynn, and of course, we will look for our regulars in the Jack Kings conference room. I'm talking Alana and Lisa and Nikki. Maybe Morgan drops by. Big Tommy's fiance here. Who knows? We could get wild. Would you be shocked if Priv hopped into the chat? I wouldn't. Maybe we call Mac Mama tonight. Night's young. Anything could happen. So here we go. It's kickoff. And we are underway. Chiefs get rid of it, and the Jags getting the ball first, which I really feel like is just a polite way of Kansas City going, I'll tell you what, we'll spot you the ball because this is going to get ugly.
It's a great call. Yeah, Chiefs are going to blow these guys out. If we're lucky, right? I mean, I don't want to see a low-scoring game here. I got the Chiefs on the docket against the weak Jags. Give me high scoring, baby. I want a blowout. And another lady that's going to be watching tonight, she watches all these Sims, my grandma.
Aww.
You being her favorite broadcaster on a Friday night. I mean, this is prime stuff for her.
I know
Ladies'
that
night cough on the call. That's big-time stuff.
I know that I've asked you this before, but remind me. What do you call Grandma?
Grammy.
Grammy. Okay, so I was like waiting for Mima or something that's less mainstream than Grammy.
Yeah, no,
okay,
she's Grammy.
I'm not going to forget that again. Grammy Carroll, is it Carroll or is it a different last name? Mignault? Grammy Mignault. Thank you for hanging out with us. We appreciate you as well. I'd tell you to smash the like button, but listen, you don't have
don't
to.
Screw up. Don't screw up the stream.
Yeah, I don't want you to lose the signal. Just the fact that you're here is enough for me. Here we go. No score, 30 seconds gone by. A 2-yard loss on the first play from scrimmage for the Jaguars, or the Jaguars, as our friend Moose likes to call them. And nice 10-yard pickup there. Minshew in the air, getting the 10, and it's going to be a 3rd and 1 after Chris Thompson with the reception. Tara Lynn, I don't know. I mean, I can see in the Zoom window, she's not sitting at her chair, which typically just means she's paying attention to the sim on her couch. So if in fact that she is listening, I don't know if this was deliberate, i.e. she gave me a compliment, or if she just doesn't know how to use the proper mathematics terminology. She wrote in the chat, Kaufman greater sign Tara Lynn. Now I'm guessing she meant to say that I'm less than and not greater than, but she swung the other way with it. And Tara Lynn, who am I to disagree?
That's tough. That's a tough one there, Tara Lynn.
Yeah,
that's a big faux pas if you're trying to make a statement one way.
Yeah,
you go the other way.
Trying to get the dig in, and whoops.
I will say,
whoa, it's a big
huge
boy
gainer.
catch, far sideline. See you later, daylight touchdown. Jaguars take the early lead, a 66-yard score. My goodness gracious. DJ Chark.
DJ Chark. DJ Chark. DJ Chark. Wow. Huge play.
Grammy
on 1st and 10. Grammy McNaught.
And we are underway.
Wow.
18th touchdown for Mr. Chark here in Simland. And we are just off and running on a Friday. You love to see it.
Speaking of Jacksonville, it just popped into my head. So my grandma just left for Florida for the winter right after New Year's. And her place in Florida is right near Jacksonville. So this is
right?
this is her team in Simland.
This is fate right here.
This is her home team. So maybe that touchdown was for her.
Anything that we can do to help and to bring in more viewers, age be damned. We are open to any and all demographics.
Incredible. By the way, Tara Lynn's Zoom little window here, you can see the chair that she's been sitting in. That's like a sick gamer chair, yeah.
But she's
I've always
not,
wanted one of those.
I don't know where she is. We can ask her later when she joins us. But I know that she is not at her residence. She's out of state currently and still working, still hustling. Good for her, by the way.
I respect it.
Yeah. Don't knock the hustle. No doubt about that.
Absolutely.
So Patrick Mahomes coming on out as he is heavily owned, as you would expect. About 87% owned, 22% the captain spot in the larger free roll. Tyreek Hill, 75% owned, 23% in the captain spot. Travis Kelce, 73% owned, 23% in the captain. People just represented by these Chiefs. I mean, that is almost 70% of your captaincy for 3 guys.
Makes sense, though. I mean, they are absolute
Given
beasts.
the ones we're talking about, for sure.
It's hard to see why it wouldn't be like that.
And the salaries were reasonable.
Koff, can I give you a little thing that's sort of annoying that just happened to me?
Please.
So
over here, right?
2 things are recording at the same time on my DVR, so it has to switch to one of those 2 channels. So it switched off the NBA game I had on, which was the Ball Brothers meeting in Charlotte, I believe.
Yeah.
But now
I've got the Celtics game on. I'm sure that will come as a great surprise.
Yeah, well, and we can talk about why I don't in a second, but so I get switched off the Ball Brothers to what my fiance loves to watch, RuPaul's Drag Race.
Oh boy.
Is now on my television in the background of this sim, and it's either that or muted Shark Tank, which I like. So, like, I'm not going to watch muted Shark Tank in the background because I want to actually watch that show later. And now I have muted RuPaul's Drag Race in the background while I call this sim with you instead of an NBA game. This is my Friday night. Fantastic. And the reason why I don't have the Celtics on, I need to save my Wi-Fi for this. I got to give all the Wi-Fi power to this. So unfortunately, I cannot stream Celtics games during these.
I will tell you, they are up by a few at the end of one, and it's a Jason Tatum, Bradley Beal
showdown. Love that
showdown duel. Yeah, and these two guys, the best of friends as well. So you got to imagine they are enjoying it. First and 10, 7-0 Jaguars. Halfway through the opening quarter for just joining us is DJ Chark with the touchdown. Travis Kelce wide open for a 27-yard pickup. Mahomes stays perfect, has 40 passing yards. Kelce gets the team down to the red zone right at the 20. Alana says, ladies' night, the night where we periodically say ladies' night, but everything else is exactly the same, which is not entirely true, Ms. Kilgore, because it is the night that we are joined by ladies. Now, if Tara Lynn does not come into the sim, then I will concede your point. No, nothing is different. But if Tara Lynn pops in for a quarter or for a half, then I defy you to tell me things are exactly the same.
That's right. It's circumstantial, okay? If she gets in the mix, it's different.
Joker shouting out Alana, Lisa, Midwest Heather, Nikki, yeah, all the ladies. Justin says, destroy this Simcoff. You guys need to destroy that like button. We're sitting a little over 400 with about the same number of people watching. But I don't know that you've all smashed that like button. That's day-long likes here in the Dream Stream. So hit that like, huh? Hit the subscribe button as well while you're hanging out. Appreciate you.
I just smashed it.
Yeah, he did.
Here we go.
So here we go.
Give me
First
some
and
Kelce.
goal from the 3. I'd love to see some Kelce right here. Oh, captain by captain. How about the
Oh,
handoff to
CEH?
CEH? Nope. Lost a couple yards at the 5. I am Big Doja says, give me some love. Cough, been a rough week. Dealing with the university, getting my last classes. Big struggle, the money, all that. Just need to get this done here in the DK Love. Well, I'm sorry it's been a tough week, but I'm thrilled that you are hanging out here with us. So hopefully we can bring a smile to that face. J.E. says, Kaufman, freeze pops. Good evening, men. And good evening to you. CEH, he tried again. Picked up 3, got to the 2. I do see, when it's a big number like this, I can't help myself but bring attention to it. I see that there are 20 thumbs down. Now, I don't know what's gone on over the course of the Dream Stream day for the first 4 sims. Was Kenny on earlier? Is that what it was? I have to assume Kenny was here. CEH, can he get there? No, down at the 1.
Oh, and Michael confirms it. Yes, Kenny was on the stream, so that makes sense. Man, the other night, I was talking about how my neighbors have been incredibly loud and how I was going to deal with them. And someone put in the YouTube chat that, just have Ducey come talk to them. They'll move out. And for whatever reason, Glash, and it was a funny comment. We laughed, but Glash could, it was one of those jokes that it hits you and you can't stop. And for 11, 12 minutes straight, Glash could not stop laughing. It was hilarious.
I like that. Good contagious stuff.
Yes, yeah. It's like
field goal's good, by the way, for Harrison Butker. Speaking of Glash, by the way, so as you know, this gets talked about from time to time here on The Sims, and you and I were in the midst of an early battle. We do a lot of NBA or NFL or whatever head-to-heads, and so I sometimes forget to send them out until 30 minutes, 45 minutes before lock. So today I wanted to get ahead of it. And I sent the contest invites out at, I don't know,
very early, which was great.
Yeah, like 7 or 8 hours ago, a long time ago. And Glash with his snide text replies says something like, oh, what a good planner you are. And I don't even know what I wrote back. It was probably very impolite. But he didn't even get in the contest. He completely forgot.
My God.
And he didn't even jump in. And so
What a chump.
obviously I had to text him and give him a hard time.
That's hilarious. Well, him and I were theorizing the other night on the broadcast that you sent the contest 8 minutes before it locked purposely.
just to screw you?
Tried to sabotage us. Yes. We're both fully convinced that you did that. And it's a great strategy, honestly.
Here's
8
what
minutes is not enough time when
it's definitely not enough time. No, but here's the thing. Here's my, let's say that were true. Here's my only defense. Nothing prevents you guys from inviting me to a contest.
It's completely true. The only thing that prevents that is I have never done it. That doesn't mean I don't know how. I guess it's just the fact that I've never done it. So I guess I could challenge you.
I'm happy to show you how to do it, and you'll be in the know.
I look forward to it. My fiance just got home.
Buddy of mine is hammering me right now, but he went with a Celtics heavy stack, so I'm not surprised.
So he's just getting all his points early.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense.
There was one day that I was doing a head-to-head with BK, and he was up big and he was getting cocky, and I said, listen, like, maybe you'll win, maybe you won't, but you need to remember, you got to look at opponents' remaining minutes. You got to look at them. Don't just look at the score. Look at what options still exist on the other side. And sure enough, I came back and beat him.
Yeah. What is it? It's remaining minutes. Whatever two letters. Is it 2 letters or 3 letters? I had to look up what it meant when I first started playing.
Yeah,
these contests.
PMR. I think.
PMR. That's what it is.
Yeah, personal minutes remaining.
Player
minutes remaining. Yeah. So there we go. We get to the end of one. Not a lot of offense. As much as we want to, mock the Jags and Simland and just boast all over the Chiefs. 1 quarter in, goes to show any given sim day, right? It is 7-3. Thank you for hanging out with us. Got Tom Carroll. I'm Adam Kaufman, producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, maybe Tara Lynn a little bit later on. We got our great game ops crew, Patrick and Derek. Patrick's looking to jump into these NBA contests at some point. He just can't seem to get his username to actually cooperate. We're going to make it happen for you, Patrick. Not
hop on in. They're fun.
Yeah, they are fun. Oh, he knows they're fun. He wants to get on in. We're going to take a look at our, let's see, primetime, the Super Bowl champs free roll that we've got going on here against the future Trevor Lawrences. A topic certainly that we should get into while we're doing this sim. Out of 184 entries, I am 119. Our pal, Old Man Lindenbaum, is in front right now with Chark in the captain spot. Got him a quick 20 right there. Also has Hill, who has a goose egg, Minshew, CEH, Watkins, and the same punt play that I and many others have, 17.4% to be exact, Ricky Seals Jones.
I'm in 157th, so not great. But, I mean, look, we didn't see a lot of the Chiefs' offense in this one yet. So, yeah, like you said, still very early.
Still very early. Let's see. Just to catch up here in the chat. Jared says, Koff, can you speak Deshaun Watson into existence as the Patriots' next quarterback? Let's talk about that for a second. Yeah, I mean, I wish too, but let's less about the Patriots, more about Watson, obviously. He is very unhappy, it seems, in Houston. Not it seems, it's true. The team has reached out to him multiple times, multiple members of the organization, front office. He is not getting back to anybody. He is he's downright hurt. If you are unfamiliar with the story, Watson was told by the owner of the team that he would be consulted in the process of hiring a new general manager and coach. He apparently was really high on Eric Bieniemy, and which could happen. I mean, theoretically, he could wind up being the head coach. They haven't crossed that bridge yet. They dealt with the general manager first. It wound up being, of course, Nick Caserio, the longtime director of player development for the Patriots. He winds up coming in and is hired, and Watson was not consulted, was not even involved. In fact, found out, I think, on social media that Caserio got the job, and
that's not good.
Was not pleased. And so you have to wonder, with what all the turmoil that has happened surrounding the Houston Texans over the last couple of years, we're a minute gone by here in the second quarter. Again, independent of the Patriots, Patriots fans particularly like to throw that out because there's an obvious need for a quarterback, and there's the relationship between Bill Belichick and Nick Caserio that goes back 2 decades. But the question is this man going to be on the move? Is Deshaun Watson going to ask his way out of Houston? What do you expect?
I mean, look, if I'm Deshaun Watson, I take a breath and I wait to see who they hire as the head coach, because Nick Caserio is a guy that people have been wanting out of New England for, the better part of a decade plus. And Houston
the Houston Texans tried to hire him, each of the last few years.
Yeah.
They were blocked by the Patriots multiple times. They basically kept the job open for him until they could hire him. That's essentially what they did in Houston.
Yeah, and they aren't the only team that's been interested, too. You hear his name getting thrown around all the time. So I think that he needs to sit back and relax and let them try and fix the situation before he asks for a trade officially, if that hasn't happened already. But with that said, he has every right to be upset because he is the face of the franchise. Quarterbacks in the NFL are becoming more and more like NBA stars, right? Where they kind of have say in certain things as far as personnel goes and, game plans and all this stuff, because they should. They have, an immense amount of impact on a game-to-game, play-to-play basis. So Deshaun Watson should have been a part of that conversation. But with that said, if they get the hire right, then he should just, put water under the bridge and try and move on from it. If I'm him, though,
he doesn't know. I mean, it takes time. As we're about to have a touchdown for the
Wow.
Jags, getting ready to blow him out of the water. Why don't you? Another touchdown for Jacksonville, Chris Thompson this time around.
So you were saying, Koff?
I was saying he doesn't know if, it takes, especially for a GM, like it takes years to know if you got the hire right. So,
But I'm saying at least the head coach spot.
Sure, but I guess how do you define that? How do you define getting it right? Like,
so
is getting it right defined in Deshaun Watson's eyes as he gets the guy he wants, i.e. Bieniemy?
Yeah.
Because if it's not him, is he just automatically upset as it's about to be 14-3?
So you bring up a good point. The real answer, the correct answer is you don't know if you got the hire right until X amount of years, right? Like set the date. But in the moment right now, if Deshaun Watson really, really wanted Eric Bieniemy and the Texans went out and they hired this GM without consulting him, who is widely considered around the league one of the top GM candidates we've had in a long time, who helped build a dynasty, who's worked under the smartest football mind of the past, 50 years. So you hire that guy, and then if you are able to bring in Bieniemy, who Deshaun Watson wants and who has helped Patrick Mahomes become one of the best quarterbacks of all time already, then I think that you just need to kind of take a breath and call that the quote-unquote right decision for now. Because if Deshaun Watson demands a trade, who knows if he's going to get put in a situation that has that type of infrastructure already. You get a really smart guy in there with a clean slate, ready to build the franchise, and you have the hottest head coaching candidate who's been the guy that everyone has wanted to hire for the last few years, and for some reason they haven't. I don't know why. So I don't know. I think that Deshaun should sort of wait to take stock of the situation, but I understand why he'd be mad, because they've been really bad and he's really good.
1st and 10 from the 40. Jimmy B with a valid comment in the Chat Kings conference room says, so wait, I just tuned in. It's a Chiefs-Jags game. We're here talking about Patriots and Texans. What did I miss? Is this Nesson? Koff? Tommy, how did we land here? Happy to tell you, Jimmy B. We had a question from our man Jared in the chat about Deshaun Watson. It's obviously a very timely, pertinent NFL issue. And so we got into it.
And also, this is more of a Texans conversation than a Patriots conversation.
Correct.
To be fair.
Correct. Hyro says, well, Koff, Tommy boy, which team is a QB away, like Watson, to be a contender?
That's a good question.
The other thing you need to consider while answering that question, I just can't consider this off the top of my head, I'd actually have to put research into it, is acknowledging the cap and actually being able to fit in a quarterback like him. who could put you over the top. You know, it's all well and good to say, like, you know, I don't know, who's a good
Minnesota.
Example? Sure, like, yeah, Minnesota could use a Deshaun Watson. Well, cool. Like, could they afford him?
Right.
I mean, yeah, if you somehow successfully unloaded Kirk Cousins' contract as Sammy Watkins touchdown, first of the day for him and for the Chiefs.
It's a DeMarcus Robinson touchdown.
Well, Robinson, pardon me.
Yeah.
I don't know why I always, every time I do a Chiefs sim, I want to say that 11 is Watkins instead of 14. Always, every time. I don't know why.
Did Watkins wear 11 at any point in his career? Let's see.
You know what? I'm going to look it up.
I'm going to look it up too. Watkins, Sammy.
Because, I mean, it's a stupid mistake, but you're going to make me feel better about it if he did.
Right. Let's see. I don't think he did. Yeah, he was 14, 12, and 14.
14, 12, yeah. Nope.
Well, hey, it was worth a try.
You know what? Can we change his number in Simland? Is that a thing?
Probably can. You probably actually can if we wanted to get down to it. Yeah, as far as teams that are a quarterback away, it's tough to say.
I just wanted to have a Mostert moment, everybody. I'm jealous.
Because, you know, you think about, okay, the Bears, Trubisky kind of sucks. So if you add Deshaun to the Bears, are they, quote unquote, now in the picture? Probably not. Like, you need to really look at the full roster to decide if they're, quote unquote, a quarterback away. It can't just be, okay, that team has a bad quarterback. Add Deshaun, now they're a Super Bowl contender. Look at Houston. Houston is a bad team with a good quarterback. They're clearly not a Super Bowl contender.
Three and a half to go here in the second quarter.
I would say none of those NFC East teams are a quarterback away. I would say Chicago isn't. I would say Detroit isn't. So we're just crossing names off the list right now. I'd say San Fran, if they can somehow swing that, that's a really, really damn good team. And I'm not a Jimmy G hater, but that's a big upgrade. So yeah, I'd say San Fran. I actually really like Minnesota just because I think they've figured out how to use Dalvin Cook. And if they can add Deshaun Watson to that, they still have talent on that defense. I do think Minnesota would be a real problem for people if Deshaun Watson went there.
Lana says, I'll have you know every time you shout out Jared, he raises a glass as if to cheers the iPad.
You have to imagine Indianapolis would want to take a look at Deshaun Watson and try and make that work. Now, would they trade within the division? I don't know. But, you know, Phillip Rivers obviously not the long-term solution. So can you swing that? Indy's definitely going to be sniffing around. Jacksonville, they're obviously taking Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
Jets, I don't know that they're definitely going to take Fields. Ducey was pretty convincing to me about them trading out of that number 2 spot and having a bunch of first-round picks over the next few years and kind of just continue to kick the tires on Darnold. He is only 23 years old. But then Fields had that amazing display in the semifinal. So that's going to turn heads. Should one game turn heads? Probably not, but it's going to. We've seen players with less ability turn more heads doing less. So I have to imagine the Jets will be in the mix for any quarterback regardless. Cincinnati, no. Obviously, the Chargers, no. We have Michael mentioning the Rams. That's an interesting one. Would they move on from Goff? What do you think?
No. I mean,
I don't think so either.
He's got a big contract.
Yeah. Well, the money part of this is interesting because the NFL seems to always find a way to just make the money work, don't they? In the NBA, it's always where it feels a lot more rigid. The fact that none of these contracts are guaranteed, I know that there's dead money associated with cutting guys, but it seems like we're always able to finagle things when the NFL wants to finagle things.
Yeah, well, you can massage the salary cap in the NFL. It's a, you know, so I'd say it's unspoken, but people obviously in the media talk about it a lot. But when it comes to executives and, you know, player personnel people, GMs, coaches, it's sort of that unspoken. Yeah, you can like you said, I think it's the right word for it. You can kind of finagle a little bit the salary cap, because what you end up pulling money from a guy's salary and turning it into a bonus, and you can screw around with it quite a bit.
Our producer Michael also bringing up Vegas. That's a great call, because Carr is very hit or miss. I think he was better this year, but I mean, Deshaun Watson is just clearly superior to Derek Carr. And Vegas has talent. Like, if you give Deshaun Watson, Darren Waller, Ruggs, and that solid running game they have, that's a good team. So I think Vegas definitely a quarterback away. It's a great call. And for the record, Jets not a quarterback away. They would just be interested in Deshaun Watson. So there's definitely teams out there that if they can swing it, they're gonna really, really shift their Super Bowl window here. But I think that Deshaun Watson will be the quarterback of the Houston Texans next year.
I agree with that.
If you're Houston, you have no incentive to trade Deshaun Watson unless you're being given, you
need to get multiple first-round picks.
Yeah, it needs to be like the more. Herschel Walker return that the Cowboys got that led to Aikman, Emmett, and Irv. Like that's the only thing.
Third and 8 from the 20, about a minute to go here in the opening half. Going at a good clip. Carol, Kaufman, all you, DK Sim fan. Thanks for being with us. We got a timeout.
I like this from YouTube. Michael Williams saying the Saints. Great call. Go right from Breeze to Deshaun Watson. I would love that.
It certainly sounds like, based on reports that have been out there, that Breeze is planning to retire after this season.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, do you really think Sean Payton views Taysom Hill as the contingency plan? I don't.
No.
He loves him, but I don't think he views him as the successor. I don't think they look at Jameis Winston as that guy. I think he's kind of an insurance plan this year. Iro says, Koff, what does, quote, not actively supporting Brady, quote, mean? Glash was making some good points. Iro, you're going to have to tell me more. I'm not sure.
Not actively supporting Brady on its surface sounds like a Patriots fan that it sounds like, again, I don't know what he said, but to me, that sounds like someone who loves Brady, but now that he's not on the Patriots, they're not actively supporting him. But when he retires, maybe they'll be back in on Brady.
Yeah, I'm not sure what...
That's what that sounds like. I still support him with my full heart.
Yeah, well, let me tell you how I look at things when it doesn't involve the Patriots. And obviously the Patriots are my team. That's the team I root for. They're not in the playoffs this year, much as that pains me to say. I don't think I'm educating anybody.
It sucks.
So you have 14 remaining teams. So at that point in time, I don't generally root for a team or a player. I root for a story. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of good stories in these NFL playoffs. And if we're talking about Tom Brady, and I've said this quite a bit, I think in the last couple of days of Sims, I mean, I'm forever as a fan indebted to Tom Brady for what he brought over the last couple of decades to New England. But who am I rooting for tomorrow night? I'm rooting for Washington because I love the Alex Smith story. I want Alex Smith to win a playoff game. I want Ron Rivera, after beating cancer, to win a playoff game on the heels of everything that those gentlemen have overcome in the last few years. And it'd be totally fine if you want to make the case and say, well, I'm rooting for the Tom Brady story.
They're both great stories.
Going to try and win a Super Bowl his first year out of New England, showing that it wasn't, that he can do it without Bill Belichick. That's a hell of a story. Of course it is. I'm just picking the other story that I'm rooting for over that one. If Brady were playing basically anybody else in the first round of the playoffs, I think I'd be rooting for Tampa. I'd have to really think about it, I guess, but just on the surface, like here, let me look, because, you take Green Bay out. If you were playing the Seahawks, Brady. Rams, Brady. Bears, Brady. Saints, Brady. Washington, Alex Smith.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I've mentioned this on some Sims, and I definitely talked about it on my podcast this week with Morton Anderson, Great Dane Nation. It's hard not to root for what Washington is doing right now with everything Alex Smith went through, and like you said, with Ron Rivera, and their first year with the new team name. You're getting rid of the name that
Trying to put their past behind them.
Right. There's so much positive towards what they're doing in Washington that if they are the team that beats Brady, I can't be upset, especially since Brady isn't on the Patriots anymore. Like, I'm not going to be mad if he loses to that team. And whoever wins that game is who I want to win the Super Bowl.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm rooting for Brady to win a Super Bowl. If he loses to Washington, with everything we've discussed, I want them to go all the way.
Go WFT. All right.
Exactly.
I like
Washington
that.
football team, baby.
I'm glad that we're going to transition to the playoffs here in the second half, and I'm going to ask you a series of questions that I've been asking everyone I've worked with this week. So apologies to the people who have heard a lot of this already, but the good thing is I tend to tee up the analyst, and you haven't heard Tommy on this yet. You've only heard from me. So, and Reed and Jeff and BK and Kenny and Christian and everybody else that I've worked with. But now we get to hear, Tom Ace,
the real expert.
Yeah, given his thoughts here on Ladies Night. As Minshew 152 and a touchdown, he is pacing toward a bonus. Mahomes has himself 132 and a score. So yes, Patrick Mahomes, despite his perfect QB rating, is being outdone by the mustached man, the jorts and bandana mustached wearing man. Thompson 7 for 24, touchdown. CEH 7 for 22. Not much else doing on the ground. Raquel Armstead has himself a 21-yard run because, hey, why the heck not? We'll look at the pass catching numbers as well here to see if there's anything else interesting in the chat. Smash that like. We're closing in on 450, folks. Let's get there. I'd like to get there before the start of the third quarter if we could. Thompson 4 for 23. Westbrook 3 for 26. Kelsey 3 for 49. Watkins 3 for 68. Demarcus Robinson 1 for 8 with that touchdown. See, it may as well have been Watkins. He's doing so great. Eifert 2 for 18. So, again, you have got the two of us, producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, as well as, of course, our great GameOx crew. We got Derek, Patrick. Thank you all for hanging out here on a Friday. Let's get to some of these questions, which you've, I guess, kind of given it away on the NFC side. So I'll go out of order. But what is the Super Bowl matchup that you, never mind what you think will happen, we'll get to that. What is the Super Bowl matchup that you are rooting for here on the onset of the playoffs?
The Super Bowl matchup I'm rooting for is...
And winner, of course.
Brady versus Mahomes. That's what I want. I want the greatest quarterback of all time, of course. Got to root for my guy Brady. I want the greatest quarterback of all time to take on the guy that will probably, if he continues to do what he's doing, surpass him, right? I mean, and that's a lot to say, right? Because Brady's done it for 20 years. Mahomes is on year like 4 or 5 of this thing, right?
He's also, the 6 touchdown or 6 Super Bowl wins compared to 1. I mean,
yeah, exactly. But so Mahomes needs to continue to go at this crazy pace he's been at. But if he's able to, he will surpass Brady. It's a big if. Regardless, he's on the path. And I just think that would be an incredible all-time narrative to have these two all-time greats going up against each other. Chiefs with the chance to first repeat champs since the early 2000s Patriots, and the guy trying to stop him from doing it, the last guy to repeat as a Super Bowl champ. I just love the narrative. I also love the narrative of a Tampa team being the first to host a Super Bowl. We've never seen that happen in the history of the Super Bowl. So that's what I want to happen. My brain, and I don't know if this was your next question, my brain tells me that the Packers or New Orleans is going to win the NFC, and I know that's not a sexy thing to say because they're the top 2 seeds in the conference, but I just got to go with what I've seen all season long. My brain tells me we're getting Rodgers versus Mahomes, which is also a fantastic narrative for a lot of the same reasons we just talked about with the Brady and Mahomes thing.
Sure.
But my eyeballs tell me it's going to be Packers, Chiefs. My heart wants Bucks, Chiefs.
And what about the matchup that just makes you sick? Like of the 14 teams remaining, the Super Bowl matchup that drives you to say, I don't want to watch this game.
let's see. Well, oh man, I'm taking a look at the teams here. If it's Rams, Steelers, ugly. That's ugly because Goff stinks. I just don't like the Rams. They're not interesting to me in any way. It's a stale team to me. And yeah, Steelers have been garbage the last half of the season. Well, probably last third, we'll say. So that would be a bad game, straight up. But, I mean, taking a look at all of those are really the only two teams I don't want to see in the Super Bowl. Every other team I could get excited for. I mean, imagine if the Bills make the Super Bowl, how incredible that would be.
Sure.
I mean, even Indy, I just think it would be cool to see Phillip Rivers get there. Obviously, Russell Wilson is incredible, so to see him play as many football games as possible, always fun. Let's see, Lamar Jackson. I mean, do I even need to say why that would be incredible to see him make it that far? Derrick Henry and the Titans, if they're able to get to the Super Bowl, it's because he's going to do incredible stuff. We haven't seen a running back carry a team to a Super Bowl since I don't even know when. I'd have to really think about it. Maybe since Emmitt Smith in '93. The Bears, if they're able to pull off going to the Super Bowl with the roster they have, it will be incredible. And the Browns. I mean, gotta love the Browns. Everything they're dealing with, if they can pull that off, come on.
Ball's picked off by the Jags, taking over and up a touchdown. Patrick Mahomes continues to, for whatever reason, have issues with this Jacksonville secondary.
That was a hell of a pick.
It was.
Kind of got that up against his knee. But you know what I mean here, Koff? Like, there's so many good storylines for this Super Bowl. And I don't know if I'm wrong in saying Rams and Steelers are not intriguing. I guess the Steelers would be intriguing because you got Big Ben. He's sort of older and, they're a historic franchise. So anytime you get the Steelers in the mix, but the Rams just do nothing for me, man.
No, Rams are, they've got some
boring.
Talent, but yeah, we saw them in the Super Bowl a couple years ago and it was painfully boring unless you happen to love defense.
Right, and now they don't even have Todd Gurley. That was the appeal of that Super Bowl to me, was seeing Aaron Donald, one of the best players
Although
in the NFL.
he wasn't fully healthy for that game either, as you recall.
Correct. But the fact that he was in the game, Gurley had a great season that year. He was incredibly fun to watch. So like that Rams team, that version of the Rams was different to me. Now I feel like we've kind of been there, done that, and my favorite guy on that team to watch isn't even there anymore.
Right.
I do like McVay, though. I will say, McVay
he's a good young coach.
Is a good coach, but their roster's boring.
See what the Jazz can do here. Halfway through the third quarter, there's the 7th interception from Holmes in Sim Lane. Go along with about 1,000 touchdown passes. Minshew 174 passing with a score, 4th and 3. So, what do you think? We got a punt or a 51-yard field goal here? We're going to fire up the Lambeau?
Let's fire up the Lambeau, baby.
Why not? We're here.
Look, if you're the Jags, you're up by a touchdown against the Chiefs. It's all or nothing here. You got to keep putting points on the board. That's right. Fire it up. Let's go. Sean Alexander, great call, Jimmy B. He was definitely the last running back to make it happen like that.
Field goes good. Congrats if you got yourselves a quick 5 if you got Lambeau in your lineup.
Huge. Come on, Mahomes, step up. Speaking of Sean Alexander, I have been in the process of reorganizing my baseball, football, and basketball cards.
Why?
Because
what would drive, I know that there's been some boredom in the pandemic, but what would drive a person to do that exactly?
So there's that, the boredom of the pandemic. But I keep seeing all of these stories about this surge in sports card market, pricing. Like people are selling cards for millions of dollars. And when I was home for the holidays, I was like, man,
but I have cards that are selling for millions of dollars are probably cards that you don't have.
Well, there's that, of course.
Probably.
But when these high-end cards are going for millions, it's, the tier B and the tier C cards are still going for way higher than they normally have been. So the market is at an all-time high. for even that tier B, tier C stuff. So I'm sitting around at home. I'm like, why don't I just like see what I got? And then I was just super into it. I found a few that I found online that are worth, good money if you have them in good condition. So I had my parents ship me my entire collection. And that has been my project these past few weeks. I organized my basketball.
Man, it's a good thing
in the process of finishing football. Oh, I was very scared, but I made sure that I was like, make sure you send it with tracking.
Delivery.
Yeah, and I helped them out with that. But
had to be heavy too.
It was a heavy box. Yeah. So I found some gems so far.
Like what?
Things.
Well, I mean, you may as well tell us what have you discovered?
So again, I've only gone through basketball and football so far. In basketball, I found a couple of Kobe cards that are worth good money. I found a Carmelo Anthony rookie card that's worth money. And I found Michael Jordan's last year on the Wizards All-Star card, which is worth some money. I'm still more in the process of organizing things and figuring out everything that I have before I really dig in and see, everything else. But on its surface, if I see a card and I'm like, oh, that looks like it could be worth money, I'll go look it up quick. And so that was my basketball collection. In football, I found a Jason Witten rookie card, which is worth some dough. Dwight Freeney rookie card that's worth some dough. I have like this random set of cards from the year 2000 from some brand that all of the cards are marked as 1 of 5,000. So they only made 5,000 cards of this like one brand of card, if that makes sense, in this like special series. And I have randomly have 25 of those. It's like those are worth cash, and they're not even like rookie cards. So again, I really need to dig in on it, but it's kind of fun. I mean, as a sports nerd, it's kind of funny to look back on these guys. I have 6 of this random receiver from the Vikings from the 1997. I'm like, why do I have 6 of this card? This guy is irrelevant, but it's I figured of all people I know, you would be someone that would be interested in this because you are a collector like me.
For sure. No, if we were closer, I'd love to thumb through those. Take a look.
Yeah. It's totally a nerd, sports nerd's paradise going through all this stuff. Baseball's going to take so long though. Oh my God, I'm staring at the binders. It's going to take forever. I have 2 3-inch binder full of baseball cards, and the sleeves that you put them in, they're double-sided. So so it's 18 cards per page, and I have sheet, 2. So I have 6 inches worth of them. So that's just going to be a haul.
Alana wants to know, Tom, do you have any of those cards where there's part of a jersey embedded in it, for instance?
Yeah, I have some, but none of the good ones. I have some really random one. I think I have one is a random Jeff Kent All-Star Game jersey card. I have a Team USA baseball from a random Olympic year where there's a jersey card. Those are the ones that seem to be going for so much money. If you can get one of those and then get it signed, they're worth millions of dollars. But I don't have those. Shocking, I know.
2nd and 3, and able to convert. Tyreek Hill touchdown, his first of the day, and the Chiefs back within 3 after the extra point.
And I know
Jaskar says I was collecting Fleer and Donruss in the late 80s, which was and I was too. That was basically exactly the era where cards were worth nothing.
Exactly, because they just started printing so many of everything. People bringing up brands is interesting. So as I've kind of dug into this sort of reorganization and figuring out what I have, I've realized that I had everything organized in alphabetical order. And I realized that that wasn't the smart way to do it. Whenever I was 12 doing this, I decided alphabetical order is the way to do it so I could find who I have. But I should have been organizing things by year and by brand. So to undo the alphabetical order and putting it by brand and year it's so monotonous. But I kind of have a little bit of an OCD brain, so it's sort of a good activity for me. It like calms me a little bit.
I get that.
Yeah. I
20,
also have a
17
Yao
final
rookie
seconds this
card.
third quarter. Oh yeah,
That was worth
somebody
some
asking about your Ripken card and what year that is.
Ripken card. I have some Ripkins, but I don't have any Ripken rookies.
Oh, okay. That would have been.
Yeah, that would be worth a lot of money.
Or no, no, way earlier than that.
I have some good rookie baseball
Would have been
cards.
very late 70s or like 80.
I think Ripken was 81.
No, 81, 82. He won the World Series.
Yeah,
I don't remember
early
if
in
that
his
was
career.
his rookie year or his second year. It was very early. Then obviously never again.
We are going to look that up right now. Cal Ripken Jr. Yeah, I'll whip out the baseball card, like the rookie cards that I have at some point here. In between stims, I'll grab them. Because I had those separated already. I know you'll definitely be interested in that. Yeah, 83 Ripken won the World Series.
So was that his rookie year or did he come into the league in 82?
He had at-bats in 81 and 82. 82 was his rookie year, so his second year is when he won the World Series. 81, he had 40 plate appearances.
Lana says we have a baseball hat signed by DiMaggio. Dom DiMaggio,
Oh, that's awesome.
That is.
Not
still
as
cool.
awesome.
Not as awesome, but still cool. I mean,
Yeah.
man's got his
Still
number
awesome,
retired
just
by
not
the Red
as
Sox.
awesome.
Yeah, it's more awesome if you have, you're a Red Sox fan than just a general sports fan, obviously.
Yeah.
CEH 10 for 33, Thompson 8 for 22, a touchdown. Take a look at some of the receivers' numbers here in just a moment. Jared says, anyone have the 89 Fleer Bill Ripken error card? Yeah. No, we can't tell you what was written on the bottom of that bat handle, but it is a popular card, obviously, for anyone that's got it. Kelsey 7 for 88, Watkins 5 for 84, Chark 2 for 79. All these guys, the bonus is in play with 1 quarter to go.
Yeah, I would like to see the bonus hit, and I would like it to be one of the players that I have in my lineup. Is that fair?
Preferably.
Is
I
that
think
fair?
It's totally fair. Where are you sitting right now? I'm 91st. We got Lefty 1120 is in front by about 3.5 points.
It's a good question because that Hill touchdown in theory would help me, but everyone in the world has Hill in their lineup, so it didn't help me at all. I am in 157th still.
Although ironically, the leader of the pack right here, Lefty, does not have Hill. Has Watkins in the captain spot, Mahomes, Thompson, Kelsey, CEH, and Lambeau. Already 10 points out of Lambeau. With
Lambeau having a huge game.
Couple extra points, a shorter field goal, and the 50-plus yarder.
I was so close to putting him in my lineup instead of DeMarcus Robinson. Now, DeMarcus Robinson has a touchdown, but I feel like I'd be doing better if I had Lambeau in my lineup.
Well, probably not by much. How many points does Robinson have?
It's a good point, actually. We're going to check that out. Stand by.
Standing by.
Opening up.
Robinson has 7.8, so you'd only be doing 2 points.
You got that quicker than me. Yeah, 2 points. Hey, 2 points can be hit or miss, baby. That can be the difference.
That can break the whole slate.
It's a game of inches.
Dallas God saying that our voices and our mouths are not in sync on the YouTube video. The world is not perfect from a technological perspective, or in pretty much any way imaginable.
Anyway.
1st and 10, and out to the 41, 8-yard pickup for Thompson. Let's talk a little bit about the playoffs then. Obviously, we got into, Super Bowl beliefs, wishes, fears, things along those lines. Let's just talk about tomorrow. Wild card action, 3 games. Colts, Bills, Rams, Seahawks, Bucks, Washington. Which game are you most interested in watching, assuming you're not on the couch watching all 3?
Yeah, well, I'm watching all 3, but the late game, obviously, for everything we talked about earlier, Bucks, Washington.
The hashtag Brady bias.
Yeah, there's Brady bias, but there's football fan bias there too. I mean, if Alex Smith is able to play and be healthy, I want to see that. I want to see him continue to try and make this comeback, which he already has successfully, but I want to see how much he can get done here in the postseason. And I love Tom Brady. So Saturday night, very excited for that one. I'm not interested in the middle game, Rams Seahawks, because of the Rams. I just really don't want to watch them play. I will watch them play, but I will watch begrudgingly. The early game, it makes me sad that we can't have a full stadium of fans because the Bills getting back to the postseason at this seed with this talented of a team, hosting a playoff game,
Bills
would be
Mafia
so cool.
deserves it.
Yeah, it would be amazing. I mean, the city of Buffalo will not be social distancing that day. It is safe to say. It's going to be so fun. I mean, once fans are allowed to be back in the stadium at full strength, the Bills Mafia is going to be like, it hasn't been in 20 plus years. It's going to be amazing. So that's going to be an exciting game early because I like watching the Bills, man. They're sneaky talented.
Of those 3 games, do you see upset potential in any of them? I mean, Rams are only 3-point dogs. Obviously, the Bucs are the most heavily favored by 8. The Bills at 6.5. So, they're all basically one-score games. Is there one? If you had to pick one of the 3 that is most in line with an upset, who do you have?
I'm going to say the first game because I think of the 3 underdogs, they are the most talented. As much as I like Washington and their narrative, I still think the Colts have a better team. So if I'm just ranking the 3 underdogs, I would say the Colts have the best chance of upsetting the Bills. With that said, I don't think we're getting any upsets. I think the Bills win. I think the Seahawks win. And then I think the 5 seed, who's the favorite, the Bucs, will win on Saturday. I think we get chalk.
Chalk day tomorrow. I actually think the most likely... I tend to agree with you that the chalk is going to win tomorrow. But I think the most likely upset actually has me going to the Rams. If Goff is even reasonably healthy, I think it's, with how Seattle played down the stretch.
Not good.
I think that is actually a very winnable game for LA.
Yeah, I do too. I'm being unfair to the Rams in that matchup because I just don't like them. I should say the Rams. You are right. Because Seattle is sort of like Pittsburgh. They've just quietly been Pittsburgh the second half of the season, last third of the season, where they've won games, but they haven't looked good doing it. I mean, the first half of the year, Seattle looked unstoppable. And then everyone realized, oh, wait, this team doesn't have a defense. So I could totally see Seattle losing tomorrow. That's a great call by you.
Another catch by Eifert. We got a 1st and goal from the 5 halfway through the 4th. We'll see if we get a touchdown here, and after that we'll get to the Sunday wild card action. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Derek and Patrick, the Game Ops crew, Tara Lynn. We haven't seen her in a while, but maybe in honor of Ladies' Night, she'll give us a little attention here for the start of the 10 o'clock Madden After Dark segment a little bit. Thompson stopped short at the 1 of what would have been his 2nd touchdown of the day. See if they go right back to him here on 2nd and goal.
I think he got it, right? 2nd and goal, just punch it in here.
Yeah.
Give him his 2nd tud.
And she's got it. Quick handoff. And no! Keeps the ball himself and lost 3 yards.
They did not fall for it.
Going for the glory.
I kind of smell the engine of the Lambo revving.
Or at least he's predicting it.
I think we're getting another Lambo appearance here.
We'll see. 3rd and goal. He's got company in the backfield again. I don't know who he's talking to right there. Shouting down the line. Nobody there. Minshew spins, fires, touchdown! Yes, sir. 2nd of the day. Those of you who have Captain Chark, DJ Chark,
DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark, DJ Chark.
The upset looking like an inevitability with 2.5 to go here. in the fourth quarter and a 10-point lead for the Jags. This is a Simper Bowl hangover right here, folks.
I was just going to say
this is what
Simper
we're
Bowl
Simper Bowl hangover.
Hey, you win the Simper Bowl, that takes a lot out of you. Jags got nothing to play
that
for.
Is going to putting our buddy Bonzo in front by about 5.5 points in the free roll. Chark and the captain, Mahomes, Thompson, Watkins, Eifert, and Ricky Seals Jr.
Ricky Seals Jones.
15 yards. Jones. Ricky Seals Jones. I don't know why. Another guy that I want to call something different. All right, Sunday's
Jr.
wild card action. Ricky Seals Jr. You may know him as Ricky Henderson's younger distant brother, Ricky Seals Jr. All right, Ravens Titans, Bears Saints, Browns Steelers. To me, when it comes to for all the chalk conversation about Saturday, this is a very interesting slate. Where obviously the Saints are just going to pound the Bears, but the Ravens Titans game, that could certainly go either way. And I felt anyway going into the week that the Browns not only could but would win this game, but with all of the COVID happenings surrounding that team in the last several days and the fact they won't even have their head coach or other members of the team with them tomorrow, I can't help but think Pittsburgh's going to win this one. But even still, it's a very interesting Sunday ahead.
Yeah, I'm picking the Ravens to beat the Titans. They're just peaking at the right time. I think it's going to be a good football game, but I like the Ravens.
Well, they are favored too.
Yep, they are. Titans obviously are home. Titans obviously have Derrick Henry. If they can control the clock and keep Lamar Jackson off the field, they'll greatly improve their chances of winning the game. But I just think Baltimore's playing better football right now. So I'm picking the Ravens to win that one. Saints are going to pound the Bears. No reason to even talk about it. I'm still picking the Browns. Let's go. Going to win this one for Stefanski. The Steelers stink. They're sluggish. They don't look like they want to be out there. They've really upset me. The first part of the year, they were really, really fun to watch. When they were winning in the early part of their win streak to start the season, very fun team. And they've just been sleepwalking.
Oh no! Jags get it to put a bow on this sucker.
Wow.
Sorry, Chiefs, it ain't your day. Arrowhead Stadium and all these virtual fans are going to be livid, screaming in the parking lots on the way home.
It's going to be silent in that huge parking lot in Kansas City. Unreal. So yeah, I'm picking the Browns. Why not? And I know that they're going to not have a lot of guys, and Stefanski is not going to be there. But look, just do what you've been doing. You got a full season's worth of game planning and play calling to work off of. You've played the Steelers twice now. Oh, was he down?
Tony A says that Jackson's going to choke again. I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to win a Super Bowl, but I think Lamar's going to have a nice playoff.
He seems to have turned a corner.
Yeah, they're giving it back to KC. What a bummer.
Oh, that's no fun. It's good for my team in the contest, though. KC having, some chances to give me some points here, considering most of my lineup is Chiefs.
That ball is caught at 41. First and 10 on the way. Celtics, by the way, are up by about 30 midway through the third quarter.
Is it still
rushing the very disinterested Washington Wizards? Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown each at 20 plus already.
How about Jaylen Brown this year, man?
Yeah. No, believe me, I could go on for days. I don't think the Sim fans are probably interested in that, so I won't. But I could.
Just know that I could.
Just know that I could.
But I won't, because I love you.
I won't. 2nd and 1. From the 32 with a minute to go. Chiefs going no huddle. Also have no shot at winning this game. Mahomes, like a statue in the pocket, now airing it out back of the end zone. Did he get there? Touchdown! Oh, Sammy Watkins this time, folks. Third different receiver with a TD today for the Chiefs. Watkins, Robinson, and Hill. And it's about to be 27-24. Maybe, just maybe, we can get ourselves an onside kick successfully.
That's a 6 for number 14. What a grab, too. Saves the interception.
That was a big boy catch right there.
I would love to see an onside kick recovery. I don't think it's going to happen,
put
but
Lefty into the leading lineup now.
See if Butker gets the PAT.
That's 18 touchdowns for Watkins. All right, this is what it's all about. Can we get a little OT? Can we get ourselves a successful onside kick? Let's go, fam. Let's go.
I want an onside kick recovery, but I also don't want overtime because I really want to eat dinner. I'm really hungry. This always happens to me. Remember the sushi? Was I working with you, Koff, with the sushi? That was brutal.
I don't recall.
I was forced to watch sushi in front of me
earlier today, so you know, doesn't mean I wasn't here.
I think it was Glash.
Fully here. All right,
go.
Easy pickup by the Jags. I don't think you have anything to worry about because I don't think we're going to get a turnover here. We're just going to kneel down and run off the clock. Hey, Tara Lynn, pop on your mic for a sec now that you're with us, if you'd please.
She doesn't want to.
You don't need to be on camera for post game until you do. But for we got 50 seconds left here on Ladies' Night. Humor us for a second. It's here just to find.
She says no. She doesn't want to.
Taryn, do you know that you said that I'm greater than you in the chat earlier? By the way, way to know your math symbols.
She was close.
Oh, so close.
She is right though. She did
either
think
that or he was a little subconscious.
They did think I was going to die because I ate sushi that had been out for like an hour and a half. So it was room temperature sushi.
Tara Lynn says she once got a 12 on her math test.
A 12 out of 100?
How old were you was really the question. Was it like college calculus? Was it fifth grade algebra? What are we talking about?
One time, Koff, did you have these things in high school called Scantron? Where, it was like just the sheet of bubbles and you'd fill it in?
Yeah.
I one time missed a question, like did it out of order. So I got like a 6 on a Scantron practice test for like an AP test. And luckily the teacher was like, why did Tom get a 6? And she went and realized that I missed a question like early on. So I was like 1 off. I was answering every single one off.
Just screwing around, just messing around, seeing what happened.
Just getting a casual 6 out of 100.
Taryn, are you going to join us for the first quarter of the Madden After Dark before you leave us for the night?
Hello, Bozo. I will join.
Oh, she's back.
Now.
No, you get 40 seconds. It's
Yeah,
ladies' night.
I'm only doing 40 seconds. That's all I got for tonight because you annoy me so much.
You don't mean that. All right,
and it is
fine.
ladies' night. If she doesn't want to do it, she doesn't have to. It's ladies' night.
If we only have 40 seconds with Tara Lynn, we're going to make the most of them. Colts, Bills, who's going to win? Come on, Tara Lynn. Colts, Bills, who's winning?
I love the Bills.
Rams, Seahawks.
I love the Seahawks.
Bucks, Washington.
Washington.
We're not here all day. Let's go. Did you pick anyone?
She picked Washington.
Or did you just trail off?
No, I just saw, I don't know if anyone's been following the Barstool Fund. He's donating to multiple small businesses across the country. Amazing.
Sure.
And I just saw that
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is going live with him. So in my head, I'm like, wow, is Aaron Rodgers going to donate a lot of money? That's really cool. And then obviously Aaron
He might.
Rodgers takes precedent over you being a bozo to me. Aaron Rodgers, Adam Kaufman.
That's ridiculous.
Aaron Rodgers, Adam Kaufman. Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, those comps are made all the time. You know, Adam Kaufman, Aaron Rodgers. We hear it all the time. I know. I can't get enough of it. Really, please. I'm gonna blush. You guys are great. Who's your
I
Super
love
Bowl
that
winner, TL?
Wait, I love Gyro in the chat. Koff always trying to boss Tarolin around. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there is
Ah.
that. All right, Mahomes, 288, shy of the bonus, 3 touchdowns, shy of the Bundy. He had a pick. Minshew, 212, couple of scores for him. Complete the upset. Nice work there, kid. Hang on to that job as long as you can here in Simland. Thompson, 15 for 82 and a score. CEH, 33 on the ground. Armstead, 26. Minshew and Mahomes even rushed a little bit, but they didn't do anything of note. We will look at the pass catching numbers as well, and then start to hand out some awards like we do. So, Tommy, do your research. Get ready to find your guys, my friend. Let's see. We'll look at the winners as well for our
Tarolin Isaac.
contest. Nope. Tara Lynn, for some reason, didn't even make a lineup. Kelsey shy of the bonus, 8 for 97. Watkins, 6 for 116. He got there and a touchdown as well. Hill, 4 for 36 and a score. 2 scores for Mr. Chark, 3 for 83. So is DJ Chark the Krusty Koff player of the game? What do we got?
Indeed, he is. He gets the wood and nickel, entitling him to 1 free soft serve ice cream cone if he's ever here in St. Louis. Congratulations, DJ Chark.
St. Louis, baby.
Who's the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award going to?
I'm sorry, Tarolin is distracting me here. Let's see. I want to give it to Chris Conley. 2 catches, 22 yards, no touchdown. He was in my captain spot. I'm upset with him personally. Wide receiver 3s, tend to do better in these sims than that. So, yeah, not my kid, not my problem.
I get it. Lefty vaulted himself into the winning lineup, barring any stat corrections, for about a 2.5-point victory over Bonzo. Not Bozo, Tarolin, Bonzo. Watkins in the captain spot, almost 40 points. Calm down. We'll get there. Mahomes, Thompson, Kelsey, CEH, and the Lambo with 11 points. Not bad. Not bad at all. So here's what we've got coming up the rest of the day. 1 sim. That's it. Just
Nice.
1. It's coming up in about 45 minutes. Madden After Dark. You'll have the 2 of us back with you. We've got the Titans and Bucks. So yeah, we'll talk more about Tom Brady and the Bucks and Washington and so much more, as well as Tennessee. It's good to have 2 teams going to the playoffs and actually playing this weekend, unlike the sim that we just did, where the Chiefs don't play for another week and the Jags are just getting ready to draft their new quarterback, number 1. So thanks to Mike, thanks to Daniel, thanks to Derek, thanks to Patrick, thanks to, I'm not even going to thank Tom because he's coming right back with me, as is everybody else. But, you know how it works. I mean, he can speak. He's got the words. Tarolin, you're up. And I hope you're going to hang with us on Ladies Night for the first quarter of the next sim, because let's be honest, you have nothing else to do.
Aw, man, Kaufman's coming back for Madden After Dark. That stinks. But at least we get Tommy and me. So I'm going to talk about the Titans and the Bucks because they're getting ready to face off in virtual Florida. Unfortunately, Koff is coming back, as I mentioned. But we got Tommy, too. So that is the featured in the Madden 3K Flea Flicker, which has a 3K prize pool with 1K going to first place. Plus the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool with $50 to first place. Head over to the DraftKings lobby right now to get those lineups in. And we've talked a little bit about the playoff games taking place on Saturday, but there are also 3 games taking place on Sunday. Here to preview the Bears and the Saints are the guys from the Favorites podcast presented by the Action Network.
Meanwhile, here are the Chicago Bears. You and I, at this point, we hold a Bears futures ticket from in May. Then we hold a Bears futures ticket from August. And now we hold a Bears futures ticket from January. Of course, we are walking into a hornet's nest right now. And we're going with the Bears plus 9.5, plus 10, whatever it takes. Give me the Bears. Hornet's nest. Be my companion.
Yeah, and people think they don't get it. Well, I should hate the Bears. Like I literally had them over 8.5 wins. I had the 8, so I pushed on the 8, but I lost the over 8.5. Like this team was 5-1. They didn't cash my over ticket. I hate the Bears with such disdain. But like you just said, 10.5. They're begging us to take this. This has been bet up so high, and me and you are going to be texting on Sunday, and we're not going to be shocked at all when the Bears are down 20 and Mitch just threw his third interception because he's terrible, and the Bears, they might be done. They might have given up, but we can't not take a plus 10.5 dog on the road that has a good defense against a Saints team we already talked about. They keep letting us down here in the playoffs the last few years. So as a guy that's going to be betting on the Seahawks, I love it because then that'll just take care of the Saints for us. But yeah. Got to take the Bears here plus 10, but I'm not touching the money line for the Bears. I don't think they can win.
We are all over the Bears in this game. The total is 47.
Easy over. That's in our 5.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I had this at 51. So barring a craziness with COVID and the Saints don't have any of their running backs still or the Bears get hit, I like that over 47.
how important is it to maybe squash whatever tension is there right now?
Well, I mean, it's only tension because we as the media, and I think of myself right now as media, from a player standpoint, I don't really believe there's a lot of tension. I don't think there's tension.
Because Coach did come out the other day and say, hey, we're fine.
Right. And I don't think that, those two, they will be fine. Of course, Carson's a little sour that he got benched. It's the first time Carson's ever been benched in his life.
Yeah.
He's never had to ride the pine. He's always been the guy, numero uno. Well, now he's in a position where he has to be a guy that's going to compete for a position. And he felt some sort of way about it. I think he'll come back, work out in the offseason, get even stronger, get even better as a quarterback. He'll come back and it'll be a different Carson you'll see out there, a more competitive Carson. I'm likely going to see a better Carson come in because I still think he's the best quarterback on this team. I think Hurts has a little more work to do in honing his skill set. But Carson, if he comes back and he's got those demons out or whatever's going on with him, I think he's still the best quarterback, not only on this team, but the best quarterback in this division.
Barrett, what do you think the biggest offseason question is for the Eagles?
To be honest, I just want a little more accountability. I need more roles defined in the organization. To me, that's the biggest thing, because, just to put it in layman's terms, that people understand, if I want to point the finger at who messed up right then, I want to know who messed up. And at this point, it's so blurred. You don't know who's making a pick, who's not making a pick, whose call is to put this guy in, whose call is it to call this. There's no accountability. There's no defined roles. Give me some defined roles, and I think that, this team will be better then because now you know who's going to be held accountable for that. And when you're held accountable for something, you tend to be more productive in how you face that situation that you're in charge of. So, I just need that. Give me some defined roles. I want more accountability in the organization.
All right, so with that loss to Washington, they now have the 6th overall pick. What direction do you see them going? I know you've gone offense like the past 2 straight years of that first rounder. What are the chances? I guess it's going to be defense, where I believe the team could use some help.
Well, I'm already watching film and breaking down film on young guys. I do a lot of college football throughout the season. And I really think we need to go out there and not go deep offense. I think we go defense this time. We need a boss cornerback, a cornerback can come in that you won't have to worry about. Imagine having somebody opposite a big play Slay, a guy like Patrick Surtain from Alabama, a guy that you have to worry about. You could put him on the number 1 receiver, or you could put him on the number 2 receiver. And you need that, especially in this division, because Dallas has 3 really good receivers. It's time for us to stop putting all the earnest on scoring. Let's try to stop some people now, especially when they have a new defensive coordinator come in. We need to see somebody that can really put guys in better position. And because I'm gonna tell you the truth, Schwartz had. You ask them to make lemonade, but you only give them lemons. You need to give them the rest of the ingredients to become a better coach.
Sugar, man. You need sugar.
Give me some sugar. Give me some water also. You just didn't have that. He's putting guys out there that. I'm watching the game. I see guys I didn't even know. Who is number 54? What?
Flipping through the media guys.
Right. I'm looking like, what is going on here? I'm trying to, analyze the game. Like, I don't even know who this guy is. And I'm looking like I didn't do my job. Well, they just picked him up from the local Wawa around the corner. Now he's playing and starting for this team. It's tough, man. But, that's just the life we chose to live. And, that's what football is.
All right. Before you take off, you were also part of the Steelers Super Bowl championship team that had to win 3 road games, in order to get there. Which wild card team this weekend do you think has a shot at running the table?
Well, you know what? A lot of people aren't looking at this team as a team that can really go far in the playoff. But anytime you have a veteran quarterback, you got one of the best offensive lines in the league, and you got a defense that can really play, you have an opportunity. You have a shot. And they just happen to play against Buffalo, which is, the hottest team in the league right now. But when you have a defense like that, I think they can shut that Buffalo offense down. And then you got a quarterback in Rivers. I think they're the dark horse in this whole playoff situation because nobody's giving them a chance. And when you're not giving a chance, Frank Reich will make some things happen. I saw a play that they played this last week against the Jaguars. It was a good old wholesome trap play. They understand that those at their front 4, like to get up the field. They like to rush up the field. So what do? You run trap. You invite them up the field. You pull the left side guard, trap that guy, and run right in between them. And they have a young running back from Wisconsin right now that's really playing at the high level. So I think they have a legitimate, Taylor. They have a legitimate shot of when you can run the ball. You have a veteran quarterback and a team that plays defense. Don't count them Colts out just yet.
Yeah, and Frank Wright knows about, playing there in Buffalo and big comebacks. And when people are counting you out, when he was back the quarterback of the Bills,
exactly.
Yeah, right?
Yep, exactly.
Speaking of that Steelers team, though, you played with Alan Faneca. So he's a finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame here. What's your favorite story of his? Do you have any good ones you can share for us?
Big Red was I don't really have a story, but I'll just explain who Big Red is. We call him Big Red. He looks like a giant leprechaun, one of the best. I mean, he's got the red beard, the red hair, he just looks like a leprechaun, man.
He looks totally different now, though, man.
He's all skinny now. Yeah, he looks all skinny now. He looks like he's a track runner now, but he was one of the most physical guys I've ever seen in my life. He's the nicest guy in the world off the field. But as soon as you get on the field, he just turns it on and he just goes absolutely nuts. I've seen this guy explode through linebackers and make them disappear off the field. He's just that type of guy. And it just amazed me how physical he was. But he wasn't the biggest guy, but he was just so physical and fast and athletic that he could just about do anything. He could run out in space, hit linebackers, but he could also take a 400-pound guy and uproot him off that offensive line and put him on their back. So, I mean, he's one of the best guys I've seen play that I played with at the guard position.
Yeah, you think he gets in?
I don't think he gets in this year. This is first year being as before, but I think he gets in next year. There's a lot of guys at this point that have an opportunity that should be in. I think they're going to give him that opportunity.
Barrett Brooks, man, that was a really fun conversation. Learned a lot, man, and thanks for hanging out with us here at DraftKings.
Man, I appreciate you guys having me on. Thanks a lot.
Okay, people of the Friday Night Sim Fam, it's time once again for me to tell you about the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. It's our wild card double millionaire. So you compete for your share of over $4 million in prizes this weekend. Enter a lineup into each wild card millionaire on Saturday and Sunday, and you will automatically get a $10 contest ticket. It's $25 to enter each millionaire. And of course, the top prize for each contest is $1 million. Of course, your shot at $1 million will happen with the 3-game slate on Saturday. So with some DFS advice for that slate, we got Pat Mayo.
The 3-game slate, which we'll be talking about with Jake Seeley from theathletic.com. My man, are you pumped for playoff football? I love 6 playoff games. It's great. My wife hates it. I love it.
I love it. I am actually having a great day. I know you won't be able to see till afterwards because you can't see me while we're doing this video, but I have a Mets hat here, here, my Gary Carter jersey. I'm wearing a Mets hat. I told you as soon as they got rid of the Wilpons, Steve Cohen took over and Lindor trade. I'm happy. I'm a happy Mets fan for the first time in a decade. And I'm also thrilled that, yes, we have 6 games in a playoff slate. I'm actually playing both slates and then one of the both days one slate just for the fun of it. Although there's not as much to play on that one, but I'm playing a ton. I love having 6 games out here.
It's very fun for me. I'm actually going to dial down my exposure because it's 2 small slates. I'll play both slates, but golf is back, so I got a lot of money tied up in golf this week too. So
I know.
If golf is going well on like Saturday morning, I'll be like, oh, maybe I'll triple down on some NFL, see what's going. That's how I lose all my money every week on DraftKings. Either way, what's more encouraging about the Mets? Them getting rid of the Wilpons, bringing in Cohen, being able to get all these players, or Tim Andercuss not picking the Mets to go to the World Series for the first time in 5 years?
100%, Tim. They could still have the Wilpons and still have not made this trade and still not have money to spend in free agency, which hasn't even happened yet. Not free agency hasn't happened, but the money spending. All those things, all of those are still outweighed by the fact that Tim is off the Mets. That's all that matters.
He'll figure out a way to get himself back on the Mets if they get off to a hot start.
No, I will send him money. I will send him money to stay off the Mets.
People say this all the time. He refuses to take anyone's money to not curse people.
I don't know why. He could do a cameo just doing that, and make buku's dollars just doing that, saying I uncurse your team.
I've told him, if you want to get a cameo from Pat Mayo, you just hit the description of this video and podcast. You can get in there very reasonable prices too. I don't know why anyone would do it, but hey, I always respond to them. People, leave 5-star reviews on it. They enjoy the cameos where I yell at their friends for them. Either way, running backs for this slate. Again, it's a 6-game slate. Jonathan Taylor is the most expensive of all the running backs, $7,900. It's a $2,000 gap. What's 3? 3 games. What did I say? 6 teams on the 3-game slate. Yes, that makes more sense. Jonathan Taylor, $7,900, a $2,000 gap between him and Chris Carlson at $5,900. Gibson, Ronald Jones, Cam Akers, J.D. McKissick, Naheem Hines, Zach Moss, and Leonard Fournette. Those are going to be your top 9. Carlos Hyde is $4,400 if we just want to talk top 10. That's usually what people do, talk top 10s, not top 9s. In a slate where it's going to be very concentrated ownership, especially at positions, is there a way that you can get away from Jonathan Taylor? Like, what's the case against him? That the Bills get up by too much and it becomes a Naheem Hines game? Because if the Colts are going to keep this close, you're going to see tons of Jonathan Taylor in this game.
And that's your real only argument here, is that just gets away from him. And like, that's the thing, is they've been using more of him towards the end of the season. But even so, the only way you can paint a scenario where at 79 isn't even that bad of a price for how he's been playing. The only way to get away from Jonathan Taylor is if you stack the living hell out of the Bills passing game, which is fine. A lot of people are going to be doing that, but you do it and bring it back with Naheem Hines instead, or you just bring it back with T.Y. Hilton or the receivers only, and maybe you play that play. But yeah, Jonathan Taylor feels like, even if he is, I think that right now we're seeing some places might be thinking 40-50% ownership. It's
going to be more than that on this slate. Jonathan Taylor is going to be 75% out. I don't really care about ownership in a slate like this, to tell you the truth. Like, there's so few options that you're more than likely going to double up with someone else. Just try to put the best foot forward and play the best team. If you're going to get like tricky somewhere else, it's probably not the high end fade. It's probably finding the Isaiah McKenzie from week 17. Probably not going to be Isaiah McKenzie this week, although it could be if Cole Beasley ends up sitting here on Saturday. We'll see. But just trying to find that guy and getting it right, I think, is more important than be like, well, I'm going to fade a chalky Jonathan Taylor. You almost have to play him. And you can play him because all of the other running backs just aren't expensive enough.
No, well, and that's the thing too, is, and I hope that people aren't doing this, and maybe they don't listen to me, but I just think it's so easy for a combined 13,000 Jonathan Taylor and Cam Akers. Like, I don't get why Cam Akers is at 5,100. He didn't have a high ankle sprain. That's my only belief. You don't get 20 plus touches coming off a high ankle sprain, and that was really the case. Like, maybe a low ankle sprain, maybe it wasn't severe, like whatever it is, that doesn't make sense. We've never seen that happen. So you give him that kind of work, even though it was a disappointing work on a per touch basis, you give him that kind of work coming off a quote unquote high ankle sprain, and he's only 5,100 with still no other option beside what Malcolm Brown had 3 touches in that game on an injury. So at 5,100, I think the running back, to me, if you're playing Saturday, I don't know how you get away from Taylor and Cam Akers, and that was just, you're done. Run back, no questions.
We have division rivals battling for the third time this season. It's Seattle. It's the Rams in Seattle. So we have the Seahawks favored by 4.5 at home. This is a low total, like the complete opposite of the Buffalo game. So 42.5. Goff should be back under center for LA. So what's the play here?
Yeah, I like the under. We'll see if Goff's back. Even if he is, I don't think. I mean, he just had surgery on his thumb, on his throwing hand. And by the way, what did they score a couple weeks ago when he played there? 9 points. Then you've got the Seahawks offense, which hasn't been great. They weren't great against the Niners yesterday. And they're going against the Rams defense, which is the best in the NFL. I think the play here is the under. I'm not sure either team gets past 21 points. Feels like 20-17, maybe 21-20, something like that. I like the under.
All right, Bucks 8.5-point favorites. Another low total, 46.5, as they hit the road to face the Washington football team. I mean, Tom Brady's coming off a regular season here in which he had 43 total touchdowns at the young, ripe age of 43. You think Chase Young and the Washington defense kind of have enough here to keep this thing close?
Probably not. I think, look, that's a big number as well. If I had to, though, I would lay the points. Alex Smith really cannot move very well on that leg. I think Tampa's going to send the house at him. I think that Washington's going to have a tough time scoring a lot of points. And then I do think the Bucs are really playing well now. I mean, that's 40 points in a row, 2 games in a row. Before that, they scored 1 million points in the second half against the Falcons, like 31. So in the last 10 quarters, by my math, they've scored over 120 points, which is crazy. So I like the Bucs to lay the points and maybe even the over, just the way the Bucs are rolling right now.
Let's go now to Sunday. So we have the first game of the day. Derrick Henry and the Tennessee Titans are going to be hosting the Ravens, a rematch of last year. Ravens are out for revenge. The Ravens have been rolling. I think they've won like 5 straight games or something to end the regular season here. 3.5, the underdog still right now, Tennessee. Highest total of the weekend, almost 55, so 54.5. You think Henry kind of runs wild once again, 8th player in NFL history to hit 2,000 rushing yards?
There's a chance, Emerson, there might be 500 yards rushing in this game. First of all, the Titans defense is terrible. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, I know Mike Vrabel. Mike and I played together in New England. I can't believe how bad the Titans defense is. The Ravens just ran for 400 yards themselves against the Bengals. And then you've got Derrick Henry coming. There might be 500 yards rushing in this football game. I like the Ravens. I think the Ravens get their revenge. They're playing so well right now. And like I said, the Titans defense is just that bad. This feels like 34-27 Baltimore. So I guess I like the over, and I like the Ravens laying the points.
All right, we have the Saints, though, as the biggest favorite of the weekend. They're going to be hosting the Bears, 9.5-point favorites. Game total's 47.5. Break this one down for me and give me your favorite bet.
Probably taking the over, and I guess I would lean Bears. I mean, that's a lot of points for a team that's playing pretty decently. Now, I know the Saints have been playing well as well, and they should get Kamara back for Sunday. But I feel like the Bears can at least stay within 10. I feel like this game is 27-23 maybe, 30-24. The Bears defense isn't playing that great, which is why I would lean to the over after we saw what Aaron Rodgers did to them.
All right, second game that pairs up a couple division rivals. You already have Seattle and the Rams. Now we have the Steelers and we have the Browns. Steelers have lost 4 out of their last 5 games. They're kind of limping into the playoffs here, but still 4.5-point favorites at home. Game total 46.5. So where are you leaning in this one?
I still think it's kind of a toss-up game. I know the Steelers will get back Big Ben and Cam Hayward, TJ Watt for sure. We'll see what happens with the COVID-less guys, Joe Hayden, Eric Ebron. But this is a pretty solid Browns team. I still think it's kind of a toss-up game. So I'll take the 4.5 points, and I'll take the Cleveland Browns. I like the way they're playing, and I think it's a close game. I wouldn't be surprised if the Browns win. So if I feel that way, I got to take the Browns and the points.
All right, finally, Super Bowl prediction time for you. Chiefs plus 225 to win it on the DraftKings Sportsbook. You like them at that number, or you prefer someone else?
I think I prefer the Buffalo Bills, man. I think I prefer
hey,
the
I don't
Buffalo
hate it,
Bills.
dude. I don't hate it.
I mean, look, they're just playing unbelievable right now. And I know they don't have the playoff pedigree, and maybe they'll even lose to the Colts. Who knows? Maybe they'll choke. But they kind of feel like that team this year that's just roaring into the playoffs. So I'd rather get the better odds with the Buffalo Bills on the Super Bowl future bet.
I want to see Bills and Chiefs in the AFC Championship game so bad.
Well, we all wanted to see Ravens Chiefs last year, and it didn't happen. So you never know. But yes, I want to see Bills Chiefs as well. It'd be awesome. Although, honestly, the Ravens, the AFC is crazy. I mean, all those teams are good. But I want to see, can you imagine if the Chiefs have to play the Ravens and the Bills? That's no joke for Kansas City trying to get back.
All right, Ross Tucker, good catching up with you as always, man. Thanks for your help.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
All right, people, the 10 p.m. Eastern sim is just minutes away. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So we still have a number of NBA contests that are open until 10 p.m. Eastern. That includes the $250K West Coast Special. A $15 entry gives you a shot at $200K in total prizes, with $50K going right to first place. And you can also check out all of the action over on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's games, as well as the wild card weekend, the College Football National Championship, college basketball, UFC, and so much more. But we made it, guys. We made it all the way up to 10 p.m. Eastern. It's time for Madden After Dark. It's the craziest, funnest part of the night. So we have a great matchup for you as the Titans, they're taking on the Bucks. And on the call for that one, we have my brother, friend / arch nemesis, Adam Kaufman, and my new brother, Tom Carroll. So have a great weekend, everybody. I will catch you on Wild Weather Wednesday next week.
All right, Tara Lynn, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your ladies' night, whatever it is that you're up to. Tom Carroll and I taking it away. Tom Mace, you smell terrific, buddy. It's great to have you back. I know you brought not props per se, but you brought some baseball cards after our extensive sports card collecting conversation during the primetime sims. So maybe we'll get there in just a little while. But of course, lineups locking in about 30 seconds for this battle that we've got here between the Titans and Bucks. A couple of teams that'll be playing this weekend, and some interesting NFL news coming out from me and Rappaport in the last little while as well, concerning a guy that we spent a lot of time talking about in the last sim, Alex Smith. He may not be able to go tomorrow night against Tampa, so that is on the menu as well. But start me off with your lineup. What do you got?
Anytime I do the Bucks, I put Chris Godwin in my captain spot. $13,200. Got him in there. Then I went Brady, Derrick Henry, two of the best players in the NFL. Got them both in my lineup. Then I went with A.J. Brown. I always feel like I get good value there. $7,800, A.J. Brown in my lineup. Mm-hmm. Leonard Fournette has been great in these sims, $7,400. And my punt play, the tight end 3, Cameron Brate, $1,000.
Interesting.
$1,000 left to spend. I what are you gonna do?
So I say it all the time in the spirit of punt plays. He doesn't even feel like a punt play because, yeah, he's cheap, but he's actually involved every single sim. You got to play O.J. Howard, folks. The man should be 100% owned. He is very much hashtag team always play. O.J. Howard is in my lineup, along with LaShawn McCoy, another cheaper guy here for this one, $2,600, but is regularly involved. Chris Godwin, also have him in the flex, though. Both quarterbacks, and then my captain, Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry, and you know what? I still had like $3,000 or $2,000 left over. I didn't even, pay the freight. I decided to take advantage of some of the cheaper guys, rolling the quarterbacks, hope for the best. And, if any receiver goes off, ideally it is Chris Godwin.
There you go. Chris Godwin helps us both. So let's see what he does here. Yeah, I know that we always talk about this O.J. Howard, he factors into every Buck sim. Yeah, not every sim, okay? I went on a little streak of playing him every time I had the Bucks, and let's just say my lineups didn't do so hot, okay? So I've sort of cooled down my O.J. Howard start him every time game plan.
All right, well, we'll see. Fantasy Hawks with me says O.J. Howard, he's on my always play. He's too cheap to ignore. He is too cheap to ignore. By the way, I just want to mention the Celtics were victorious. They did their best to give it away. 28
they always
lead,
do.
all the way down to 4. All the way down to 4 against the Wizards, but they did win. Dante says my internet is not cooperating. Is that the reality here? TD Daniel, producer Mike, Tom, you guys having trouble with my connection?
You're coming through loud and clear to me, but we're being told yes.
So it's a video. Is it a video issue? Sounds okay, but it doesn't look so hot? Is that what it is?
We're being told by Daniel that the answer to your question was yes. Video is off sync.
Off sync, says Daniel. Sounds good. Well, there's not much I can do about that now that we're live, folks, short of, leaving it to you, restarting the computer and coming on back. But I'd hate to abandon you. I think we may just have to deal with it and hope it improves for the time being. Buzzkilling.
Yeah, me
says,
doing
what
a
up,
solo.
Happy Friday, Madden After Dark Squad.
Me doing solo would be scary. I've done it for like 20 seconds at a time, but for a full game, that could get out of control.
20 seconds at a time. So like had a conversation basically.
Well, there was the time where you left the room to get a poster.
Oh,
and
that's true. I
did it
have
by
to go get
myself
that.
there. And I think there's maybe 1 or 2 other times where someone's connection is dropped and I've had to just do a solo mission. But generally speaking, I have a babysitter on board with me.
Is it Babysitter Billy?
I haven't actually had Babysitter Billy, no.
It's just a matter of time. 192 entries for the Madden After Dark. The Tom Brady's facing the Titans around playoff time again. Free roll that we decide to run with here. 28-yard pickup on the ground by Derrick Henry, often running quite literally. Only 6 people of the 192 opted to play a DST. Only 6. So those are the only people, at least prior to that Henry run, with points, which means most of us, the vast majority, are leaning on that on-field production, not relying on any of those gift defense points to start off the sim just to see what it looks like to be in first place. 1st and 10 run to the outside, and Henry caught up 2 for 30 right now for him. 2nd and 8. And ball at the 42, 30 seconds gone by. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, we got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Game Ops crew hanging out here with us, Derek and Patrick. Thank you all. Thanks to Tara Lynn. Of course, she has departed for the rest of her Friday evening.
She's on vacation.
But, yeah, I know. She's, working even while on vacation, which really doesn't sound like vacation at all. It's work. That's okay. Because I did that. I went away back over the summer for like 2 weeks. And while I wasn't home, I was still doing Sims literally every single day. So I can relate.
That's one of the beauties. That's one of the beauties of the remote living here. Remote work. You can kind of be a little bit more flexible in where you're doing your work, so you can feel like you're on vacation when you're really not. That does not look like a catch, by the way.
Hyros says, Cough, restart the computer, bringing in Tara Lynn will be okay. Buzz Killington says, Cough, get off of Windows 95. So here's the deal that we are going to make with each other. Mainly, I'm saying this to you and the production crew, but the chat by all means as well. If we reach a point where it is not just video, but it sounds bad, all choppy and in and out, and internet connection unstable and all that stuff that you see in the Zoom window, I'll get out, I'll restart, I'll come on back within a few minutes. We'll do that.
Yeah.
But if as long as the sound is cooperating, I couldn't abandon Tommy Boy here. 3rd and 8 from the 42. That ball is caught, and ultimately, after all that, it looked good. Only picked up the 1 yard. Jonnu Smith.
Jonnu, I think I've said it on this Sims before, is a better version of the name John. Just adding an "oo" to the end, so much better.
John, ooh. Ooh, John. Yeah, ooh. 4th and 7, punts away. So, Tom Brady's Bucks, who are playing tomorrow night, are going to get the ball here in just a moment. Let's talk about what I was alluding to earlier concerning the Buccaneers playoff game tomorrow night. So, Ian Rappaport tweeted out 37 minutes ago, the Washington football team will have more answers in the morning, but there was a real chance QB Taylor Heineke ends up starting versus the Bucs, sources say. Alex Smith's calf is still sore, has not loosened up. Heineke took the majority of snaps. He will be ready if needed. To which I responded, I mean, hasn't Alex Smith been through enough? Come on. We need this man to start a playoff game. We need it. It's the only thing that everything we talked about in the last sim, but that's all I'm pulling for here. That's why I'm rooting for Washington. I want to see Alex Smith win a playoff game. I don't want to see Taylor Heineke win a playoff game just to have Alex Smith have maybe an opportunity in the next round. No, I mean, I'm just going to pull for Brady at that point in time. Give me Alex Smith.
It would be a bummer. I really, really hope he's able to play, but at the same time, he's been through so much with his leg and his lower body that if he isn't able to get out there because of whatever he's got going on, he's got to prioritize his health at this point. He almost lost his freaking leg, you know? It's like
Literally,
we got to
not an exaggeration.
Yeah, like so we all need to be a little understanding if he's unable to play. That doesn't mean I can't be upset that he isn't playing. But yeah, look, if the guy can't go, he's got to avoid having a peg leg if possible.
Rapp also said, as for the Rams, QB John Walford took the majority of snaps this week. He's prepared to start against the Seahawks, sources say. Jared Goff has thrown well despite a broken thumb. Coach Sean McVay has not made a determination. Goff is pushing to play, but it remains a challenge. Another punt, this time from the Bucs. So I had said earlier that I thought there was upset potential there, the Rams beating the Seahawks. If Walford starts this game,
no,
I am pulling hard for the Rams to win this game. I want that story to continue. Talked about the just rooting for stories in the postseason. The AAF legend coming on in and winning his NFL debut to get his team into the playoffs, and then winning a playoff game against, Russell Wilson and the rest of that Seattle squad. Yes, please. Yes, please. Give me that all day.
I would take that 100%. How about the AAF getting mentions 2 years after its existence, or however long it's been? The AF.
The AF.
What a failure that was.
It had its moments.
XFL was better than the AF.
Yeah, XFL will be back, which would be great.
Shout out to The Rock. I was at both of the St. Louis Battlehawks home games here out in the Lou. Amazing time, amazing atmosphere. Love the XFL.
You mentioned the Ball Brothers game, by the way. Apparently, LaMelo had a near triple-double in the win over Lonzo.
That is true.
Did you play him in your lineup tonight? Did you have LaMelo in there?
Did not.
Oh, see you later. See you later. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Oh!
Ah, man. Oh,
one
so
cutaway.
Close. Corey Davis, you just had to beat the one guy. 1st and 10 to the 16. Davis deserves a touchdown. Give it to him.
Yeah, you're going to beat me tonight.
Is that right? I got to look.
Yeah. I'm
I mean,
winning, but
it's good to hear.
I'm winning right now, but you still have 150 minutes left. I have 61. I don't feel good about it.
I wouldn't want you to. 1st and 10. Halfway through the opening quarter, we are scoreless still. Henry gets the ball to the 14, 4 for 36.
I will say, going up against you in these head-to-heads makes me respect the hell out of your NBA knowledge, because I'm pretty obsessed with the NBA, and I build these lineups, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I found this gem here. And then we're neck and neck like every night, baby. It's
fun.
It's down to the wire. I go to bed not knowing if I've won or not.
I
Most
stay
nights.
up. there's no going to bed until I see those zeros.
I like waking up to the notification that says that I won. That's a good push notification.
Sure, absolutely. And my whole thing, and other people probably feel this way as well. I'm just playing against buddies. I'm not out there in GPPs, trying to win big money. This is just, low stakes head-to-heads, having fun. And as we got a touchdown, there we go, Corey Davis. See, he was stopped short before, gets the opportunity to finish here. Love it. Titans take the lead. Just to finish the point, I'm not greedy. I mean, yeah, like what I like to, I'll generally play a half dozen head-to-heads a day, maybe a couple smaller contests as well. Would I like to win them all? Who wouldn't? But ultimately, as long as I finish ahead at the end of the day, even if it's by a couple bucks, just a little bit more than I invested to start the day, that's all you're paying for really is the entertainment.
Right.
I'm not looking to...
It's just fun.
I'm not looking to, turn $25 into $25,000 over here.
Right, exactly. And I've gotten into playing them with you because I think it keeps you sharp on sort of the product, right? Like we work for DraftKings. It's good for us to kind of be involved with DraftKings and
amen.
Know how these contests work and familiarize myself with it. So that's why I've sort of dove into it head first, because I just want to be better at what I do, Koff. I respect the work.
And it makes you better. And
totally
I'm not, this, everybody knows this who's listening, whether you're talking, people have said that playing Madden Sim 6 times a day, 7 days a week for 9 months has made them better NFL DFS players. It just, you know,
Makes sense, though.
the more you play, the more you notice certain trends and patterns, or just develop your own personal style for how you like to approach whatever contest that you're playing. It's, you know, there's a lot of value in that. So that's why I like to play NBA every day as well. I don't know if I'll keep that. I don't see myself necessarily playing baseball every day. Maybe I'll get into some hockey because I do season-long hockey. I've never really done a lot of hockey DFS, but who knows? Maybe this is the year.
It's a whole new
Bry
world.
Guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s has popped into the chat and says, "Respect the work, Cuff." Bry Guy, let's do battle tomorrow, my man. Let's head to head it up.
Gotta respect the work.
Gotta respect the work. Respect that work. Put in the work. It's like the hockey players say it, or actually, hockey players, and it's just a big Canadian expression in the world of hockey. Way to work. Way to work.
Hey, way to work, kid.
Way to work.
Fantasy Hawk saying Madden Sims won't make you a better real-life DFS player. I'm not buying that one. Oh. I kind of disagree. I think the more you're building lineups, you're getting familiar with, you know, pricing and figuring out if you put a certain guy in a captain spot, it's going to help you on the back end. Like, I don't know. I think the more you ride a bike, the better you are going to be at riding a bike.
And Fantasy Hawk, I'm not saying I feel that way. I'm just saying I've seen people in the chat say that they, for themselves, feel that it has made them better. Problem Kid Gaming says, Kaufman, please, real quick, feel-good movie. Feel-good movie, feel-good. Well, I'll tell you what, feel-good TV show, Ted Lasso, Apple TV. If you have Apple TV, I just binged Ted Lasso. It's only 10 episodes. Funny as hell, and also incredibly feel-good. So I would absolutely advocate you watch that. Feel-good movie. Feel-good movie. Trying to think of something I've seen recently that would come under that category.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I don't watch a lot of feel-good movies. I watch a lot of like non-fiction docs. And
You know, something I was watching last night that it's older. It's an old movie. Like, it's at least 20 years old, maybe older than that. But it's on. Is it on Netflix? Maybe it's on Netflix. The American President. I was watching that last night.
Oh, yeah.
Aaron Sorkin. That's
Good stuff.
That's a nice feel-good movie. If you're into watching something old, but I'd have to think about something newer, obviously.
Sorkin, anything Aaron Sorkin, I'm all in on.
Same.
You know what's an underrated Aaron Sorkin, and I feel like you'll agree with me if you like Sorkin. The Steve Jobs movie he did a few years ago. Underrated. Underrated.
Okay. I mean, it was better than the other Steve Jobs.
Oh,
movie,
that was
the one
awful.
That had
Ashton Kutcher.
Like, please don't ever do that again. Yeah, Fassbender. It was Fassbender, right? He was much stronger.
Oh, yeah. Michael Fassbender was incredible. The Bad Boys of Pop saying, no, sorry, Tommy, unless you are an absolute novice at DFS, playing DK Sims will likely actually turn your brain into DFS Jello mold that you have to try and sludge your way out of. No way. I disagree. Sorry.
Winalda, my guy, Eric Winalda's in the chat, says, Lasso, I'm a soccer guy. I haven't seen a second of it. So, Winalda, listen. Use some of those big international soccer dollars that you have and subscribe to Apple TV if you haven't already. Or just get the 7-day trial and cancel. I don't care. Whatever you want to do. And seriously, like tonight, watch at least the first couple episodes of Ted Lasso and then shoot me a text. You're going to love every second of it. I promise you. I can
That's
only
with
imagine
Sudeikis, right? Jason Sudeikis.
Yeah, I can only imagine how much you would love that as a former soccer star, let alone just a schlub like me who enjoys comedy. So good. So good. Mark wants to know who scored. Corey Davis scored, if you are just joining us. So thank you. We got producer Mike here saying, we doing tiers this weekend, Koff? You're damn right we are. Or maybe we do. Maybe we just do 3 showdowns a day. Huh?
No way.
Maybe that's the move. A showdown for every game this weekend in the NFL.
That's aggressive.
It is aggressive.
I saw the other night again. I'd seen it in theaters and I just saw it again on TV. A Sudeikis flick, Hall Pass, hilarious.
Yeah, good movie.
Great movie.
Good movie. Yeah, you know, Dwight Evans is in that.
Oh yeah,
Former Red
he's
Sox
one
star.
of the He's at the Cape League.
Yeah.
Game.
Yeah.
Good call.
Makes the moves on Jenna Fisher, doesn't he? If I remember
Dewey
right?
Evans. Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Yeah. You behave yourself there, Dewey. Corey, 2 for 70 and a touchdown at the end of 1, by the way, folks. So you want to talk about pacing toward a bonus. Davis is the poster child for it right now. 7-0 Tennessee after 1. Uh-oh, Tom Brady might lose to the Titans again. It
don't
could
remind me.
happen. Oh, I know. What a painful
That
way
was
to
so
go
sad.
out.
Just awful. Yeah, brutal.
John says, Kaufman, does Lasso have a laugh track? No, nothing like that.
Nothing has laugh tracks anymore.
Well, some mainstream network sitcoms still bring that back, but Ted Lasso does. Ted Lasso is incredibly well done. I can't. I'm almost embarrassed how late to the party on it I was.
Interesting. The commercials make me seem like I wouldn't like it. It looks corny on its surface.
Yeah, it's not. It's not at all. It's so good.
I'm gonna have to check it out. You're doing a great sell job.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Ronaldo says, Friday with the Ronaldos. Just sitting around watching. Yeah, don't watch Ted Lasso with the younger kids, though. There's language. A lot of language in that show.
Daddy, what does this mean?
Hey, Blake and Ellie. Thanks for watching along. Thanks for putting up with having to watch these.
Steve Davis says Tom looks like a Sim Lego character that hits on my mom. What does that mean?
You know, there is kind of, you do have like a little bit of a Wreck-It Ralph look to you.
I've never heard that.
Tom breaks the internet. LOL.
Oh my
That's our
God.
guy Daniel.
Wreck-It Ralph.
Tom Cruise
Now-
says Ted Lasso turned into the most endearing show. It really is. Like, you can't turn it off.
Yes, I do kind of look like
Duncan
that guy.
says, Lasso, is that the one you said it's on Apple TV? Because I finally just subscribed. Yeah, so if you have Apple TV, some shows that you need to watch.
Morning
that
Show, great.
Morning Show, watch it. Ted Lasso, watch it. Mythic Quest, watch it. It's so funny. Those are the only ones I've seen, but I'm told there are other good shows or movies. Greyhound is Daniel shouting out, says that's good. There's Survive something, Defending Jacob, something like that. It's a Chris Evans show. Looked pretty good. I haven't seen it, but I saw the trailer. Looked good. Might have to check that out. So yeah, you got some stuff there for you.
Yeah, Morning Show is the only one I had checked out so far, but yeah, they're pushing out good stuff these days, huh?
It's almost aggravating, if we're being honest. How many
There's
different
too much.
streaming services that you have to subscribe to in order to see good content?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this on the sim the other day as part of my birthday gift to my fiance. I
Bought yourself Apple TV?
I bought a Peacock Premium subscription because she's obsessed with The Office and she wants to be able to watch The Office without ads on her phone in bed.
Our
So
guy
I gave her
Babysitter
that
Billy
gift.
was tweeting the other night. He was watching The Office on Peacock, irate, beside himself, that there were like 3 commercials every
Yeah.
single break. Like,
Yeah.
what am I doing? What is happening right now?
Just spring for the $10 a month. It's worth it.
I just
If you
have to
love
watch
if
new
you love
Saved
The
by Bell
Office, it's
show.
worth it.
I don't love The Office enough that I need to go back and rewatch it on Peacock. I loved it, but I just don't need to relive it.
Right. If you're someone that watches it all the time, you got to do it, you know.
For sure. Totally get that. You know, if you're one of those that likes to, put on The Office at bedtime every night.
Exactly.
For sure. Makes sense.
And there's cool stuff on there too. There's a bunch of extended cut episodes, so you're seeing new
is that
scenes,
right?
new jokes. Yeah,
No kidding.
I think there's cool stuff. Yeah.
Buzz says the Saved by the Bell reboot is absolute dreck. I really
And
don't
that's on
know
Disney
anything
Plus or
about it.
Apple?
No, that's Peacock.
Oh, that's on Peacock. Okay, I did not know that.
I need to watch at least the first couple, just to say I did, I think.
So I never watched Saved by the Bell as a kid. I think I might have been a little too young for it, and then I just never watched the reruns for some reason. But I have a Saved by the Bell story for you, which I will tell after this play here, as Brady hits your boy
Touchdown, O.J. Howard!
right in my face.
Hashtag team always play. Wreck that, Carol. Wreck
Just
that.
awful. All right.
Yeah, Javi, you can get OJ out there. You sure can. Howard's got it.
Extra pulp on that, too.
JJ Fat.
Just brutal. All right, well, I'm going to tell this story now because this is going to help me change the subject for my disappointment.
Sure, yeah, they jump me up to 32nd place out of 192.
Wow, that's a big jump.
Skins is in front.
So when I did a semester in LA during college, because my college has an LA program, go out there, you can do an 8-credit internship. We used to go to this karaoke bar in Burbank called Dimples, which used to, it no longer exists. It got sold. There's a parking lot where Dimples used to be. But it used to advertise itself as being like the first karaoke bar ever in America. If that's actually true, who actually knows? But we used to go there every single Tuesday night because they had amazing drink deals. And one of the regulars at this bar every Tuesday was Principal Belding.
Okay.
Mr. Belding used to sit with us at the bar. We became friends with. Yeah, I have multiple pictures with him. We became friends with Mr. Belding from Saved by the Bell because he used to go to the same karaoke bar as us every single Tuesday. He was in love with one of the waitresses. Her name was Rain. And he was just madly in love with this girl. So he was there more nights than just Tuesday, but we became his Tuesday night friends. And he would commiserate about Rain to us, how sad he was that she didn't love him back. It was pretty sad, actually.
Mr. Belding.
But he would, he'd cover our drinks or food. He was great. He'd get up there
when you
and
say
sing.
were you really with him
every
Tuesday?
Yeah, I probably
for how long? Like for what period of time do you think?
4 months.
So you've hung out with Dennis Haskins with Mr. Belding dozens of times.
Yes, many times. Don't have his number or anything.
How do you not have his number?
We were never in the right mindset to think to do that. We always just thought it was so funny.
Did you ever?
If you know what I mean?
Of course. Did you ever get
enjoyed
any
being?
I would have been asking all sorts of Saved by the Bell on-set-related stories. Did you never?
I wasn't
you didn't watch the show, and so it wasn't interesting to you.
Other people in our friend group would ask questions all the time, but I just was tuned out of it because I didn't. The only thing I was interested in was his obsession with Rain, the waitress. That's all I cared about. So anytime Rain came up, I was all in on that. But he talked about the show stuff with them quite a bit. The other famous people we saw at Dimples were 2 cast members from what's the name of the show? Big Bang Theory. They're not the main guy wasn't there, who I'm blanking on the name of. But 2 of the lesser known guys. One of them was Indian and one was extremely short with a bowl cut.
Yeah.
And they were there one night, having a great grand old time, if you know what I mean. It had been a long day for them, and they were just, letting it loose on the karaoke stage that night. Had a great time.
Short guy with the bowl cut. What's Simon something? I can't think of his last name, but does an incredible, best I've ever heard Nicolas Cage impression.
Oh,
you should,
really?
If anyone wants to hear it,
he kind of looks like him facially.
Google it, YouTube it, because it's not hard to find. He's done it on a zillion talk shows. Dude's awesome. Bad Boys Pops his cough. I bartended at Dimples for 10 years. Asked Tom about Sal, and Belding was always there,
Sal.
but the waitress was not Rain. LOL.
Sal. He was interesting. Let's just say he wasn't the most family friendly for the sim. So if you guys have ever heard of Bar Rescue, John Taffer's show where he goes in and he fixes a bar in a week. He did an episode about Dimples. And that's how going into the LA semester, I knew to go to Dimples. I was like, guys, we're living in Burbank. I watched Bar Rescue. I remember this thing. And then it ended up being like a quarter of a mile away from where we were living. So yeah, we got to know Sal pretty well too. He was just a man of a different era. Let's just say that. He was a little friendly with the female guests.
Bad Boys of Pop's telling me to check my DMs. I don't have any DMs, brother. Oh, unless you're just talking about above in the chat. I thought you meant Twitter.
Sal was the Hefner of the Valley.
Oh, God.
Yeah, he thought he was.
80 seconds left here in the opening half. Steve says, I dated Rain. Her real name is Christina. Dated her for 2 years.
There we go.
The DK Sim fam is a fascinating place, man. It is a fascinating place. Is my captain. Oh, no, it was Davis again.
No, Corey
Second
Davis.
day for Davis.
He's going to end up winning the Krusty Koff Award, most likely here. Your early
Certainly should.
favorite.
Oh, look what he's doing. Corey Davis.
I am
Shame
I'm
on
happy to
anyone,
hear.
including this guy, me, who faded him. Corey Davis is owned about 37% of lineups. 2 tutties. 2. And closing in on the bonus.
Bad Boys of Pop saying, if Tom came after Bar Rescue, Tom never smelled the true dimples. Yeah, that is true. I was there after Taffer went in and gave it a facelift. But one of the things that he did on that episode was Dimples, because it had been there since the late 70s, early 80s, and it was in Hollywood, it had all sorts of memorabilia and autographs from all the famous people that have gone there for their night at Dimples, right? But there was so much stuff in there that Taffer took all of it out and like built a mini museum of all of the stuff next to the bar. And within like 3 months of that happening, Sal, the owner, moved all of it back inside the bar.
Huh.
So by the time that we went, it was all back to being dusty, random artifacts and things all over the karaoke bar. They had reverted back to all of their bad menu practices. I mean, it was it could have used a Taffer revisit when we were there, because it was probably about a year after they filmed. Good times, man. Mr. Belding, I'll try and find the picture and send it to you later tonight. I'll post it on my Twitter. I know of at least
as you
one.
say that too, I feel I've seen a lot of pictures over the years of like random people, friends, or just patrons at bars out with Dennis Haskins at again, like at restaurants, at bars, like the man.
Mr. Belding,
I'm not saying he should. He does not shy away from a group photo and have himself a good time out of the town.
How do I view this as a bigger picture?
A minute to go here in the opening half. 14-7 Tennessee. Adam Kaufman, Tom Carroll, Patrick, as well as Derek, our game ops crew. Got producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director. Zach Morris is trash. Username here in the chat. Must love how much Mr. Belding talk is happening right now.
Oh, is he a big Saved by the Bell guy?
Well, Zach Morris is a Saved by the Bell character.
Whoa. See, this is where I don't know these things.
Apparently.
All right, well, it's
Alana
not
says
allowing
you
me.
Start a bar called Simples.
There he is with the group picture.
Oh yeah, there he is. Save that for the show that again at the break here.
Yeah, I will.
It looks like that's an appropriate photo.
Yeah, we're all just throwing up the peace sign. I wish I could make this just the picture.
Poor guy. Like, I mean, you have to imagine if you're an older single celebrity, and I guess celebrity is, used as kind of a loose term, but certainly, well known from a kid's sitcom growing up, and you're just at a point where like every night out hanging out and partying with college kids.
Yeah, not great.
You got a solid 40 years on them.
And so he was 63 years old when I was making those Dimples trips.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And he's clearly older now. Dimple's not, to my knowledge, not there anymore. It was sold and turned into a parking lot, from what I was told. But so I don't know where Mr. Belding goes now. But
Kareem says AC Slater still looks awesome. Yeah, he does. He's Mario Lopez has kept himself in shape. No question about that.
yeah, that guy's like a statue. It's ridiculous.
A Greek god. Wasn't he in that? I didn't see it, but he played like a sexy Colonel Sanders or something like that. There was that KFC sort of themed love story movie that came out recently around the holidays. Anyone know what I'm talking about?
I did not see that, but I'm really upset that I don't know.
I remember seeing. I didn't even see a trailer or anything. I just remember seeing a screenshot of like the ad for it or something like that.
Bad Boys of Pop saying Dimples has turned into a business/residential lot. All right, there we go. Steve Davis.
Yeah, you go ahead.
I don't know what the answer to my question is there.
So the question is, who's the most famous person you've ever met?
Yeah.
He says, I spent an entire day with Steve Young, most famous person for me.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm going to have to think about it.
There are, just through, I'm trying to do this in a way that's not like cocky, right? Like you,
right.
when you work in sports and you work in media, you just have the opportunity to run into a lot of people. So,
right.
I've met a lot of famous people, a lot of celebrities. Doesn't mean, like
we're not friends, right?
Yeah, we're not buddies. We've just crossed paths. Maybe we've done an interview. Maybe we've, hung out for 15 minutes, but we're not friends. Like it's not BK dropping his Jason Sudeikis, like the two of them hanging out at a bar one night kind of thing.
Amazing.
I'm trying to like John Cusack and Kid Rock were actually in the same night.
That's pretty cool.
Two of those guys. Yeah, Cusack was not maybe he was just in a mood, but he was not the friendliest guy that evening. Kid Rock was great. Hung out with Cusack or Kid Rock for a while, but lots of prominent, current or retired athletes. I'm trying to think of who, like celebrities, non-sports celebrities, like TV, movies, that sort of thing. Yeah, let's get a look at this picture. Mr. Belding, Dennis Haskins, out with the people.
So you could see me in the red shirt there in the corner. Sorry, I got to make this light again. Rocking the short hair back in the day. I had a nice little Cali tan going.
With the
peace
Mr.
sign. Mr. Belding, right there. Yeah, throwing up the peace sign, baby. There we go. Simpler times. I was a PA at ESPN, and you know how they have people like run through Bristol all the time. So, like, I've quote unquote met like Jessica Alba and Rick Ross, random rappers and actors, and Mark Wahlberg, Miles Teller, a bunch of people like that. But never spent significant time with them. I do have a picture with Jessica Alba though. I had it in my Tinder profile for when I met my fiance. So that was a selling point for her when she was courting me on the app. It's like, he knows Jessica Alba. I got to find the Jessica Alba picture. It's good stuff.
See if you can do better than this, ladies.
That's right. My ex-girlfriend, Jessica Alba.
Joker says, cough for shame. You absentmindedly forgot about ladies' night. Pfft, I did not, Joker. We talked she looks great. We talked all about ladies' night in the last sim. Tara Lynn, however, did not feel like hanging out for ladies' night for more than the final 40 seconds of the primetime sim. And at that point, that's our lady. We got plenty of ladies here in the chat, but in terms of, ladies that could come on camera with us, unless Morgan's around, my wife's asleep. Not that she would if she were awake. And Tara Lynn is gone. So what are you gonna do?
There's a 0% chance Morgan is going to be joining us. It's just not gonna happen.
She photographs well. It was just I was
she
catching
does
the picture back on the old YouTube here.
We got a nice pic together. That was my profile. I had before I had a serious girlfriend or now my fiance, I had always told all my friends that I will not change this as my profile picture until the day I am married.
I would.
And then obviously life happens and you're like, oh, wait, no, yeah, it's a dumb thing to say.
I honestly think I would print out that picture, put it on a frame, and put it on my nightstand. Good night, Jess.
Yeah.
Yeah, you too, honey. Good night.
Love you.
Love you. No,
the funny thing is,
don't worry about her, Jess. Don't worry about her.
When she was at ESPN when she was doing her day, like walking around, going on all the shows, it was she was promoting her like hand cream brand, Honest brand. She wasn't there to promote a movie or anything.
Yeah.
She was promoting her like toiletries that she sells, which she apparently is almost a billionaire from doing.
Yeah, she's doing very well with that.
Jessica Alba net worth. I remember looking it up when she came in because people were talking about it. It's crazy. Yeah, Jessica Alba is worth $340 million.
Hyro says Jessica Alba asked Emerson out. In what universe? In what fantasy land did that happen?
No way. Her business was valued at $1.7 billion.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Crazy. She's doing something right.
A lot of things, I'd say. Successful. 14-10 Tennessee, seconds into the third quarter. Thanks for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. Tell you that all the time. It never gets old because we mean it. Smash that like. We're getting close to 500. Can we get there? Push them likes, huh?
Taris AV saying, I got a picture with 2 Patriots while working at Walmart. Which Pats? Give us the full story, bro.
B. Keat says, if you married Jessica Alba, you wouldn't have to do The Sims. What makes you think I have to do The Sims? I love being here. I want to do The Sims.
Yeah, I mean, even if I was married to Jessica Alba, I'd still do it. I love you guys too much. This is the only place I want to be.
Plus, I mean, let's not, like most of you out there may or are in relationships. I don't know. And that doesn't mean you're married. Maybe you have a domestic partner. Maybe you have a boyfriend or girlfriend. Maybe you just have I don't know. I mean, call it what you will. If you were married to Jessica Alba, I'm sure after a period of time, like it's not like, oh, Jessica Alba for like 30 years. I think after a little while, your relationship forms a point where she just becomes another human being and probably does the same old stuff that gets under your skin like anybody else.
Yeah, it's true.
What are Jessica Alba's annoying tendencies? I want to know.
I mean,
she can't be perfect. There's got to be something there.
I would like to know as well. We're going to have to do some detective work on this.
First and 10, 2 minutes gone by, third quarter from the 27. Carlos says he met Danny Trejo while working as a valet in a restaurant.
That's awesome.
Trejo, who has like 5,000 acting credits.
I was going to ask what type of car Trejo was rocking. I could see him rocking a massive truck.
Yeah, Alana says, I'm sure Jessica Alba also can't load the bowls into the dishwasher properly. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sure that Jessica Alba has someone that does that for her, but yes, I agree.
Robbie Noble says, nah, Adam, you're tripping. Second and 23. I'm not reading that, Jared. Funny, though. And yeah, I mean, she's human.
It's true. I was in the room with her. She did. No, I'm kidding.
I heard it.
I heard it. I smelled it. Her acting skills are annoying, says Kareem.
Well, then you probably don't like her movies.
Yeah. I gotta be honest, I never really thought about if she was a good actress or not.
Ronaldo says he's got a long flight to Europe in his future. Ted Lasso. I'm saying, buddy, that's a good 5 hours. Keep you occupied.
That's a big third down conversion there. We'll see what the penalty is.
Oh boy, it's a hold. It's
That's
coming
coming
back. Coming back.
I gotta stand. My legs are killing me.
Sitting 53rd. Yeah, get up on those tree trunks, would you?
I've been sitting all day,
Flo
Koff.
is in front by about 4 points. Davis in the captain spot. Brady, Henry, Godwin, Gronk has himself double figures, and Ryan Suckup. Where are you sitting in this one?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let's check it out.
Thank you.
I'm gonna guess pretty low, because that's my general place that I land.
Because that's my jam.
Yeah, I'm in 170th. Not great.
No, that is not great. You should be better at this by now.
Well, I was on a hot streak. I was. During the playoffs, I was doing really well. I finished 30th in the championship, which was great.
Yeah.
The other night with Glash, I finished top 12. I was sitting in the top 5 for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess whenever I do Sims with you, Koff, I just get in my own head. All right, what lineup can beat Koff? What lineup can beat Koff? And then
I'm very intimidating. Yes.
I just fail, you know?
You'll be okay. I'm just a man, a Koff man, but only a man.
Koff man.
Just a Koff man. Jared says one of the best parts, well, no, I can say this the way it's written. One of the best parts of working remotely is being able to freely pass gas. Jared, it does make me wonder, you know, what, like when people return to offices, what terrible habits they developed at home are going to come with them for the first, 3 weeks of being back in an office space around other people.
People are not going to dress as nicely. I see elastic
I think it could go the other way. I think they're going to dress nicer to overcompensate.
You think so? See,
Yeah.
I think people are so now used to not having to put on real clothes that you're not going to have belts and buttons in the mix for quite a while. And also, people all got fat in quarantine.
Hey, I'm wearing some Lamarcas right now, which is what I call plaid pajama pants. I got the Lamarcas on. I think I'm with him for Leaderboard Live tomorrow. But hey, you too. Hey, we'll do that at the quarter break. We'll show off our Lamarcas. I love it.
I wear pajama pants
Daniel
or
can take a screen
sweatpants.
grab and show it to the people that,
Yes.
that we work with, and they can see that. All right, Madden After Dark. Here we go.
It's
Everyone's
literally
wearing their Lamarcas.
all I wear every single day. Sweatpants, pajama pants, slippers, comfy socks, throw on a hoodie. It's good living, man.
Hyro says, Koff, would it have made your night if someone said the most famous person I met was Adam Kaufman? Hyro,
Wow.
I mean, listen, touching, obviously, but it's impossible. I haven't met anyone here in the chat beyond the chat. And I haven't even met Tom in person.
It's true.
I mean, I guess I count this because I've been looking at him for the last 3 hours, but even still, I feel like I haven't really met you until I've, shaken your hand, given you a warm embrace, hung out, had a drink, something like that. I mean,
Very
it's
good point.
Just a guy in a Zoom window right now that we're hanging out, having ourselves some fun.
And when we worked in the same building, we were on separate floors.
Yeah.
You'd call the phone at 6:45, with my shift ending at 7 or whatever time it was, at 5:45. I didn't want to hear your voice.
Nope.
I wanted to get the hell out of there. Hey,
And I'll be honest, I hated making those calls too, because I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of that. Hey, before you leave, I need something. This jerk. I've been working for the last 12 hours overnight. He probably slept. Now he's looking for. I just want to get in my car. Like, it's already out there running. It's cold outside.
Yep.
What can I email here, Kaufman?
Yeah.
What do you need?
Sure, what can I do for you that I already did, and whatever archaic technology we have didn't work, so now I need to send you an email of 100 audio cuts.
Yeah, let me do that. It'll be great. Robbie Noble says, Adam, I feel like I met you. Amen to that, though. Amen to that, Robbie. I feel like we all know each other.
That's right. We're a family.
Choker says, honestly, Kaufman, have you been requested for an autograph? Yes, it has happened, and I
I was
laugh.
going to say it probably has happened for you.
And I laugh whenever it has because it's ridiculous. I will often make the very cliche joke of like, all right, but I'm going to bring down the value of the paper. One of those little dad jokes. Look at that. Nice grab inside the 10. Titans trying to tack on more, up by 1.
Kaufman, have you ever thought about making a Cameo page?
So multiple people have suggested that to me. And the main reason I haven't done it is because I can't fathom the idea of somebody paying for that.
So that's the funny thing, right? It's like you should probably make one, not because you think it'll get a lot of requests, but in the off chance that you get any requests, that's free money for you. You record a 2-minute video and you get money right in your pocket. If someone is willing to pay money to have you record a video, you might as well give them the opportunity, right?
So I have no concept whatsoever of what is he going to get in? Derrick Henry walks his way in.
Touchdown.
Thank you, Captain. Needed you. I have no clue of what someone of my stature, which is not a celebrity stature, would charge for a cameo. Like what would I request for a cameo? What is the price?
So
what is the price for to hear from me?
I'm going to open up the app right now. Here we go. Who's someone
bonus, by the way,
of your level, maybe in Boston, that might be on Cameo? Maybe I'll just type in Boston radio.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I like that. Boston radio or TV. You know, I'll open up the
Dale Arnold is on here.
Okay, what's he charge?
$40.99.
How do you even tack on the 99 cents? What's the purpose of that? Dustin says $150 is good for you. I wish.
So people will actually pay basically $41 to have Dale Arnold leave them video messages.
Who else do you have?
Let's see.
Scott
a lot of
Zolak
athletes
has
are
been
coming
with
up.
us on the on the
see.
Sims before. What's Zolak's? I mean, granted, he's a former athlete. I'm not saying we're equal, but he is a Boston radio guy.
Zolak goes for $54.99.
Again, the 99s. All right, so what would I be like? 25? Is 25?
Well, let's type in let's try this. DraftKings. Let's see if anyone else at DraftKings has. Let's see. I spelled DraftKings.
Ronaldo says Gerard Butler 10K a minute. LOL. Can I just get Gerard to FaceTime me once, Eric? Just the one time. I want him to randomly, out of nowhere, FaceTime me just to say hello. Can you make that happen?
There's no one on
Dart
here.
says you got to do at least $20, Koff. What about
Pat Mayo?
What's Pat Mayo on Cameo? How much?
$30.99.
Okay, I feel like we're getting into the level. What someone suggested, Big Jim Murray. That's a Boston sports radio
here we go. Let's
personality.
try him.
How much is he?
I feel like he'd be on here.
Chris says, "Come on, Koff, $2 and a half eaten pack of Big League Chew."
Big Jim, $15.99.
Okay, so
you could probably do that.
I could pull that off.
Here's the thing: you would just have to have your expectations set very low.
That I'll hear from anybody.
If you do 10 of those a year,
free money.
It's money right in your pocket. Yeah, for zero effort, right?
None, absolutely none. I'm in. I love
Groceries
getting
paid
paid for no effort.
Yeah.
It's like a Madden sim. I'm kidding. Hey, show off your LaMarcus. Here's my LaMarcus.
Oh, yeah.
Huh? Yeah, here are my LaMarcus, fam. What do you think? Yeah.
Love it.
All right. Yeah, I almost fell off the chair. Wouldn't that have been a thing?
Do you have a rolly chair or is it a firm chair?
No, it is a firm wooden chair. It's not.
Okay, I was
moving.
going to say that would be very dangerous.
And it's on carpet too, so it's really not moving. Not going anywhere.
Nice.
Fantasy Hawks' Koff thinks he's in the Matt Damon tier. Yep. We bought a zoo.
Someone's saying Tara Lynn is on here.
Michael says
check
that
that.
would have made it in the next the best of Madden Sims. Yeah, save it for the next one. Cock can do an OnlyFans page.
Oh no, that's not her.
Too great. Duncan's calling for Winalda to get him an Alex Morgan cameo. Tell Gerard Butler, Eric, that he can call anytime. No hour is off limits.
You wake up to a missed call from Gerard Butler.
Son of a... The worst. The worst. Yeah, Madden After Dark, where things get a little bit weird.
I will say this, Koff. If you make a cameo, I will buy a cameo video from Koff and make you say ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, Hyro says Glash $100, Deucey 9 cents, Tommy Boy $20, Emerson can't afford, Cough $99.99. Boy, Hyro's got himself quite the infatuation with Emerson.
I will take. Look, if I'm going to make
Multiple
20
Emerson
bucks
mentions here.
if I'm making 20 bucks, I should make a cameo.
You should. Hey, can I get a cameo on your cameo? Can I just like walk by in the background?
Yeah,
while
yeah,
you're
we
recording
could-
a video.
a
Do you get
2
paid
for
more
1
for that. Yeah,
we call that a twofer.
A twofer. Usually you got to pay extra for that.
Yeah,
there we
you
go. 3 quarters in the books. It's an 8-point game, fam. 21-13. I just have fun with you, my friend. We are having ourselves a good old time here on a Friday night. I might have to create a Cameo account.
You got to, dude.
I mean, it was peer pressure that made me create an Instagram account. So why not just create a Cameo, which
And
I
at the
never
and this will be, money in your pocket. That's Instagram. I mean, that's something you'd have to put effort into. This one, none. Only when people pay you to do it.
Sounds good to me. I'm in. In. Brady up to 213 passing. He's got a touchdown. Choker says, Winalda, we need some kickers. Need some kicker picks, please.
It's like they're reviewing this.
And miracle away from.
Who do you think?
Says, remind me not to watch Madden on Ladies' Night anymore with Goff.
I gotta say, my Wi-Fi is making the game broadcast that I'm viewing very sketchy here.
Did mine make a
So-
comeback? Is my
I
video
can't tell
better?
if it's your Wi-Fi screwing with my game broadcast or my Wi-Fi is being bad. You never know.
It can be contagious, the internet. Edge 95, Buy Stream Trash, Air Force One, Fugitive, or Raiders. I'm assuming Raiders of the Lost Ark. We're talking all Harrison Ford movies at this point. I'm going to buy, I don't know if this is going to be a popular move, but I'm going to go right in that order. I'm going to buy Air Force One, I'm going to stream Fugitive, and I'm going to trash Raiders.
Wow. Wow. I would trash Fugitive. I'd put Raiders.
Really? Oh, I like Fugitive a lot.
I'd buy Raiders and I would stream Air Force One.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, Raiders of the Lost Ark, dude. That's a classic.
Somebody suggested, and they had another name for it. It was much earlier on in the chat here, so I can't scroll back and find it. But it was a variation of Buy Stream Trash having to do with your baseball cards that you brought. Would you like to randomly pick 3 and Buy Stream Trash those?
That's a
I think that's
good
6.5
idea.
to go here in the 4th.
Yeah, okay, let's see. We'll do this one. We will do this one. I'm going to make it hard on people. Oh, which one would make it hard on people? We'll do this. He's a popular guy. We can always do more later. All right, here we go. The 3 to choose from. 1989 Don Russ, Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card.
Okay, bye. Go on.
1992 draft pick card for Derek Jeter, Topps.
Okay.
And a Score 91 first round draft pick, Chipper Jones.
Oh, man. Do you know the value of any of those?
So it varies because the whole card game is all based on if you get these things graded by a certain company, blah blah blah. I've seen some of these cards go into the high thousands. I have seen some of them go in the hundreds. It just depends on what condition your card is in based on this company. PSA 10 is the highest score you can get, but I've seen some cards in the 7s that go for a lot, blah, 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 blah. So there you go.
Well, I'm
Derek
gonna
Jeter
go,
draft pick card, Chipper Jones draft pick card, Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card.
I'm going to go with Buzz Killington and Mike Bizzle. Same order that they've got, as well as the same that you delivered them in, which is Griffey Jeter and Larry Wayne. Second and goal, Brady from the 4. He's got time, he's got space, he's got a receiver and a touchdown. A 2-point conversion to tie it, folks. Chris Godwin.
My captain.
Your captain.
I got to say, my Madden stream and your face are both frozen. So I have to assume my internet is bad.
No, I hear you. You're good. Your sound's all right. You're not frozen on my end.
I don't know what's going on here. So I'm just gonna continue to do my thing.
Keep doing it. 2-point conversion. Here we go. Can they even it up? Brady, drop back. Again, all alone. Now the pressure's coming his way. Get rid of it, Tom, and he fumbled it.
Oh!
Recovered by the Bucks, but Jones with the sack.
Ooh, I have another good buy stream trash. We'll do steroid guys.
All right, give us one more.
Okay, here we go. Upper Deck, Alex Rodriguez rookie card.
Okay.
Topps Major League debut, Sammy Sosa rookie card. And an Upper Deck 92 top prospect Manny Ramirez card.
Not a rookie card.
So that is a prospect card.
Oh, prospect card, even better in a way.
Yes. So he is not. He doesn't have any major league stats.
All right, I'll go A-Rod, and then Manny, and then whoever the other one was.
You're trashing Sammy Sosa.
Trashing Sosa, yeah.
Okay. I think I'm buying Manny. I am streaming Sosa, and I'm trashing A-Rod. I just hate him so much. I hate him.
21-19, 5 minutes left in regulation. Going a little slow here than normal, as we're already at the hour mark of this sim. A lot of stoppages here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, my screen is fully stopped. So
I don't understand that at all. You're moving in my Zoom window.
It's very weird.
Odd. Well, if you feel like you need to leave the Zoom and come on back, I can cover you for a moment.
Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to come right back.
Okay. If you feel like you can't see anything, he's coming back.
I'll be back, folks.
He's coming back. He'll be back. He'll be back. He's coming back. What if I just did that for the next 2 minutes? How annoying would that get? 2nd and 2. Did he get it? Derrick Henry up to 113 on the ground. He did. 1st and 10 on the way from the 37. Momentarily, we will be once again with Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman. We got Patrick, Derek, Mike, Daniel, all
What's
of
up?
you and the DK Sim fam. There he is. Boy, that didn't take long. And
Oh,
you,
it's so much better.
okay, good. I'm glad that worked. I didn't even have time to get my spiel out. Didn't have to. Love it.
Oh, Money says they're buying Sosa no matter what. Sammy Sosa, when we didn't think he was cheating, was so fun.
Steven says the LaMarcus shot pretty much stopped time. Make sure everyone remembers to keep calling the plaid or checkered pajama pants, the flannels, the LaMarcus.
I like
think that needs to be a new thing. Yeah, Sosa, I mean, obviously that home run chase with McGuire and Sosa before, anyone definitively knew anything. It was one thing to suspect, obviously, but it didn't even matter back then. It brought baseball back from, the depths of, the first thing kind of brought baseball back after that strike year was Ripken. And then after Ripken, what really brought it back, obviously, was that home run chase. And look, I will never have an issue whatsoever with guys. Well, I'm trying to think of the right way to frame that. I enjoyed the steroid era. I did.
Same.
I'm not going to say I it's okay that they did that. It's cheating. It's not okay. But it's not like there were 5 guys. There were a lot.
It was everybody.
Oh, it wasn't everybody. Griffey didn't do it or has never been accused of it.
Yeah, that's true. He's never been accused.
He has never been accused.
I just assume it's everybody, and it makes my life so much better.
Well, there were so many people, obviously, during that era that did do it that, unfortunately, it's guilty till proven innocent.
Right.
For, basically anyone that succeeded and thrived in that era. But, look, you're going to tell me it wasn't fun to see, Brady Anderson hit 50 home runs in a season? Of course it was.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Like those years that Aaron Boone was just going nuts. Jacked up, looking like Popeye. Who didn't want to see that? It was unbelievable. The steroid era was in the big picture. I'm sorry, the steroid era was good for baseball.
It was.
These guys belong in the Hall of Fame. There should be a wing. If you don't feel right about putting them with everybody else, there needs to be an acknowledgement. But Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame. Bond should be in the Hall of Fame. McGuire arguably should be in the Hall of Fame. Sosa, McGuire and Sosa, it's hard because they didn't do anything other than hit home runs. McGuire more so. It's not like they were out there regularly hitting for average. But
but I still think that those guys should be in because you have other guys that only do one thing and they're in the hall. It's the same.
Sure.
You got guys that are really good fielders but didn't hit. It's sort of
Rafael
reverse.
Palmeiro belongs in the Hall of Fame.
How about that guy? He just the king of not saying the right thing at the right time. He was so confident he was never going to get caught that he did that whole spiel on Capitol Hill. Dude,
not good.
Come on.
El Paso #1 saying, "Go to Jonu." Jonu, 21-19. As we are down to 1:49 left in the fourth, it is, as mentioned, a 2-point game. Ball at the 9. Tennessee looking to tack on more. I have jumped up to 18th in our contest. Still a good 15 points off the lead. We're 360 flow, hanging on by about 3 points. 140s, eh?
Yeah, not great.
Oh, Rick, the Fenway Home Run Derby. 1999, the best home run derby literally in the history of Major League Baseball. It was incredible.
And you passed me in our head-to-head NBA contest.
Well, you did feel it was inevitable.
It was going to happen. Okay, I will ask you the, yes, of course.
Obviously, yeah.
I'll ask you the stereotypical sports radio host question here. Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame?
Conversation.
No, God, no. Pete Rose, Hall of Fame?
1,000% a Hall of Famer. And he's going to be a Hall of Famer probably the day after he dies. Not, and not literally the day after, but next class after that, he's going in. They're not going to put him in during his lifetime because I think they're petrified of what that acceptance speech would sound like. But I promise you, Pete Rose will be a Hall of Famer, and he should be a Hall of Famer. I don't even care. One, he didn't bet on his team. I'm not saying it's okay to bet on other teams, but he didn't bet on his team. But even if you want it, I don't think he did. But even if he did, he didn't bet on them to lose. He bet on them to win. He wasn't out there throwing games.
No,
so
clearly not.
What's wrong with having confidence in your own club to the point where you want to put a little point on it? I realize you can't do it, ethically speaking, and obviously legality-wise, it's against the rules to do it. I just mean fundamentally speaking. You're so confident that your team's going to win, you're putting money on it? There's nothing wrong with that. In the mind. There is, That's even better than not betting in a sense. like it, you could spin that in a bunch of different ways. But
Totally.
honestly, it's not even about that. What it's about is what he did as a hitter when none of that stuff happened. All that stuff happened when he was a manager. None of it happened when he was a player. And he is still and forever will be the all-time hits leader. He is absolutely a Hall of Famer.
Yep. I am 100% with you. I think the lifetime ban was harsh, and it was to send a lesson, send a message.
Well, did you ever see the documentary that ESPN put out about his story and the Joe Jackson story? Obviously, Joe Jackson, the Black Sox scandal and 1919, that World Series. But
Shoeless Joe.
I mean, if he doesn't get suspended, banned in the way that he was, it doesn't happen that way for Pete Rose. There's a really interesting, I don't remember all the finer details, but there's a fascinating correlation between the two.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate precedent that was set before, modern times, and unfortunately Pete Rose has to deal with it now. Gronk with a massive catch there, but the game is over. He came up with that
Too
ball.
bad. It's just a damn Kaufman. Hey, Kauf, trivia question. What team was Pete Rose playing for when he got his 4,000th hit? Was he on the Cardinals?
No, he played for the Reds, Phillies, and Expos.
Oh, Expos, yeah.
So I don't know. I don't think he ended his career with the Expos, though.
Was it on the Phillies? I think it was the Phillies. Without actually
Probably
pulling it
was
up
the
and-
Phillies.
Now I'm going to look.
I believe he
think it
went
was the
Reds,
Phillies.
Expos, Phillies were the teams in order that he played for.
I couldn't remember if he had some time with the Cardinals at the very end of his career. Obviously, the bulk of his career was Cincinnati.
Oh, no, so he
went-
ended with Cincy as well.
So Cincy to Philly to Montreal for a year, back to Cincy for a few seasons. I mean, I'd have to go to his Wikipedia, I guess, to definitively answer that question. But I want to say that it was Philly. Oh, he says it's Montreal. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense if you're looking kind of how things tracked. Yep.
Fun fact.
There you go. Expos, shout out.
A-Long says, been listening since day one and greatest thing I've ever heard, Kaufman. Hey, thanks. Kaskar 888. Betting on your own team is better than not betting.
Yeah. Now that
those
needs
wor-
to be
those-
like on a
those wor-
t-shirt.
those words did come out of my mouth. Gronk 7 for 128, a touchdown for Godwin, 7 for 47, Miller 4 for 66, 2 scores for Corey Davis, who had 70 yards in the opening quarter, 84 in the opening half, and didn't have a single thing after that. Didn't hit the bonus. So you tell me.
Yeah, so
Who's
Gronk hit the
top player of
bonus.
game?
Gronk hit the bonus, but I want to give it to Brady. I don't know. What do you think?
Let's see. I wouldn't give it to Brady.
I mean, Brady throws for
no,
315 and 2 tuds.
It's Gronk. It's absolutely Gronk.
Gronk didn't get in the
$6,200
end
bucks,
zone.
He had 23 points though.
Yeah,
He had
I
more-
guess you got to go Gronk.
He had more fantasy points than Brady did.
Yeah, I just am a big end zone guy.
Or, he was off by 1. He didn't have more, but yeah, I'm a big end zone guy. All right, go with Davis then. He led the end zone pack.
That's true. You know what?
I think it's Gronk.
I'm gonna go Gronk.
But you go with whoever you want. It's your world.
Gronk
It's your
is gonna
award.
get. You know what? I would like to share a small soft serve ice cream cone with Gronk, so he's gonna get my Krusty Koff award.
This, to me, I want your opinion, obviously, but to me, this is a very easy answer to the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, or at least it's between 2 guys. But who do
Yeah,
you
I mean,
wanna roll with?
there's always a few nominees here. I think Fournette is a guy that you can
That was-
easily give that award to. I mean,
that was
just
the one
a
that I landed on.
non-factor.
It's either Fournette or Evans, but I think
Yeah.
it's Fournette.
I think it's Fournette because he's been more of a factor in these sims than Evans, even though Evans is the wide receiver 1. For whatever reason, Simland Brady and Simland Evans don't really have the connection that they have in real life. So I'm going to go with Fournette. Not my kid, not my problem.
Jared says, Cough trivia. What Tampa Bay Bucks player was drafted by the Montreal Expos? Yeah. We all know the answer to that.
Was it
Brady
Tom?
Brady was drafted as a catcher too, wasn't he?
I know, it's so weird.
Ironically enough.
He's way
I'm
too
not saying
tall
he
to
should
be
have
a
been
catcher.
a pitcher. I would. To me, he looks like a first baseman.
Yeah, he's a giant to be a catcher. Catchers are usually short.
All right. So tomorrow, folks, we have got no Sims. If you didn't know that, no Sims, because of course it is the first of 2 days of Leaderboard Live nonstop coverage with wildcard action going on, and you are stuck with me for 2 of the 3 games tomorrow. My wife is probably wondering when we're going to cross paths again. I will be with you for the 1 o'clock game, Leaderboard Live with Jeff Ulrich, and then you will have Kenny Ducey with Moose for the 4 o'clock game, and then I will return wearing my Lamarcas with Lamarca for the 8 o'clock sim, and we will hopefully see Alex Smith on the field, but big question there. We just don't know. We don't know yet. Alana says, Koff, I think your 5 o'clock shadow grew 2 centimeters from the 8 o'clock sim to now. What can I tell you? I'm an animal.
It grows fast.
I'm an animal.
It's all that testosterone because he's so manly.
Yeah, just ooze it. The ooze manliness. This rugged everything that I bring you.
Oh, yeah.
360 flow. Oh yeah. Okay, we gotta go. So yeah, here just to go over that again. Tomorrow, Colts Bills. You got me and Jeff for Leaderboard Live. Rams Seahawks. It's Kenny and Jeff, and then me and Lamarca. Bucks Washington tomorrow night. So that is what we have in store. Looking forward to it. Should be a good time. And Leaderboard Live and the sweat and all that good stuff will be happening on Sunday as well. So no Sims until Monday, fam. I hope you're okay with that. But this has been fun. This has been a real pleasure. It always is here with Tommy Boy. Love every second of it. Want to thank producer Mike and Daniel, our technical director, Derek and Patrick, our great Game Ops crew, everyone hanging out over the course of the last 2 Sims. Taryn, who is, I don't know, off doing something, but probably just sitting and listening to the sim, wondering why did she not come back and hang out with us?
She's taking
thank
notes.
You. Yeah, for the next time. For the next time. Thanks to all of you. And Winaldo, if you're still here, I'm waiting. Here's my phone, waiting for Gerard Butler to call. I'll sit idly by. All right, buddy. Always fun. We'll do it again real soon.
Enjoy the football this weekend, my friend.
Night, Sim fam.